A bowl game's being locked in beyond just the playoffs. Alabama missing out on the 12-team bracket, so instead they'll be in the ReliaQuest Bowl against the Wolverines on December 31st down in Florida at noon. Michigan has won 2 straight in bowls versus the Tide. The teams have never faced each other on a non-neutral field. This year's Ford Field game will be the day after Christmas. Pittsburgh and Toledo clashing in the Game Above Bowl in Detroit on December 26th. Western Michigan is in one of the first bowls this upcoming Saturday, facing South Alabama in the Salute to Veterans Bowl in Montgomery. Also, the Lions held the solo best record in the NFL for 3 days, but then Kansas City's deal with the devil continues to hold. As heard on Westwood One, the third different KC kicker to hit a game winner this season. The Chiefs and Lions are both 12-1 now. Also, the Vikings and the Eagles, they both won, so they remain 1 game back of Detroit in the NFC. The Lions will face the Bills in their next game, who, by the way, lost yesterday despite 6 Josh Allen touchdowns against the Rams. And Juan Soto, he got paid more than anyone in pro sports history. The Mets won the Soto sweepstakes with a 15-year, $765 million deal to make him defect from the Yankees. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Monday. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can it still be a Lions victory Monday if you win on Thursday?
Yeah, if it's a division opponent. Hey, Dan Campbell says it's worth 1.5, 2 wins, so we won on Thursday night, and it just carries over to the second part of that win carries over to Monday. So victory Monday.
Victory Monday-ish. We will have TJ Lang later in the show today. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Good triumphed over evil. We'll get to the college football playoff at 6:35. The SEC bias didn't win out this time.
Evil Empire.
Yes, thank you. We got the right 12 teams, but there's still some things we can discuss. Right, wrong, all of it. The Lions didn't play this weekend, but I thought Dan Campbell was vindicated. As I watched other games, John, I saw the New York Jets with the ball in the final minute against the Miami Dolphins, and they kicked a field goal. Mm-hmm. Not at the end, but with enough time for Miami to answer with a field goal of their own. And then guess who never got the ball back in overtime?
Oh, the Jets?
Yeah.
Saw that one too.
I think there may be a little vindication for Dan Campbell, but it wasn't the only time that I noticed it. When the Rams played the Bills, they had a 4th and 5 in kind of that no man's land, up 3. They could have kicked a field goal, but the problem is that there's really no difference of being up 3 versus 6. The other team's going to go try to score a touchdown, and you actually may take the field goal off the table. So anyway, the Rams went for it on a 4th down to ice the game. They scored a touchdown later in the possession to go up 10, and it put Buffalo in a scramble position. Aggressive wins, conservative loses. Dan Campbell was vindicated in a couple games this weekend. John, what did you take out of the NFL weekend?
It was bonkers yet again. Although I don't know that it was necessarily bonkers. It was bonkers in regards to the Chiefs still finding a way to win. The Philly still finding a way to win, even against a bad team. And the Carolina Panthers, to me, just a team they're close. They just don't know how to win. And, I don't know if that makes sense or not, but they just simply, they get into a close game. They even get up against a good team, and they just don't have the knowledge, the feel, and some of it is just the talent to close a game out. And so, they end up winning. And then what is going on with Kirk Cousins? What is going on with Atlanta that they are continuing to allow this to happen? 4 games, 8 interceptions, and no touchdowns thrown by Kirk Cousins? Is this is an NFL quarterback still? And I guess I got to ask the question, is it still recovery from the Achilles, or is there something else going on? There has to be, because that's not Kirk Cousins. Even as, the fall off that we've seen from Aaron Rodgers, all right, that's not Aaron Rodgers, and it's just been an epic disaster. I really felt like Kirk Cousins wasn't at that fall off stage yet, and I thought definitely Atlanta didn't feel he was at the fall off stage, or else they wouldn't have given him the 4 years, monster contract. But that to me is, and again, it just goes to the Eagles and the Vikings just will not lose.
No, the Lions are going to have to do it themselves. They're going to have to just keep winning, and I trust them to just keep winning. And they have Minnesota Week 18 if it comes down to it. Mm-hmm. And with Philly, if you lose the wrong NFC game, you open up a bunch of tiebreakers, but Detroit still has the edge on Philly. And as much as Philly is winning, they have to be equally frustrated looking up going, these damn Lions.
Yeah.
But you're right. No breaks for the Lions. Philly wins. Minnesota wins. 248-539-9797. What did you take out of this NFL weekend? You got to watch everybody besides the Lions finally sink your teeth in. And John, I'd ask you the question, who did you see that has the best chance to beat the Lions?
Well, I mean, they all kind of took a step back in regards to, like, Philly. We mentioned, and people have talked about the slow start. That was certainly a slow start. And they ended up, winning it at the end because they're just more experienced. But I'm not as threatened by Philly after watching them over the last couple of weeks. Some good wins in there, sure. Mm-hmm. But I don't know that Philly would be on the list because of their rushing attack. But defensively, they're getting banged up as well. And they're allowing some big plays in the passing game, which we've seen the Lions, they can run the ball. We know that. They're also very good at throwing it. And that's what kind of takes Buffalo down a notch for me. Obviously, we'll get a chance to see it this weekend. But Buffalo's pass defense, it's nothing that I'm afraid of. And I think that the Lions could expose them again, could give them 2 back-to-back losses. So I think there's really only 3 teams that I think can beat the Lions in a tournament. And that is Kansas City, Buffalo, or Philadelphia. Other than that, nobody else, I think, comes close.
Not Minnesota.
No.
I agree with you. I'm just asking the question. I'm not either. They did win by multiple touchdowns yesterday. They stopped
Minnesota?
the run. They pressed. Yeah, they pressured the
quarterback against
quarterback.
Kirk Cousins, like I already mentioned.
But I agree with you. Week 18, I expect the Lions to win that game at home. And if they meet up again, it'll be at Ford Field.
Yeah, and I expect it to be 3-0 this year.
If necessary.
I'll give you one team that I would not want to play other than what you listed.
Can I guess it?
Yeah, I think you'll guess it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. The Rams.
The good Rams. The Rams have been bad at times this year. Like the Monday night game against against the Eagles, that was a rough game. Like I thought they would play much better that night, but when they've got things clicking, like that team, let's say Seattle goes ahead and wins the division, and the Rams are the 6th or 7th wild card, pulls a upset and comes in here in the divisional game. They just have matched up well with the Lions defense, and the Lions defense will not have Hutch, which they've had against them the other 2 games. Sometimes this game's just about matchups. When they're the good Rams, that offense is extremely balanced.
There's nothing to me that says the good Rams can come to Ford Field and get a win.
Okay.
I don't believe that they can.
You
and
guys
if
pick
it
a
becomes
team then, other than who you said. Pick a wild. I mean, the unknown sometimes. I mean, I'm not holding you to this. This isn't
right. I'll give you one that it's the only loss that the Lions have, Tampa, and not because they're in even close to the same class as the Lions, but Baker Mayfield he's the ultimate competitor, and with a healthy Mike Evans and the defense playing the way that they can play. I think that Tampa is one that could jump up and beat a contender in the playoffs.
Yeah, like Tampa, you can't put in that upper tier just because, they've lost 6 games.
Right.
But the wins they have, they beat both Philly and Detroit. So they are in the frisky, Baker Mayfield is like the perfect upset quarterback, right? He can just get hot and just start making big throws. And now that Mike Evans is back and the offense seems to have a little more juice to it, they've won 3 in a row. They're in first place in their division. Yeah, they're in the frisky. I think the Rams and the Bucs are in the frisky category. To me, there's only 4 teams that could win the Super Bowl, though. And it's Detroit, Philadelphia, Buffalo, and Kansas City. So I focus on those teams, obviously, as the biggest threats to the Lions.
Another fringe team would be Baltimore. And if it's Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson at their best, they can be very difficult, and that would be a complete game plan situation where they just try and salt away the clock. It's much like, and you just have to be able to score on offense because the Baltimore defense is not the traditional Baltimore defense that we know.
I'd actually like the Lions' chances against the Chiefs way more than probably 3-4 other teams, simply because I'm not sure the Chiefs can outscore the Lions.
Right.
To me, the way to beat the Lions is to outscore. I know, yes, the goal is outscore people. Don't take me literally.
But you're saying like a shootout
No,
style
get into
game.
a shootout and hope you get a couple red zone stops against the Lions.
Yeah, hope that you run into because the Lions at times have had some issues in the red zone. That maybe your only pathway to win is they stall out once or twice, go for it once or twice, get empty possessions, and then you're able to score relentlessly against them. So that'd be Buffalo. It'd be Josh Allen, who just had 6 touchdowns yesterday,
Right.
3 in the air, 3 on the ground. If he could play defense, they'd probably win the game. The Bills in town this week, though, I mean, it's them or Philly to me that are the most dangerous. Philly this week's not their best performance, but they did just shut down Baltimore's offense the week before in Baltimore, which to me was a pretty telling game.
Yeah, I mean, when you shut down Baltimore and you neutralize, like I mentioned, those two, if you get Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry at their best, they're very difficult. But they haven't been able to do that a number of times this year. That's why, I mean, everybody keeps talking about Lamar Jackson as the MVP. I think it's clear-cut, especially after yesterday. The most valuable player to their team is Josh Allen.
Yep.
I don't even know that there's much of a debate. If he doesn't score or count for 6 touchdowns in that game, they get blown out of the water.
You and I think the same thing, but it's weird to say it out loud. He had maybe an MVP cementing game in a loss.
Yeah.
Right? Like we typically think like, well,
Only reason they're in that game, the only reason they are a double-digit win team is because of Josh Allen. And he is doing it without his, number one receiver that he had last year. He's doing it without as many playmakers on defense. Like, they're not the same team as they were last year. Which okay, obvious. It's just like Tom saying, "Hey, you got to score more than the opponent." Yes, I understand that. Every year, teams are going to be different, but they are not as talented as they were last year. But I think they're a better team than they were last year.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. We ask you, what did you take out of a Sunday without the Lions? Where you got to watch around the league? Who is the biggest threat to the Lions? I brought up Dan Campbell being vindicated, watching some conservative teams lose while the aggressive teams won. Ticket texters highlighting the Rams, saying, I might be crazy, but I don't want to see them in the playoffs. After watching them put 44 up against the Bills. Did the Rams just show the Lions how to beat Buffalo? Asks another ticket texter. Score a bunch of points on their defense?
Oh yeah, I mean, so you learn about a team every time they take the field, and I think we learned a lot about Buffalo. And I mentioned there's nothing about their pass defense that scares me, and honestly, I think the Lions will be able to run on them. But this to me is, we said this last week when I talked about the power search, and it was Josh Allen at 1, which I think is a clear front runner for the MVP. Jared Goff at 2. This is going to be a head-to-head matchup of 1 and 2 in the MVP race, and it might decide who wins it.
Well, this is Goff's chance to get back, for me to really get back in the race, because it's an Allen-Barkley race right now. And Barkley, statistically, MVP-wise, he's probably going to get 2,000 yards. I know it's a little tainted, 17-game season, but he might break Dickerson's record. I mean, I think of all the seasons in a long time that, again, the window is open for somebody, especially when Barkley's having a great season like this, to get it instead of a quarterback.
The run game has been super important this year, and he is the most dynamic running back. I understand the case for it. With Goff, just to tie that bow, I don't think it's as simple as the Lions have to win this game for him to be. Like, he has to play really well, because the argument against Goff is going to be he has more support than Josh Allen. If they're both having great seasons, but Goff gets to play behind that line with those running backs, with those all-pros, and Josh Allen is doing it largely without help, he is more valuable. So it's an uphill climb for Goff, even beyond just winning the game this week. Probably going to have to win the game and really outplay Josh Allen, throw 4 touchdowns, something like that, for me to think he's actually going to win the MVP.
Well, yeah, it needs to be a no-doubter performance. There's no question to jump over where Josh Allen's at right now.
All right, Lions fans, what'd you see? 6:35, we'll talk college football playoff. The 12-team field is set. What do they get right? What do they get wrong? It's 97-1.
Hey, we still got NFL Monday Night Football tonight, and FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost on the Bengals versus the Cowboys Monday Night Football game. And you look at the matchup going, maybe it's not that great. Maybe it's not that interesting. Well, you put a little money on it. Now all of a sudden it becomes interesting. And it means that you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the Bengals-Cowboys game. You can bet over-unders, spreads, player props, and so much more. Plus, if you win, you're going to get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sports book by visiting FanDuel.com/Jansen to take advantage of a profit boost today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We said it's a Lions Victory Monday-ish, that wraparound from the Thursday victory. Lions fans, toast to the Kings of the North with 1800 Tequila, the best taste in tequila and a proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Make sure to grab the limited edition Motor City jersey bottle. It's on shelves now, and it's made for this Lions season. The bottle's design is meant to look like those Motor City alternate jerseys they wore back in Week 4. They're going to be gone soon, so get yours wherever you would normally buy 1800 Tequila and enjoy the #1 super premium tequila and the taste of victory on game day. 1800 Tequila, Proximo Spirits, Jersey City, New Jersey. Please drink responsibly. Still basking in the Lions win. Watched around the league yesterday. Looking for your takeaways. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the college football playoff field. It's set. 6:35. What'd they get right? What'd they get wrong? I think good triumphed over evil. John, ticket text 248-539-9797. People's takeaways. Someone says, I finally watched Philly up close. Not super impressed with them.
I mean, they gave up 4 sacks. And I know some of them are Jalen Hurts extending plays, getting outside the pocket. And, I mean, he does things that make it very difficult for offensive linemen to even know where he's at. But he is getting flushed out of the pocket. And he's not picking up first down. I know he had, 8 rushes for 59 yards, but he's not as much of a dual threat as he once was. Maybe some of that is Saquon Barkley. Maybe some, others is they've just told him, hey, we don't want you to take unnecessary hits, especially this time of year.
There's also something like A.J. Brown. I feel like he's never happy. Like he's a moody receiver. And I appreciate more the Amon-Ra St. Browns of the league who just, hey, if I get my touches, I get my touches. I just want to win. The Eagles keep winning. And it feels like there's still something below the surface there where they can be
Sirianni.
They could be fractured or splintered, and we saw that at the end of last season. They're clearly better with Saquon Barkley than last season. They're clearly better defensively than they were last season.
But they're playing against a 3-10 team.
And they were in it.
They were down going into the fourth quarter.
Texter says the biggest obstacle for the Lions is injuries. Says it's health. I really don't think there's another team that can beat them right now. The only way they lose is if they can't get healthy or if things get worse for them. It's
going to be really interesting to see who is back this week. DJ Reader, is he going to be back? Lee McNeil, is what does the 10 days off mean for him? Same with Pascal Onwuzurike. But offensively, it's Taylor Decker. Is he going to be back? I think that is going to be maybe the most important one in now and throughout the playoffs.
Biggest threat right now on the ticket text, Minnesota. They could realistically win out with the Lions losing to Buffalo and a head-to-head against the Vikings, steal the North after all this Lions dominance. The season ends up looking like a 1,500-meter run where the Lions played the rabbit for the Vikings to be the hare.
To be the turtle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
DJ and Fenton, yes.
Yeah, that's possible. But, you also have to trust who you are and trust what you've seen. What have we seen from Minnesota? And sometimes they play with fire, and so has the Lions. All right, it's not like the Lions have just blown everybody out. We talked about it on Friday with 3 game-winning field goals by their kicker. So yeah, you have not just blown everybody out, but you are the team with 1 loss. You've gone into Green Bay in bad weather and gotten a win. You've been down and come back. You've had injuries. Everyone has to deal with injuries, but not on the level on one side of the ball like the Lions have, and still come away with the division win in prime time. So I think the Lions have been tested. They've answered the bell every single time. And Minnesota, I can't wait for that game. And who knows what's riding on it at that time, but I can't wait. And Sam Darnold, is he the same as Jared Goff? No.
At some point, we got to give the Vikings a little credit around here, though. Seriously, their 2 losses are to the Lions in a walk-off field goal, and their other losses to the Rams, who they played very well in that game.
That was a Thursday night. That was Thursday
and
night.
It was healthy Rams.
Yes.
So the Rams are 6-2 when they're healthy. when they've got Kupp and Nakua. Okay.
I'm not diminishing the Vikings. I just think they're a tier below the Lions.
Yes, exactly. But they're good enough to be right there. They're not giving the Lions margin for error. That's what they're doing. It's like credit to them for putting the pressure on. They're not going away.
248-539-9797. We've got weekend overreactions coming up at 7:02. We'll talk college football playoff field at 6:35. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, how you doing?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So 22 people showed up at the Hopcat in Midtown on Sunday to bite some kneecaps and do their best impressions of Dan Campbell. And the impersonators were competing for free Cosmic Fries for a year and also a golden game ball. All right. So there was a lot of people that showed up, and there were judges, right? They were tasked at picking the 4 most compelling Campbell lookalikes. And some of these competitors, they brought props. You know, they had their cups of coffee, their Starbucks, their headsets, their play sheets, their clipboards. You could bring whatever you wanted. And after all of them gave their speeches, the judges actually weren't able to make up their minds, so they selected 5 finalists. And then, among the 5, the most convincing Dan Campbell lookalike was Jeff Randall, a 55-year-old from Manchester who was crowned the winner. He says that he gets mistaken for Dan Campbell 3 or 4 times a month.
Huh.
And he does. He looks a lot
He
like
does.
Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He really, I mean, and he's a big dude too. And there was a lot of people. They all looked great. They all looked amazing. I saw a group photo of them all. So
Do you think he ever just
Fun
plays
times.
along? Like
He would have to. Why not?
is it the grocery store? Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Tough game against the Bills, man.
Yeah.
you'd hope so, right? Have some fun
Yeah.
with it if he's getting stopped so many times per month. Pretty cool. Let's talk about that Lions fan involved in that heated pregame exchange with Matt LaFleur.
Yeah.
Well, he's now speaking out about what went down. So, season ticket holder, diehard Lions fan, Fahad Youssef. He was on the field with his wife before the Thursday night game against the Packers. He was there to help carry the flag for the national anthem. And it's something he's done before. He's carried the flag before, and he says he's also talked smack with the opposing team before. But he said this time, things went very differently, right? So he did say that he got caught up in the moment when he did that throat slash, right? He said he was maybe got a little carried away with that, but he said that the smack talk was all in good fun, and he wasn't expecting such a reaction from the head coach. And then he says that he was asked to return to his seat before the anthem, so he didn't get to carry the flag. And then he was also asked to leave just before halftime.
See, that's the one I don't get. I get hey, get off the field, get to your seat. But if you're going to let him stay in his seat for the first half, why make him leave halfway through?
Who knows? I don't know how long. I mean, they made a decision at some point and said, "Hey, you're done today."
Is he welcome back?
It sounds like he says
yeah.
he hasn't heard from the Lions if there would be any repercussions from the moment. So it sounds like he is
Okay.
Yeah, I
welcome
mean,
He's a season ticket
back
holder.
at this
Yeah.
point.
They haven't-
We need
He's
his
a-
energy this week against the Bills.
yes.
Kind of like targeting in college football. You get suspended a half.
Yeah. Well, he was suspended for this one. The half and the next half. So he was.
He can join the second
Yeah.
half against the Bills.
Yeah, but he was kicked out just before halftime. So
Oh,
targeting
so that'll count
happened
as the
before
one
the
game.
clock
Yes,
expired.
you're
So
right.
he's back for the Bills.
You're right.
Yep.
There you have it. If you've never seen America's Thanksgiving Day Parade in Detroit, you're definitely going to want to check it out next year, or if not next year, as soon as you can, because the event was just voted Best Holiday Parade in America
Oh, wow.
by USA Today. So definitely something to go see. According to the 2024 USA Today's 10 Best Reader Choice Awards, Detroit has been hosting America's Thanksgiving Day Parade presented by Gardner White since 1924. And they say since then, it has grown to become one of the country's largest and most popular parades, complete with marching bands, helium balloons, and colorful, larger-than-life floats that make their way down historic Woodward Avenue each Thanksgiving morning. So the news put the parade company CEO and his entire team, they say, on cloud nine, and they say this should, basically be an award for everyone, so everybody should take pride. So pretty cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Definitely, I think.
It is really cool. And the kids were down there for the turkey trot. I tried to get them to stay for the parade, but they wanted to get home and take a nap, get ready for dinner. But yeah, they
were probably chilly.
Maybe not, but it wasn't so bad this year. It didn't feel like it was too cold.
I thought it was freezing. I mean,
warmer
I'm not
this
out there
last
running,
weekend.
but
Right. Yes, it was.
I thought it was pretty cold.
Yeah.
But
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, they did it. They picked 12 teams for the college football playoff. What'd they get right? What'd they get wrong? It's next. It's 97.1. all the build-up, and now we have it. We've got our 12-team college football playoff. Good triumphs over evil. SEC bias thwarted as Alabama is left out in favor of Southern Methodist University. John, I really didn't think they would do the right thing, but I feel like they got the right 12 teams.
Yeah. I mean, so by the rules, by the way that this is built, I think, quote unquote, they got it right. I don't necessarily like how it's built, but it's the same as it's been with the 4 teams. Now, I think last year was the first year of the, in the decade where it was a 4-team playoff, where you could look and say any one of those 4 teams really had a shot to win a national title. Other than that, it's generally, okay, well, these 2 teams, very top-heavy is my point. And I think that the 12-team kind of exaggerates that, where it's very top-heavy. And you look at number 12, Clemson. Do they belong in the playoffs? Does, SMU belong in the playoffs? I mean, by the way it's built, yes. And it's the automatic bid of the Big 12 champ or the ACC champ that gets the auto into this. And now all of a sudden we're looking at it going, is the 4th team in the country the team that deserves a bye, Arizona State? Really? You could make an argument for Boise State. All right, their one loss was at the Horn against Oregon.
Number 1 team.
Okay. I can somewhat buy into that, even though the rest of their schedule is not comparable, but they beat all the teams that they were supposed to beat.
So your thing would be they followed the rubric and the rules and did it the way they're supposed to.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson is in because we want to value conference play, winning your conference, being the best in a power conference. That's why Clemson is in the college football playoff. They're ordinarily be 16th is the way the committee ranked them, but because they were ACC champs, they're in. Maybe that doesn't sit well with some. I think it's the trade-off to valuing conference play and not completely watering down the conference championship games. SMU lost the conference championship game, and there was a debate for a few hours deep into the night about whether Alabama would leapfrog them. But I'm so happy that they looked at Alabama and said, you got 3 losses, and it's not just any 3 losses. You lost to Vanderbilt, who's 6-6. You lost to Oklahoma by 21 points. The Sooners are 6-6. Yeah, and you gave up 250 yards rushing. It wasn't competitive. You don't belong, Alabama. And maybe there's critics who say, and you kind of alluded to this, that SMU and maybe Clemson, maybe there's too many teams. Wait a week and we'll be down to 8. The way I view this is kind of like the judicial system. The idea that it's better to let a guilty person go free than convict an innocent person. I'd rather let in 1 or 2 more teams than leave out 1 or 2 teams that are good. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'll live with 1 or 2 that maybe shouldn't be there to make sure that I get all of the good teams into the field, and then we just whittle it down head to head. And in terms of what they got right and what they got wrong, and we want your thoughts, 248-539-9797. I think you and I agree with this. They got the 12 teams that should be in the field, but I think they should do away with the seeding the way they currently have it. I think you should reseed this tournament. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I 100% agree that and here's what, if SMU were to drop out and not be in, and I don't even think it was Alabama's losses, it was simply SMU played in the championship game. They were a 1-loss team going into that championship game. Why would they be then bumped out of the playoffs for a team that didn't expose themselves to another, quote unquote, data point? And I think that's why ultimately SMU was included in the tournament. It wasn't because of the losses that Alabama had, because if you're going down that road, and it's just simply, who's going to bring in more money? Who's going to bring in more eyeballs? That's going to be Alabama. Then you put Alabama in.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they didn't go with TV ratings and actually went with results on the field.
Yeah.
And for SMU, they don't have a top 25 win. So, I'm not stumping that there's some great team, but their only 2 losses were ranked losses, and they were by a total of 7 points. And I just would have had a really hard time with them being left out, losing at a buzzer field goal in a conference championship game to pick up their second loss when a 3-loss Alabama team was sitting on the sideline, does not have the resume to be in there and gets in anyway just because they're, quote, Bama.
Yeah.
I would have had an issue with that. Now, I know there was a lot of hand-wringing about where teams were and who should have been in.
And who's getting home games.
And who's getting home games. By the way, did you notice Penn State, Ohio State, Notre Dame? We got a lot of Midwest, cold weather, home sites coming up.
Yeah. How about Notre Dame, Indiana? I think that's just an intriguing matchup. Just because it's, you get two teams in the same state. All right. And they're not necessarily rivals because Indiana's never been on the level of Notre Dame. But now it's Notre Dame and Kirk Cignetti talking about, well, we should have had the home game. Well, by the rules, okay, you were finished 8th, and if it was just simply reseeded, you would have had a home game. But because you've got a Mountain West team that jumps up, and
a Big 12 team that jumps up too.
Yeah, you got to have 4 teams that are 1 through 4. They get the bye. It's going to automatically bump you back. So it's. Do they deserve a home game? I don't necessarily think so, but I think his argument was at least somewhat solid. If that was, and he used Michigan as an example, if that was the brand of Michigan with 1 loss, would they have had a home game? Would they have ultimately been ranked higher, seated higher, so that Ann Arbor with 111,000 gotten a home game versus Bloomington, that team can't even stay there because Bloomington doesn't even have the hotel room for what the playoff committee deems necessary. The team was going to have to stay in Indianapolis and bust down.
So why it's an interesting question is, I don't know. On one hand, Indiana does not have a top 25 win, but neither does Texas. And Texas is the 5 seed.
Right.
The committee values
that's
current top 25 wins, and Texas A&M, I don't believe, is in the top 25. Texas doesn't have a current top 25 win on their resume, and they are in the catbird seat, the premium spot, the 5 seed. So I understand being upset if I'm Kirk Cignetti. I also look at them and go, dude, I'm not shedding a tear for you.
Right.
You lost your only big game of the year. You're in the playoff. A lot of people are upset that you're even in the playoff because you didn't beat anybody. You're in, and you get a chance to play your way to a national championship. If there's some great injustice, you'll win the first game against overrated Notre Dame who couldn't beat NIU, and then you're neutral sites the rest of the way.
What I would say about Cignetti was that, yes, I believe the conclusion that he drew was valid in that brand names, look, they watch games, and when you watch games, you see jerseys and you see colors, you see jerseys that you're familiar with, and that will influence them. But I think it was a bad faith argument that he had. He was saying SMU had 1 loss at the time to an unranked team. Well, that unranked team was BYU, who then became ranked, and I don't know if they were still ranked at the time. He said, we lost to the number 2 team, and Penn State lost to the number 4 team. Okay, it's the same team. It's Ohio State. So I think there's a little bit of bad faith that Cignetti was doing.
There's
He absolutely
no question.
was.
But that's what the coaches are now going to be doing. We've seen it for years, politicking and doing interviews right before the committee comes out with their results.
And what I would stress, too, your resume is not simply your 1 worst game or your 1 best game or your biggest game.
And what he was doing was talking to his fan base, his donors, and that was a direct plea for you're being wronged. And let's hey, backs against the wall. This is not our fault, and nobody respects us. It's building up his fan base versus talking to anybody else.
It's the chip on the shoulder. I understand his perspective. He's got to stump. Like, I don't agree with Lane Kiffin trying to stump this last week or so too, but I go, okay, at least I understand what you're doing. You got to do what you got to do and make your argument as lousy as it may be. The guy who I didn't respect making arguments was Nick Saban. You're not Alabama's coach anymore. You don't have to suckle at the teat anymore. You can be your own person.
Well, he hedged his bets a little bit. He wasn't just saying that Alabama deserves to be in. And, if you listen to the whole quote, it was, if you want to win, then win. And I think we have Saban here. Yeah. So he hedged his bet there a little bit.
He did. What I disagreed with is the front end of that, where I feel like he's making a bad faith argument about scheduling, and he specifically cites Alabama's athletic director, Greg Byrne, who also released a statement complaining about scheduling. Do the Alabama people understand the reason Alabama was left out has nothing to do with their non-conference scheduling?
Western Kentucky, South Florida, Mercer.
And Wisconsin was the notable one they played who didn't hold up
Right.
their end of the bargain. They were 5-7. But the idea that Alabama was left out because of for non-conference scheduling, that the solution for Alabama is to water down their non-conference. First of all, most years you're right. There's 3 cupcakes. And second of all, they were left out because they lost 3 conference games. There's no fixing it. You only play 8 conference games. You're too afraid to play 9 like everybody else. You only play 8. You lost 3 of them. You could schedule whoever you want in the non-conference. If you lose those 3 games in SEC play, you will be left out. It's a bad faith argument by Saban, by Byrne, etc. You're right. He did round it out the right way. We got the right 12 teams.
Yeah, we got the best 12 teams in.
Yeah.
And really quick, Texas got in the playoff last year. And I know it's last year to the 14 playoff. They got in because they beat Alabama.
So there is a value to scheduling those games. What'd they get right? What did they get wrong? 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's all-day IPA, and here's what you get. It's a refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer, easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. With the holidays on the horizon and a whole lot of bowl games and great NFL games, we've got All-Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on these occasions. Visit foundersbrewing.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
The good and the bad, what you liked and didn't like from college football's first 12-team playoff field. They said it over the weekend. There was consternation. Would it be Bama? Would it be SMU? I think they got it right putting SMU in over Alabama. I was a little concerned we were going to get, always works out for Alabama, but SMU is in. That doesn't mean this is a perfect system. I think there's a case that there aren't 12 teams that deserve here. Yeah. And maybe there's only 8 or 9 or 10. My point is I'd rather let in 1 or 2 extra and just play the games out as opposed to say, oh, we're just going to have 4 or 6, and then we don't truly decide it on the field. So maybe there's 1 or 2 that shouldn't be here, but they'll play it out, and it'll go from 12 to 8 to 4 to 2 to 1, and we'll have our champion. I just wish in route to determining that champion, we had the ability to reseed, because Oregon is the number 1 team in the country. They're undefeated. They didn't lose a single game. They're cut above. Their reward, they get a bye, but so does 2 and 3 and 4. And in the second round, they're going to have a much more difficult game than the other teams will. If you reseeded, they would consistently play the worst team, which would be a reward for being 1. It's what happens in the NFL playoffs. I think they need to make that change moving forward.
Yeah. And even, I just wasn't that interested in watching some of the championship games. And I got interested in the SEC title game because it was Georgia, Texas, and we saw that matchup before. And, what was it going to be? But even that one was somewhat underwhelming. Great defenses, but there was not much offense and not much consistency in that game. But we sat down to watch, Lisa and I and Teddy, we went to a movie, and then we sat down for lunch, and we're watching the Big 12 championship game. And I was as disinterested as you could possibly be. And Lisa's like, what do you, how come you don't want, to watch this game? I'm like, well, because the winner of this game is going to get automatically into the playoffs, and neither of them are really that good. And obviously Arizona State ended up blowing out Iowa State. But the auto bid is something that I do have an issue with. But if you don't have auto bids, then why even have a championship game? So that's why those teams have the auto bids.
If there's no auto bid, Oregon, Penn State, one is number 1, one is number 3. If we're not going to punish the losers, which is what they didn't punish the losers, then they're both automatically getting a bye regardless of the game. And now we've watered down the best conference in the sport this season. I mean, they have 4 playoff teams. Yep. We've watered down their conference game if we eliminate the conference champion auto bid. So there's got to be, I don't know what the answer is, John, but I know that we should be reseeding from round to round, because then at least that 1 seed does truly maintain the benefit of being the number 1 seed.
I told Greg here, I there might be a day 2 argument here. I mean, this thing came out on Sunday afternoon. You got NFL games. A lot of people are chewing it apart, and Saban said what he said. I think there's a chance today you might see the SEC attack Indiana. Didn't play the extra game. Horrific schedule. You're just putting them in because they have 1 loss.
Well, 1 loss to 3 losses is a pretty big gap.
It is when you just look at the losses. My point is I believe the SEC, I'm not agreeing with this. What I'm saying is how are they going to go after this? Because the SEC lost money yesterday.
Yes.
They lost a playoff team they thought they were probably getting in traditional years. So they may go after Indiana and say, well, look at our conference versus your conference. It would be kind of funny for the SEC to attack the Big Ten instead. But Indiana's schedule is very flawed. And who'd they beat?
Yeah, I mean, then I would just ask the SEC to evaluate Texas, who has really no marquee wins either.
Well, but then you also go to Kirby Smart's comments on the podium after, and winning the SEC championship, and he takes a direct shot at Greg Sankey for the schedule that they were given versus, and because you look at Indiana, and you could say, okay, well, in the non-conference, all right, they played Charlotte, they played Western Illinois, and FIU. All right, but they couldn't do anything about the schedule that they were given in conference. That's a Big Ten schedule, and Michigan wasn't what they traditionally are. Michigan State, Washington, Nebraska. If you look at that schedule, and originally you're like, okay, those are some tough teams to play against. And before they beat Nebraska and absolutely smoked them, Nebraska looked like it was going to be a surprise team and really good.
But by the way, Sankey scheduled them 4 road games, which is the same number of road games that every team in the SEC plays. There
Right.
was no like sticking the screws to Georgia.
I know.
Now some of the sites were tough sites, right? They had to go to Austin. They had to go to Tuscaloosa, right? Some of those sites can be difficult
Sure.
places to play, but they played the same number of road games as everybody else in their conference. You know what the SEC today, that they'll probably fume and someone will lash out, and the response is going to be to put a pacifier in them because they're a bunch of babies. There's no other explanation.
Okay, I will say this.
There's no other explanation. The conference has been watered down. This is not peak SEC football. It is more spread out. Parity has affected the SEC. They shouldn't just automatically be able to say, I know we have 3 losses, but we're the SEC. And I'm so happy that the committee effectively put a pacifier in them and said, you can go cry, but no one's going to hear your shouts. You're left out.
Is the SEC the best conference?
It may be the deepest. Maybe the deepest.
Okay. Well, that right there is their argument in some ways.
But you
saying
have to win those games.
We cannibalize ourselves because we don't get a break. It's the NFL.
Well, you
theory.
do get a break. You play Mercer in November.
Right, but no, in conference play,
Where you only play 8 and everybody else plays 9.
Like, how much more of an effect is it on the SEC because of the depth, week in, week out, to go and play these games versus other conferences get so many gimmies within their conference?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm just asking questions.
No, and I understand that, and that's what they will say in the SEC. And do I think playing at Auburn and Arkansas, these aren't gimmies? Sure, but you have to win them. You have to win. You can't lose to Vandy or
Right.
Oklahoma, who's 6-6. You got to win those
the
games.
big question was, and I would be interested if Alabama didn't get blown out by Oklahoma, if that was a close game, would that have made a difference? Because if you think Alabama and SMU on the same field, all right, how would that? What would the results be? And I don't know that I could say SMU doesn't win that game.
I don't think it matters if they lose them both. That's the problem with Alabama. Did it to themselves because they lost both those games. They could afford to lose one of those games, and they would have been in, I think. But they lost them both.
Right.
They have no argument.
No, I agree. I'm just saying
that's what they can't do to themselves. So you can't have a letdown against a bad team, a mediocre team. That should be the lesson learned for the SEC teams. What, didn't Ole Miss lose to Florida?
They lost to Kentucky, 4-8 Kentucky at home.
Yeah, you can't let that happen.
And you can't go, but it's an SEC game, so it's actually a good loss, and we can't be penalized for it. No, you lost to 4-8 Kentucky at home. So
the answer for them might be to spread out their non-cons and sprinkle them into conference play to give college kids that little break.
Maybe.
So how would you like that? You're starting with a conference game, maybe. Then you have a non-con. Then you play 2 more conferences and you have a non-con. You see what I'm saying? Spread it out.
Built in quote-unquote bye week, like the Burton Mercer game that everybody used to schedule right before the last game of the season, right before the Iron Bowl.
To me, that's their answer if they want to get around this. Because I've argued since this was created, college kids cannot get up every single weekend like NFL players. And even NFL players struggle to do it.
Right.
My last point on this is just if the SEC feels like they need to water down their non-conference schedules to get the benefit of the other teams, they are already doing it. Bama played Western Kentucky, South Florida, and Mercer. Ole Miss played Furman, Middle Tennessee State, and Georgia Southern. Tennessee played Chattanooga, Kent State, and UTEP. And South Carolina, another team on the bubble, if we only scheduled easy like these other schools, Old Dominion, Akron, and Wofford. You can't get any easier than what these SEC teams are already doing. They finally just got caught. We'll get to the overreactions next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The first enormous domino has fallen in the MLB hot stove season. Jeff Passan of ESPN breaking it, a 15-year deal for Juan Soto worth over $750 million to the Mets, just beating out their crosstown rivals for the superstar. Passing on Scott Van Pelt's show, he gets more money overall than Shohei Ohtani, but far less per year than Shohei's $70 million over 10 seasons. Bama and Miami left out of the inaugural 12-team playoff bracket, so instead the Crimson Tide will face Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl on New Year's Eve at noon. The Wolverines also making an interesting signing. Quarterback Chase Herbstreit, son of noted Buckeye Kirk Herbstreit, is going to rival U of M for their 2025 class. Chase not ranked by most recruiting services, but will be in Ann Arbor in the same class as Gatorade Player of the Year Bryce Underwood. Over the weekend, the Red Wings laboring to find the win column again. They lost to the Avs at home to make it 5 losses in a row. They'll try to turn things around tonight in Buffalo. As for the Pistons, they got a big win over the Knicks at MSG behind a massive 29, 15, and 10 triple-double by Cade Cunningham to end their 3-game skid. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
And we will get into the Lions today. Some of the national media sinking their teeth into Dan Campbell, ripping him apart. I don't understand it. Anyway, let's get to overreactions. The first, Texas needs to make a change at quarterback if they are going to win the national title. Quinn Ewers struggled against Georgia in both meetings, and they're going to have to beat a team like Georgia or better to win it all.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think that, when you look at what Manning has done for them, he is a guy that's a true dual threat quarterback. I can't believe how fast that kid is. Every time he comes in, something good happens. And we saw when he was the quarterback, he came in and played not flawlessly, but played really good when Ewers was out. And I think going down the road, it's going to be really interesting to see what Ewers does next year. Because I don't think he's the starting quarterback next year. And if that's the case, then make the switch now. Arch Manning gives you the best chance in the playoffs to ultimately win a national title.
All right, so we have an example of this happening, and the team went on to win a national title.
Bama.
And it was when Bama went from Hurts to Tua. The question is the timing here. What's the best timing to do this? Do you do it to start the playoff, or do you do it in game when you've got to try to save your season and save your life?
Why
Saban,
wait?
Yeah, why wait?
Saban did it right.
Yeah.
No,
It worked for them that year.
If Tua plays in the first playoff game, you get film, and maybe it doesn't happen. So all I'm saying is I don't think this is an overreaction. Let's get to the main point. But
Yeah.
I do think the timing is interesting here.
I think there's plenty of film on Arch Manning already.
He's got it.
Cam Skattebo should be in New York for the Heisman. I don't think he's going to win it, or should he win it, but he should be there. Top 5 in rushing, and the tear he went on the last 5 games. Big games and a playoff push, running for 720 yards. John, have you watched this guy run?
Yeah, well, I watched him a little bit on Saturday when I was eating my pizza.
What toppings?
Sausage, bacon, and pepperoni.
I bet you
No way.
Skattebo eats
So
with
it's really shocking to everyone. It's not an overreaction.
No vegetables?
I don't know. Is mustard a bit? I like to dip my crust in mustard.
Skattebo eats his pizza with broken glass on it.
Oh. No, I don't believe he belongs. Honestly, there's probably only a couple of players. Genty, as a running back, belongs.
Yeah.
And Travis Hunter. I think it's really those two. It should be a two-person visit to New York. It's not great TV.
Cam
but
Ward be there?
No.
It'd be the third?
Who's the third guy?
There usually is 3 at least.
No, I
3
know.
to 5, depending on the voting. And if it's 5, I think he's in there.
Yeah, if it's 5, maybe he's there. But no, I don't think. I think 5 is stupid.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to be there. I mean, look, it's a nice story and it's all great and good and everything, but come on. This guy, you think he should win the Heisman?
No.
Then he shouldn't be there.
Right.
I would take Oregon over the field to win the national title. Offense is tough, efficient, explosive. The QB's played in 60-plus games. They're the only undefeated team. They're a cut above everybody else.
Not an overreaction. I think that they ultimately do win the national title, and it is, I've said this many times over the last 2 months, they continue to be the most improved team over the course of the season. And I think if you put them on the field with Boise State right now, they absolutely boat race Boise State. It doesn't come down to a field goal. They are the most patient team. I think they're the best coached team this year. And so, yeah, I think they're a cut above everybody else.
Too many wild cards, overreaction for now. I would take the field. And I think Oregon's the best team in the country. And I think part of me thinks they shouldn't have to go through this process. And it should be a 4-team playoff like last year. They shouldn't have to play so many games. But you're asking a team to go 16-0. We all thought Michigan was the last undefeated ever just last year, and now we're saying that they're going to – I don't think they are a super team. Therefore, I would take the field. I think they're the best team, but not the super team.
I think if and when they win the national title, we're going to look back at how expensive this team was in the portal, and people will say, oh, see, that's Phil Knight and super team. If they finish it out, I think you're going to see those talking points. Boise State's going to make the Final Four. So SMU, Penn State feed into Boise State. I don't trust Penn State to win big games, plural. Maybe they win the first one at home. I think they lay an egg in a big spot in the playoff, and Boise advances to the semifinal.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I mean, like you, I don't trust Penn State to win a big game. I just simply don't. And so whether it's Boise State, SMU, I think Boise State ends up being a Final Four team, which is bizarre.
This is not. I don't even know how am I going to phrase this here? You're putting a 3 seed. They're supposed to be there. It's not an overreaction. Okay. I mean, I kind of went literal on you a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Well,
I think some people, if you would have said Boise State's in the Final Four, go.
But if you didn't have to have the top 4 seeds, where would they be seated?
Well, but according to the college football playoff, they'd be in the 8-9 game according to their rankings.
Right.
But I don't trust their rankings because I don't think they'd be the same if it was last year. Greg agrees with that, actually.
To the NFL we go. Sean McDermott is holding the Buffalo Bills back, and he's coaching for his job now. They botched the clock at the end of the game against the Rams. They had all 3 timeouts. They needed to score, preserving all 3 timeouts so they could play defense and get one more chance. They unnecessarily burned one at the goal line. And just in general, he's a defensive coach. They give up 44 points, and they continue to struggle in big games deep in the postseason. I think he's coaching for his job.
Well, I think he's coaching for his job. I think he's been coaching for his job, but I don't think he's holding them back. Was it a coaching blunder? Did he cost them that game? I don't necessarily want to say that either. I think this is a team that is devoid of, other than Josh Allen, a lot of top-end talent, and they're a 10-3 team. I think did he cost them? But I think at some point you also have to say they're also here because of Sean McDermott.
Yeah, I agree with that last statement. I think he's a top 10 coach, and if we had more time here to rank coaches, I might even put him in, entertain the top 5.
Yeah.
The problem is they don't have a coach that's better than him. And I think, I do think he's holding them back to a degree, but how many more coaches are out there that they could get that would do a better job, and a lot could do a lot worse job? Like if they had Brian Daboll, I don't think they'd be this good.
Right.
The Rams will pull off a round 1 playoff upset. You see what that offense is capable of.
If they get in, it's possible. I mean, the problem for them is going to be getting in. And, I mean, the rest of their schedule, they've got the Niners, which, I mean, what do we believe about the Niners after yesterday? Are they starting to finally get right? And, I don't know. But then they've got the Jets, and then they finish with 2 division games, Cardinals and Seahawks. They have not been good in division. So I don't even necessarily know that they get in. If they get in, they could pull off. I'm not going to say it's an overreaction, but I don't even know if they get in.
I think they're scary. I think the best version of the Rams could do this, but I'm going to say for now overreaction because I wish you would have asked this next week after the Rams-49ers game. To me, that's a huge tell game on what's going to happen with both teams the rest of the year. Niners sneakily, slowly getting healthy. It doesn't really matter who their running back is. I mean, if they have C-Mac, CMC, he's their best one, obviously, but they plug and play. And their defense, Greenlaw, Bosa, are they going to find some magic? So I'm going to say for now, Rams overreaction.
The Vikings should extend Sam Darnold. 5-touchdown day yesterday, was moving in the pocket. The reports before the game are they are not working on an extension. That's a mistake. Extend him.
The question is going to be at how much? Because if they believe that they just spent a first-round pick on the future of their franchise, why would they extend Sam Darnold? If he's going to ultimately be the backup, now the question would be, or on the flip side, all right, J.J. McCarthy is on a rookie deal. Now's the time that you could afford to pay 2 quarterbacks because he's not going to get, I don't think he gets top 10 money. So what does that number look like? Is it $40 million a year? Are you willing to have a $40 million a year backup?
How about this? It's not an overreaction as long as the contract is right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
2-year extension, $20 million a year. Why would he say no?
Well, because
What are you doing
He's
to your-
he's worth more on the open market based on the performance
Yeah.
this season.
No way. You'd be a fool to give him anything more than that.
Okay. I mean, do you think that? I mean, I don't know what Cleveland does with Deshaun's contract, but they would rather have Sam Darnold.
Fake salary cap if they can do it.
Right. Exactly. Tennessee, wouldn't they rather have? They would pay more to have Sam Darnold than Will Levis.
Really quickly, we've already alluded to this. The Falcons really need to bench Cousins and start Michael Penix. 0 touchdowns, 8 picks the last 4 games. Falcons 0-4, now 6-7. Now is the time.
If they have any hope of making the playoffs, they got to do something to spark the team. And it's been rumor, that Michael Penix has wowed in practice. Now, there's a big difference between wowing in practice and wowing on game days. But if you're trying to make a spark, you're 6-7 right now, and you are a game out of the division. Can you catch Tampa? Can you get into the playoffs? I don't think you can with Kirk Cousins. So make the change.
Yes, do it. He's stashed on my fantasy team, and I can hit white lightning and win it all.
And that's what matters most. Those are the Overreact Gyms. It's 97.1.
Hey, it is the wintry driving season yet again with reckless drivers everywhere. They can't just seem to keep their cars under control. So if you get injured in an auto accident during this or really any time of the year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance company. The injury attorney that you need to hire, clear and away, is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Yeah, I think it still counts as a Lions Victory Monday. It's a Victory Monday-ish. You went on Thursday, division game, counts for a game and a half. So we'll continue to bask in it. But as we really enjoyed Thursday night and the Lions win against the Packers, that was not unanimous around the league. In fact, a lot of the national media went at Dan Campbell. We'll get to that at 7:35. Play some audio as people, you can't do this. He's going to cost them. Maybe some of you agree. We'll play that audio coming up at 7:35. Quick little note, sports news, Juan Soto. John?
Wow.
Wow.
Well, I think the wow part isn't just, okay, what the $750+ million, it's that he has an opt-out after 5 years. So as the market continues to go up, because everybody's going to adjust to this contract. Now, there's not going to be a whole lot of $750 million contracts signed, but we saw Shohei Ohtani last year, and there is absolutely $0 of deferred money in this. So this money is going to be coming to him every single year for the next 15 years. But he has the opportunity after 5 years to opt out and redo this deal.
So right now, he's going to make $51 million per season. Ridiculous. And you're right. If he opts out at 31, gets one more big bite at the apple and may be able to even top that.
And I mean, hopefully you and I are still doing this in 5 years. I'm going to make the prediction right now. I don't think there's any way that, unless there's injury involved, right? That's always going to be the caveat. But I think in 5 years, I think it's 100% given he opts out. So this honestly, this is a great contract for both sides.
Yep. And he goes to the Mets instead of the Yankees, crosstown, vitriol rival, all of that. Obviously, people wanted to know if he would go to the Dodgers because they seem to be, anybody, anytime. They'll pay whatever it takes. I wonder if we start to get the domino effect now. Like Willy Adames signed, the shortstop. He's with the Giants out in San Francisco. Juan Soto signs. I could imagine as the week goes on here, we start to see more movement on the headliners.
Well, okay, league meetings. That's always where this really gets going. So I don't necessarily know that this is the first domino to fall, the big one, which kind of everybody was waiting for because all the other teams that were in the Soto sweepstakes are now, they're not going to earmark that money and use it on someone else, but they could use it on a couple of other guys, not just one. And this one, he had to go to a big market team.
Yep.
Because what did we see with the Dodgers? Over the next, 10 years, they've committed $1 billion. They're going to make that back because they can market that not just here in the States. They can market that worldwide. They'll make that money back and then some. We already saw it this year with what Shohei Ohtani did for them and what it meant, whether it's ticket sales, it's just, hey, the money coming in is still bigger than the money going out. So you take a New York team, and kind of we think we all, I thought it was still going to be the Yankees because there's no bigger marketing machine than the New York Yankees. But the Mets, they've got the money backing them, and they're still in New York. They're still able to market an unbelievable amount. The only way this doesn't work out for the Mets is if he has a catastrophic injury.
And again, money is not an object to them. That owner will pay whatever it takes. And when you see that 15 years, $765 million, it's a lot of money.
Something quick on this.
Yeah.
A little win for the Tigers, a microscopic out of the Soto deal that the Blue Jays didn't get him. So now maybe Guerrero becomes available in a trade.
If Toronto strikes out entirely and can't get a deal done with Vlad and they want to trade him, it makes a lot of sense for the Tigers.
It does. And I do think within the next, before Christmas, before the new year, we'll know where the Tigers are standing. I don't think this goes past that because you are going to see other players start to get picked off. And the inventory will be much less, and they're going to have to make some moves.
Have to do something. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the search for the suspect responsible for killing the CEO of United Healthcare is entering its 6th day. And while new evidence has been discovered, really few answers have been made. So police know for sure a couple of things. They know that it was a targeted attack. They know that the killer used a 9mm pistol that resembled the guns that farmers use to put down animals without causing loud noises. And they also know that the ammunition did have words written on them, those 3 words. But then they found some other things, right? So during the search, they have discovered the suspect's backpack. It was discovered in Central Park. There was Monopoly money inside of that backpack, as well as a jacket. And then they have discovered more, photos of this suspected gunman, right? So they did release some additional photos over the weekend. One of the killer is in a taxi, like looking through the partition. And then the other is of him walking down the sidewalk in the city while wearing a mask. Now, police have not yet publicly identified this guy if they do know his identity, but they do say they believe he is no longer in New York City.
It's going to be hard to find him then.
Well, it will be. But I think once they release the name, with all these pictures, it's hard to believe that they don't have a name yet. And they think he took a bus from Atlanta to
Right.
New York. There's got to be some way to find this guy's name. And here's the other question. I don't know, and I haven't followed it nearly as close. And Heather, I apologize. This is probably going to be a question that you have no answer to. But have you guys seen the pictures of? Okay, we saw the video, and then the pictures show, and the one that they show with, this is the backpack.
Yes.
Is it not a different color than the one that you see him wearing?
Oh, I don't know that.
I think there have been some inconsistencies.
There's been some inconsistencies. And again, I don't know. And maybe it's just, hey, the lighting outside the hotel is different than the lighting that they obviously take the pictures with. I don't know what that is, but I think there's just still a lot that they're trying to figure out.
And he's also trolling them. Leaving Monopoly money in the bag. He wanted them to find it. He's effing with them.
Pretty crazy. So the Lions fan who taunted Packers players and coach Matt LaFleur before Thursday's game has admitted that he did get caught up in the moment. So this is a Lions season ticket holder, a diehard fan, Fahad Yusuf, and now he's speaking out and he's kind of explaining what led to the altercation. And then he went on to say that he was asked, so he was down in the field to carry the flag for the national anthem, right? He was down there with his wife. And he did say he was asked to go back to his seats before the anthem, so he didn't get to participate in that on-field ceremony. But then he also says that he was asked to leave the game at halftime.
So, he understands why he was asked to be
Yes.
to leave the
like
game.
He gets
I
it,
also
yeah.
don't necessarily know that this is one where he should be, have his season tickets revoked.
No, I think he knows he went over the line on the field, expected to be told, hey, get back to your seat. I think he could have just watched the rest of the game from his seat. Like, leaving at halftime feels weird. If you're going to let him go back to his seat for the first half, I would have just let him finish the game and come back. Anyway.
But it sounds like, yes, he'll still be able to return. So far, he says he hasn't heard of anything else, any other punishments from the Lions. So he'll be back. The winner of the Dan Campbell Lookalike Contest has been crowned. So 22 people showed up to compete Sunday afternoon at the Hopcat in Midtown. And after they all gave their speeches, right, and their impersonations, 55-year-old Jeff Randall from Manchester was awarded free Cosmic Fries for a year and a golden game ball. And Randall has admitted that he does get mistaken for Dan Campbell quite a bit, 3 to 4 times a month. And he does look a lot like Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
He's got the goatee. He's got the hair color. He's a big guy. I didn't hear his speech, but I would imagine he did a good impersonation as well.
I just picture some people who have photos of him on their phone thinking they met Dan Campbell at the grocery store.
Right.
Or just saw him in passing, right? Was like, oh my gosh, there he is, just taking pictures of it.
Yeah. Well, but here's the other thing. Like, okay, in just thinking about doing an impression of Dan Campbell, like he's a guy that you can make easy impressions of.
Yep.
Sure. Pretty cool.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, Dan Campbell. We love him here. Nationally, they did not like how he managed that game. It's 97-1. as you wake up today and drive into work or wherever you're going, dropping the kids off, the Lions are 12-1. They've won 11 in a row. This is important context because the audio we're going to play for you from the national media attacking Dan Campbell, you would think that this team is like 6-6. You would think that this team is struggling to find their way, that this caveman of a coach just can't get out of his own way. I need to remind you guys, and you know this, they're 12-1. They've won 11 in a row, and they just won on Thursday night against the Green Bay Packers, going forward on fourth down 5 different times. John, I have some audio to play.
Okay.
And I'm sure you've seen some of this.
Oh, yeah.
Like Teddy Bruschi on Sunday, Colin Cowherd on Friday. Rob Parker compared him to Brandon Staley. Like, just nonsense.
I mean, a coach that was fired?
Well, it's a fourth down aggressiveness. Okay. Do we need to remind people, on Thursday, the Lions had 10, 12, 14 injured players, mostly on defense. Dan Campbell wanted to possess the football, keep his offense on the field, and he wasn't going for it on 4th and 10, 4th and 15. He was like, you know what, we're going to do it no matter what. It was 1 yard, it was 2 yards, it was 3 yards, it was goal to go, it was keep the ball, it was win the football game. But anyway, let's start with Teddy Bruschi, who has some harsh critique for Dan Campbell.
Coming from a Patriot, I wonder if the Patriot way works anywhere outside of New England. Has it?
No.
And, I mean, are other coaches, we've seen other coaches go for it, maybe not on the same level as Dan Campbell, but we've seen other coaches make, what is now called, quote-unquote questionable fourth down calls. But what happens when somebody does something that's out of the norm, that is something that may actually change how other coaches operate, other coaches making decisions of when to go for it or when not to go for it? There's always going to be pushback. I mean, he is changing the game, and there's a lot of people that don't like that the game is changing.
He's challenging the status quo. See,
Right.
I think coaches, the boilerplate standard operating procedure is to be a coward. It's to be a coward. Most of these coaches need to be more aggressive. Dan is on the aggressive side of aggressive, and it scares people, and they think he's going to hurt this really good football team. The reality is they win a lot because they take advantage of an extra down. You get 4 downs. John, fun fact, football's been played for a very long time. You get 4 downs, and Dan is one of the few coaches who wants to use all 4 downs. When he's in the red zone, and they scored 2 touchdowns against Green Bay because he went for it, he's doing stuff other coaches wouldn't do. And in terms of learning a lesson, I thought you made this point late last week. I think he did learn his lesson from the NFC title game. Don't settle for a field goal before the half when you're that close. They didn't lose the NFC title game because Dan Campbell wanted to be aggressive. They lost because Jameer fumbled, because Reynolds dropped it, and because they gave up a big play down the field off Vildor's face mask. They didn't lose because Campbell was too aggressive. They lost because they made mistakes.
Well, I'm not going to go as far as you have calling other coaches cowards. Now, there are some cowardly calls, but just because you are an old school coach that thinks on fourth down you should punt. I'm not going to sit there and call you a coward. This is a new way of doing things. It's a new way of thinking, and it's a new way of operating. Not everyone's going to buy into it, and you can win games other ways. But my argument to Bruschi would be, okay, if he does punt the ball and kicks it to Green Bay, what does Dan Campbell know about his defense? And you already mentioned it. It's a defense that had been giving up yards, giving up points in that game specifically. And so what happens is instead of giving them the ball on the 30-yard line where they can score quickly, now I get the ball back and can respond. He kicks it off, and they go on a 70-yard, 5.5-minute drive. Now I have less time to respond. And so my point is, no, it's really hard to throw stones at a coach who has been successful at his way of thinking, his way of operating. He's been consistent with what he is doing, but it's also hard to throw stones when you are not 100% familiar with a team. We're not even as familiar with this team as Dan Campbell is. We can't be. We just physically can't be. We're not there every day. We don't know their strengths, their weaknesses, and it changes on a daily basis. Dan Campbell knows, his coaching staff knows exactly what this team can do week in and week out. He is also coaching to those strengths and weaknesses, which is influencing his decisions.
He had 3 players off the streets playing on his defense. So he leaned on an inch call, going forward on 4th and inches, running behind the best right tackle in football. From a yard, from 2 yards, from 3 yards. These are defensible calls, right? This isn't some reckless. Dallas, 4th and 7 for the game, to me, was reckless. These are short yardage. And the backdrop is you got guys off the streets on your defense. I don't understand this criticism. There's more of it, though. Colin Cowherd, the day after the game. So what I'm hearing from Bruschi and Cowherd is, now that you're winning, change who you are, which feels like terrible advice.
Okay, let's go back to, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when people said, well, you're never going to win a Super Bowl with a mobile quarterback. They can't stay healthy. And now the Lions are going there with one of the least mobile quarterbacks, but who are the quarterbacks that have been really good at Super Bowls recently? Patrick Mahomes. Is he a mobile quarterback?
Yep.
Does he at times put himself at risk because he is mobile? He's missed games because he's been hurt. Like, it does happen, but new things do happen in the NFL, and they're met with resistance when it first happens, and then all of a sudden people say, you know what? Maybe they're onto something. It's a new invention.
I think you're seeing some of it. So yesterday in the NFL, Sean McVay, 4th and 5, they're up 3. He can kick a field goal to go up 6. It's 4th and 5. Take the points, right? No. He kept the offense on the field. They converted. They finished that drive with a touchdown. They went up 10. It made it really tough on Buffalo, who didn't come back. Flip side, the Jets had a 4th down in a tie game late against the Dolphins. They took the field goal to take the lead, and they left not a ton of time left, under a minute. Well, what can a team do with under a minute in the NFL? Why Dan Campbell went for it against the Green Bay Packers? He didn't want to give them any time. Less than a minute, Miami ties the game up, wins the coin toss. The Jets never got the ball back. Like, aggressive isn't always going to work, but you are trying to win the game. You're not playing to just hang in. You're playing to win the game, and Campbell has done that to a T for the Lions, and it's a huge reason why they're 12-1. I don't want to see him significantly change the way they're playing because they're good now, which is what Cowherd and Bruschi both insinuated. Anyway, if anybody agrees with them, let us know. And clearly, if you disagree, 248-539-9797, something to talk about.
Yeah, when we come back, I do want to talk. I responded to Bruschi. I want to respond to Cowherd.
All right, next, 97.1.
Well, the awards just keep rolling in for Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration. He just won the Macomb Daily's Reader Choice Award for 2024's Best of the Best Plastic Surgeon. So congrats to him, and you guys, how incredible is it that Dr. B is right here in Metro Detroit, making it easy to restore your hair by the very best. If you've been going or thinking about going to see him, you want to go do it now because he's going to have you looking younger and feeling more confident with a thicker head of hair. And the sooner you go to see him, the more options you're going to have. So Dr. B has the most advanced medical therapies and natural pathways to stop your hair loss and improve thickness. And these therapies keep getting better and better results for his patients. With treatment plans that fit almost every budget, Dr. B is going to create a custom plan that's just for you. And he guarantees all of his treatments. So call today, mention 97.1, and you'll receive a complimentary natural hair remedy treatment at your consultation. That's $1,000 value. For more information and to schedule your consult, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com.
John, you want to respond to what Colin Cowherd had to say. We played audio from him, Teddy Bruschi. We've referenced a lot of the national media who have been critical of Dan Campbell and the way he manages these games. The Lions are 12-1, but they think, well, this is going to come back to haunt them. He takes too many risks. They need to change how they manage the game now that they're good, which to me is silly. You don't change who you are. It's why you're good.
Well, yeah, and you look at the teams that protect leads. I mean, he mentioned San Francisco. I mean, have they won a Super Bowl recently? No. Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, okay. You're talking about two-time winning. You could argue what they're doing is better than everybody else. And I don't know if they end up winning it this year or not and getting a 3 in a row. But in terms of protecting leads, we talk about the lessons that Dan Campbell learned in that game against San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. He did protect the lead, kicked a field goal before halftime, and ultimately ended up losing the game. So I think that was something that I referenced last week. Now you fast forward to the second half, 4th and 2. How do you protect the lead? You possess the ball.
Yeah.
4th and 2, you put your team in position to convert. Now it's up to the players to be able to execute. They just didn't simply execute. It was a well-blocked play. It was a well-designed play. Ball was in the hands. It was just simply dropped. And that is the human element of being able to convert or not convert some of these 4th downs. It should have been converted, and we should have been talking about a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. Players didn't get it done. They didn't lose that game because of coaching. You could argue maybe they did because Dan Campbell wasn't aggressive enough.
At the end of the first half, which he was aggressive at the end of the first half against Green Bay last Thursday night,
right.
And it was the difference in a 4-point swing.
Yeah.
Those points mattered when you look at the final score. The other thing that needs to be said, and then we'll get phone calls in on this, people view it as he's taking risks. And he is. It's also risky to kick the field goal with 40 seconds to go and give Jordan Love the ball with a chance to tie, and then you lose the coin toss and you never get the ball again. It's what happened to the Jets this weekend. There is a risk in playing it safe, too, and I don't think that gets brought up enough because we're used to people playing it safe. That's the status quo. That's normal. If you go outside of that, you're doing something bad. And a great example right now. We've spent a lot of time talking about the Lions and the Eagles and the race for the 1 seed. It could come down to one game. The Eagles have 2 losses. They lost to the Falcons because when they were up 3, they settled for a field goal late. Remember, Saquon dropped the ball,
right.
And then on a 4th and short, they kicked the field goal to go up 6. Oops. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
there was a risk in what Sirianni did. He played it safe. It was a risk, and it currently has Philly coming to Detroit for an NFC Championship game.
Right. If it ends up being the difference between being a 1 seed or eventually having to go to Philly for an NFC Championship game. We know how it played out last year in San Francisco. How would it play out this year? We have no idea, and I still think the Lions could go and win, but we would much prefer that game be here. The Lions would much prefer that game be here.
And I'm not saying Dan's a deity and every decision he makes is right and you can never criticize him, but I thought every decision he made against Green Bay was defensible, was justifiable, was necessary. These were short yardage, possess the ball. I don't have a defense. I totally understand why he did it. And I feel like the national media does this flyby, drive-by. Whoa, we're not used to this. That's going to come back to haunt them. No, that's the reason they're 12-1. 248-539-9797. Stephen Dearborn, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call. Good morning. One of the points that I want to make is that nobody has ever discussed on talk radio or comments from experts that the game was tied. The total risk was diminished because of that. At worst, the game would have ended if Detroit did not score any points, tied. And that is something that is, I think, very, very important. He took a chance. There's always a risk, and it worked out, and he made sure that they didn't have a Hail Mary pass like was done by Green Bay 4 or 5, 6 years ago.
Yep.
And they were defeated at Ford Field. But I think that situation where the game was tied should give you a better understanding of why he made a decision the way he did.
Softens the blow if you don't get it. You're not losing at that point in the game. It's all part of the factors that he has to factor in to make that decision.
Yeah. I mean, the ultimate goal is to have more points at the end of the game than the other team.
With 0 seconds. Yep.
And Dan Campbell is giving his team the best chance by making these decisions.
Kyle in Redford, you're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning. How we doing?
Good morning.
Hey, I don't think Dan Campbell needs to change a darn thing he's doing. Why fix what isn't broken? If they can't get through some of our trick plays, well, that's just a skill issue on the opposing team.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for, how old am I? 30-something years old. I've been waiting for the Lions to be this good. And every time I turn on the TV watching them, I'm on the edge of my seat. It makes it exciting to watch.
So, Kyle, let me just ask you this question real quick. I agree with you, and I have no issue with Dan Campbell going for it. What's your reaction going to be if in an NFC Championship game he goes for it on 4th down, doesn't get it, and the Eagles go down and score and ultimately win the game? And you could point to that one decision as to why it cost them a trip to the Super Bowl. Are you okay with him making a decision like that? Because if you're okay with it when it goes well, you also have to be okay with it when it doesn't go well.
I mean, that's just the luck of the draw. Everything has a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
There's two sides of every coin. So why gamble if you're not going to risk it all?
4th and Super Bowl, right? That's kind of the mentality. Yeah. I mean, they're playing to be the best.
We're gambling the Super Bowl, but this is the best of the best.
Yep. And
we have to pull everything out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, so it's a flip of a coin, but let's also acknowledge the coin is weighted in this scenario.
Right.
Your offense is much better than your defense. Do you want to win the game with your offense short yardage? Yeah, I'll flip that coin because it's going to go. They're going to convert that more often than they don't. And he's playing those
especially
percentages.
In those situations.
Exactly, and that's all
I'll
this
gamble
is.
on Penei Sewell, on Montgomery, on Gibbs, on Goff.
We got a bunch of ticket texts. We got a bunch of phone calls. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell taking heat from the national media saying, you have to change the way you're playing. This is too aggressive for a team this good. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Michigan football will play on New Year's Eve day, accepting a bid in the ReliaQuest Bowl, where they'll meet against Alabama for the 7th time in their history. The series is 3-3, with the Wolverines having won last in 2023 and 2019. Western Michigan will be bowling in less than a week. They get Southern Alabama in the Salute to Veterans Bowl in Alabama this upcoming Saturday, the 14th. Over the weekend, the Ferris State Bulldogs earning their 6th Super Regional title in 8 seasons by beating the defending national title holders Harding by 34. They'll host Slippery Rock for the D2 semifinals on December 14th. The teams chasing the Lions in the NFC, they continue to win. The Vikings beat the Falcons 42-21, and the Eagles took out the Panthers 22-16. Both teams remain a game back of Detroit at 11-2. The Lions' next opponent, Buffalo, did fall to the Rams 44-42, and the Chiefs escaped again, edging the Chargers 19-17. They matched the Lions again at 12-1. And MLB free agent Juan Soto gets the largest contract in pro sports history, deciding to sign with the Mets for 15 years and over $760 million. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Some ticket texters with their thoughts on Dan Campbell and the aggressiveness. Does he need to change? National media. Teddy Bruschi, Colin Cowherd, Rob Parker throwing he's Brandon Staley in there. 248-539-9797. Before we get back to the phone, some of your ticket texters. Texter says Dan Campbell's 4th downs are the equivalent of James Holzhauer on how he completely changed the strategy of Jeopardy. Instead of starting with the lowest amounts, he went for the big amounts so that he could build money and maximize it with the daily doubles. Dan's 4th down rates will be picked up by more coaches, Johnny, in a car. John, that's kind of what you were saying. This is becoming more commonplace.
It is. And when you're talking about changing the way, challenging the norm, you're always going to have detractors, and especially from a guy like Teddy Bruschi. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say he's wrong. That's the way it worked for them. That was the New England way, and it won a lot of Super Bowls. But let's not sit here and say that Bill Belichick didn't make tough calls when it mattered as well. And, I mean, there's no one that knew the rules that really managed the clock better than Bill Belichick over the course of his career. And he was just given a set of circumstances where this wasn't required. And I don't know necessarily that it's required now, but it may be required for today's NFL, the way that Dan is operating for the Detroit Lions for this season.
Says, if I was Dan Campbell, I would ask Teddy Bruschi, what's your experience? Texter says, those giving Campbell crap should realize similar situation in the Saturday night ACC championship. Only 18 seconds left when SMU tied the game on a field goal. Clemson marched down the field, 2 plays, kicked the game-winning kick. Campbell made the right call. Leave no time left. Gamble playing keep away. Nobody likes it, reads another ticket texter. Did Rocky switch to southpaw when he was winning the fight? No, I don't think so. Keep going for it on 4th downs, Tim in Rochester. Losers kick field goals. This one says, I love Dan Gamble. The only thing I wouldn't do is go for it 4th down from my own 30. Says, other than that, no issues. Joe in New Haven.
Well, how did he beat Kansas City last year? He went for it on his own 17. It was a fake punt. He did it. There's been times where it hasn't worked out. This year against Minnesota, he spotted up 10 points.
Look,
still won the game.
If the Lions' offense was mediocre and they had like a great defense, then yeah, I think there's more of a reason to punt from your own side of the field, especially if it's 4th and 5 or 4th and 10, 4th and inches. When you have the number 1 offense in football and you got to play keep away, because it's not that your defense is bad, it's that your defense has 3 guys off the streets playing. That your defense is that concerning.
Yeah.
And again, Green Bay was scoring, I think they scored 5 of the last 6 possessions. So you got to decide, how do you want to end that game? And I think you try to end the game with your offense. Let's get to the phones. John in Detroit. John, good morning.
Good morning. What I haven't heard anybody talk about was Harbaugh. With 4 minutes left, they had the ball at around the 30-yard line of KC, and he chose to go for a field goal. All right? When it didn't work and he got his field goal, they had almost 3 minutes left with 3 timeouts.
Yep.
If they would have let them run down the field and score a touchdown, they would have been less than 7 points away from winning that game. He had to trust his offense to go down and score with 3 timeouts and almost 3 minutes left. What's he do? He calls timeouts for the other team. It bit him in the butt.
Well, now hold on, John. Now the difference is it was at the 19-yard line.
It was 4th and 11.
It was 4th and 11, and they were trailing 16-14. If he scores the touchdown,
they take the lead.
They had to kick the field goal to take the lead, 17-16. If they don't kick the field goal, go for it, don't convert, then you're giving Patrick Mahomes the ball to just simply die on the vine.
But you know what though? Okay, you're right about that. But when they had almost 3 minutes left and 3 timeouts, you let them go down and score.
I understand the second part of that.
Offense to go down and get a touchdown.
I think it's so tough, too, because we just got done saying, like, the type of team matters. That's a low-scoring defensive football game where points are a premium, right? That's not a game where – I know it's Herbert and Mahomes. Neither team got to 20, right? A lot of kicks, a lot of field goals. It's tough when it's a game like that because then maybe you do prefer to put your defense on the field with a 1-point lead. Like, I think that's a slightly different scenario.
Well, even if you score the touchdown there and the field goal or the extra point is good, you're up 21-16. 5. So, I mean, what's the point of that?
Then they're going to play for a touchdown anyway.
Right.
They'll use all 4 downs. 248-539-9797. Matt in Roseville, you're next up. What's up, buddy?
Good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to say, thank God for all the pundits. We needed some bulletin board material, and this is going to provide a perfect backdrop because we don't know how to play from the lead position anyway. We love being the underdogs. I saw a stat last week saying that since that 1-6 start a couple years ago, they compared all the NFL teams' records. We have the tied for the number 1 record in the NFL, along with the Chiefs, playing this way. So I don't see any problem with it. I can't armchair quarterback, the decision on to go for it from our own territory last week because that was, 20% of the successful, tries that we did. And in Campbell, we trust, man. If we got crap for Holmes taking a running back, taking Gibbs, and see how well that's worked out for us. We have to accept the questionable calls, the calls that go against the norm, if we're going to, ride this wave and see where it takes us.
Well, and you do have to ask yourself, are we just behind, we being the general consensus behind, where these guys are more cutting edge? A running back in the first round, at the time I'm going, what are they thinking? What are they thinking? This position group gets chewed up and spit out. But are we not in an era of zigzag where teams are playing more too high safety, playing to stop the pass? You got to zig when everybody zags. The run game has never been more important. Go back far enough, it was more important. But the running game is having a resurgence right at the same time that the Lions prioritized paying a running back in Montgomery and drafting a running back in the first round in Gibbs. They were ahead of the curve. And I think a lot of these 4th and 1s and 4th and 2s are ahead of the curve, where more offenses should be staying on the field and trying to keep the drive alive and playing for touchdowns and not settling for field goals. I think that's some of what's happening here is people just aren't used to it, but this is actually the right way to do it.
Yeah, and you look at the teams that are all, that we talk about contending for, beating the Lions. And the number one team that a lot of people will bring up will be in the conference. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. They actually lead the league right now with 190 yards rushing per game. The Lions are at 156. So there's a big discrepancy there. And then you look at Baltimore. We all know that that's a two-headed animal with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. Green Bay Packers, they're right there. It's all of the teams that you're competing against. Now, the one kind of outlier is the Buffalo Bills, who are down it a little bit. Now, we know that they lost a lot because of salary cap issues and in free agency last offseason. But why are they one of the best teams in the NFL? It's because they have who I think is the current MVP, and that's Josh Allen, who's also a threat to run the ball. Three rushing touchdowns yesterday.
Ticket Texter brings up something really interesting. How far we've come. Too aggressive. Cut to Caldwell against the Cowboys in the playoffs. He punted 4th and 1 at midfield. I would much rather have the guy who's going for it for a yard.
Yeah. There's plenty of examples where you because it's been that way for such a long time, where you punt and you end up losing. Now we're starting to see a little bit of the tide turn because we have more coaches. John Harbaugh has been a guy not as many times as Dan Campbell, but he did it before. Dan Campbell was even a head coach.
Correct.
They're more successful than they aren't, right?
Yes.
That's why the answer is to keep doing it.
Yes.
You're success. You don't put the ball in the other team's hands if you're successful more than half the time. I think the one that people have the most problems with are the one from their own 31. I think that was a situational Thursday night call because of the defense. I don't think he would do that in a playoff game if Anzalone's healthy, Pascal's healthy, Onwuzurike's healthy. I question whether he would have done that. Yeah, exactly, because it was second half, so McNeil was out.
And I don't know if he'll answer it that way, but it's something I want us to ask him tomorrow is that, if your defense was healthy, would you have punted from your own 30 with the lead? And I don't know what his answer will be, and I don't know that he wants to throw his defense under the bus, but Tom, I tend to agree with you that in that spot with a healthy defense, he punts the ball.
You also had, and Ticket Texture brought this up, great point, Skipper was puking in the locker room. The team was done. The team was gassed. You go for the kill. Why put it in fate's hand when you have control? Why would you ever give up control?
You shouldn't, especially if it's doable. Again, there's situational extremes, outliers. If it was 4th and 10 from his own 30, even with the banged up defense, I think he's got to punt it. But the chances of converting inches, it didn't work, it didn't happen, but the chances are much better that they convert versus that they don't. 248-539-9797. Texter says, I wish Derek Lalonde was as aggressive as Dan Campbell. Signed, Steve in Petoskey. Back on the ice tonight in Buffalo. Let's get to Joe and Troy. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
I'm baffled by everybody kind of doubting Campbell. The guy is 12-1. How many games has it cost us this year by going for it on 4th down? I would argue 0. Now, look at the other side of it. How many games would it have cost had we not gone for it on 4th and 1, where we punt or kick a field goal don't get enough points,
Sure.
give the ball back to the other team. Would that have cost us a game or two or three?
Maybe, yeah.
I would argue it would have.
It's a great way of looking at it. I mean, for everybody who says Dan's going to cost them a game in the future, how many has he won them? How many
Right.
more are they winning than they wouldn't? The idea that they're good now, so they have to play it safe. They're good now, so they should settle for field goals on 4th down against Green Bay? No, absolutely not. They
Right.
needed those touchdowns. Well, they're good is why you go for it, because
Right.
the strength of the team is the offense. 248-539-9797. TJ Lang is going to be in studio at 9:02. We've got weekend overreactions coming up at 8:50. More of your thoughts on Dan Campbell. National media just doesn't get it. Does anybody here agree with them? Or are you, hey, Team Dan, don't change a thing. It's 97.1. Let's talk about your teeth. Some of you have skipped going to the dentist, or you just stopped going altogether. It can be stressful. It can be anxiety-inducing, but it doesn't have to be. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. You make an appointment, you get in for that routine cleaning or one of those exams, and they're just going to work out a plan for you. They're not going to lecture you because you haven't been flossing 3 times a day. They just want to make sure you're getting your teeth taken care of. And if you need something a little more to fix that smile, they've got braces and Invisalign deals going for new customers to round out the year. 9 Metro Detroit locations, 1-800-PAINLESS. That's BrightSideDental.com. Brightside Dental, no judgment, just care. So Tom made a great point, and I have a stat to back it up. The fourth down that even Lions fans were a little unsure about was from his own 31 with the lead against Green Bay. And Tom's point was if the defense is healthy, there's a much better chance he punts the ball. In other words, that Dan isn't go for it all the time guy. Teddy Bruschi made it sound like every single fourth down they go for it. The Lions were top 3 in fourth down attempts in 22 and in 23. This year, they're down. The defense is better. They've actually gone for it on fourth down less often this season. I think those two things are connected.
Well, I think it's also connected that the offense is better as well, and it's not always in a fourth and short situation. They're doing better at converting on third down.
Even some of those third and long runs, They're just out and out converting. That's a fair point, too. My point is, I think, and he even said this before the season, a lot of talk of, are you going to be just as aggressive? And I feel like he gave himself an out, like, not always. It's going to depend on the situation.
And I think when you look at these, and the biggest situation here isn't, it should always be winning or losing the game. But what are the factors involved that lead you to a win or a loss? One of those factors is my defense has been ravaged with injury. I have no starters. In the second half, you're even down Aleem McNeil at that point, along with DJ Reader, Onwuzurike, Hutchinson, Pascal, Angelo. Like go down the list.
Yeah, last year, the Lions had 40 fourth down attempts, the second most in football. This year they have 22. I don't think they're going to get to 40.
I wouldn't anticipate they would get to 40. I'm not going to rule it out. Yeah, well. But I don't. I mean, the rate isn't there for them to get to 40.
And again, they're converting a lot of these. 15 of 22. That's a really high conversion rate. These are short yardage. Anyway, let's hear from people. 248-539-9797. Q in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Q, what's going on?
How you doing?
Good.
I'm going to just be quick. I just think, like, you look at last night, if the Rams don't go for that 4th and 5, they lose to the Bills.
Yep.
It's, less than 2 minutes to go. The Bills go down in less than, a minute and a half, and they score, and they only lose by 2 points. The Rams killed the clock.
Yep.
And also, Colts Super Bowl, they come out, straight out of halftime, onside kick, get the ball, they win. Or is it Saints, whichever one, that game, the onside kick coming out of halftime. Aggression wins. It was a time where we thought Jim Caldwell would never go for a fourth down. We waited forever to go for a fourth down, and it resulted in losses. Now that the fourth downs are resulting in wins and everybody's complaining, I don't get people, man. I don't get it.
Well, we haven't had a whole lot of people complaining in market. It's all been, Bruschi, Cowherd, the national media, and everybody outside the market.
Known troll, Rob Parker. I mean, it's people who, they don't get it. We see it every week. We've watched the transformation. We get it. I know that sounds like, well, you guys are biased homers. No, I think we see up close that this works more often than it doesn't, that this is part of their DNA. It's part of the winning formula. I also just think it's silly to suggest anybody change who they are as a football team because they started winning and now need to be more conservative.
Right. How'd you get there?
Right.
Don't change once you get there. You've developed a certain chemistry, a certain way of doing things. Your players have 100% bought into it. You don't hear anybody else coming out going, boy, if we didn't get that one, we would have lost.
So like Cowherd, he loves his analogies. We played him a little earlier, and he's like, well, when you're a startup, you can take more chances. Well, I'd argue once startups become successful and they stop taking chances, they stop innovating. They get lazy. They get bloated. I don't ever want the Lions to get complacent, to get lazy and bloated and rest on their laurels, and because they're good, they can just kick field goals and punt the ball and just kind of wait for the other team to make mistakes. You don't wait for the other team to make mistakes. You take it to them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're thinking about what this team is, how it's gotten to this point, and the fact that they're operating, and not everything is operating different than football principles. This is one. And are we going to look back in 5 years and say that, Dan Campbell was the first to really take advantage of fourth downs and going for it? And this is going to be more the norm in 5 years or in 10 years?
So I remember vividly, Belichick went for it on a fourth down in his own territory. And I remember it because it was against I believe it was against Peyton Manning and the Colts.
Yeah.
And Belichick got skewered for this. And it clearly mattered that it was Peyton Manning on the other side. He had Tom Brady and wanted to play keep away. The situation mattered. That was Belichick. He was roasted. John Harbaugh, Monday Night Football this year, from his own 19, went for it. These guys win Super Bowls. The idea that you have to do it the safe, conservative way is not the only way to win. If you have a defense, if that's the way you're built, fine. But if you're an offensive-led football team, there's nothing wrong with, in high probability fourth downs, keeping the offense on the field. 248-539-9797. Dee Dee in Harrison Township. What's going on, Dee Dee?
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I agree with what you guys are saying, that I think it's a terrible idea for anyone to imply Dan Campbell should change his coaching style. Is he a little unconventional? Yes, but I think he's getting the job done. And here's the flip side. Had he not gone for that fourth down and they potentially lost the game, the national media would have had a field day with, now all of a sudden Dan Campbell's too conservative. So it's like anything. I think, the Lions are doing well, so people are going to try and tear them down. So I think Dan Campbell's doing a great job. He's exactly what this team and this city needs. But that's my thought. He shouldn't change his style. And then their argument about how, they need to start playing like an elite team. Well, I would argue they are an elite team.
Right.
Their record says that.
Yeah, and he's making a decision as an elite coach, and if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Exactly, because then they would have said, he's too conservative. He should have went for that fourth down. So, and I think Dan Campbell's very good about not listening to that kind of outside noise from, outside, media. So, no, this is it. This is the Lions' year. That's it. And, people are going to try and tear him down, but we're going to stand up to him.
Mm-hmm.
Damn right.
Yep, this is the Lions' first year.
I agree with you. Ticket Texter says, this is an interesting way to put it. There needs to be a balance between analytics and your gut. You need kind of a balanced approach. Says balanced analytics would be like bikinis. They show a lot, but not everything.
This is true.
This is a good way of looking at
it. Yes.
Norm, you're next up. You're on 97.1. Norm, what's going on?
Good morning, guys. I'm quasi here because I think that I didn't agree with the decision last year to go for it in an NFC Championship game because we had the momentum. We had punched the 49ers right in the nose, and I think, everybody felt that momentum shift, when we didn't get that fourth down and we went for it. I think he probably should have taken the points, right? And I think if he was honest with himself, he probably would say the same thing. But ultimately what I'll say is we're here right now because of Dan Campbell's aggressive nature, because we have an awesome offense that can get the points. And, it looks good to see the offensive opponents on the sideline while we continue to have these long drives. So, I agree with his, decisions during the season, but I think that when you get into the postseason, you might have to temper that a little bit because the next games aren't guaranteed. And so my hope is that, he learned something from last year and he doesn't, go out guns a-blazing and just do what you've done throughout the season when that next game isn't guaranteed. And you have to be a little bit more thoughtful about that. And to your point about the defense and him might not making the same decision because because the defense is down, I would argue that because the defense was so good during the, earlier points of the season when we weren't suffered by all these injuries, that would make that decision even easier because you weren't, even if you turned it over on down,
they'd have your
it
back.
wasn't guaranteed that they exactly.
Yeah,
So,
I think you could always argue that. I've thought that too, that if you have a good defense, it kind of bails you out even if you do want to be aggressive. But
remember who you hired here.
Yeah.
You hired a guy who refers to his mentor as Sean Payton, who's the guy that had probably the most ballsy call in Super Bowl history, trying an onside kick to start the half against Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
And
Steal a possession.
Right. That's where his roots are. This is who he is. Deal with it.
248-539-9797. TJ Lang in studio at 9:02. Weekend Overreact Gyms at 8:50. We'll play some of the audio we've been alluding to. We played it earlier, but if you're just new to the conversation, Teddy Bruschi, Colin Cowherd, we'll mix that in next. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's cold outside, and maybe you want to watch some of these games, whether it's college football, pro football, college basketball, NBA, doesn't matter, in some warmth. and maybe a nice pool. Well, the Circa Las Vegas Resort and Casino has the absolute best place for you. It is built for sports fans. It is Stadium Swim. You could choose one of the 6 pools. They're on 3 different levels, so they all have a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. As I mentioned, that is Stadium Swim. They got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and it's one nonstop party every single day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports in sun and poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
National media is missing it. Some, not all, have come at Dan Campbell for the way he runs the game on 4th down. Keep in mind, the Lions won on Thursday night against the Packers. They're 12-1. They're winning because of these aggressive decisions, including several 4th and goal situations in the game, and the one at the very end to salt it away and ensure that the Lions would kick with zeros on the clock. Leave no time for the opponent. The Jets learned that the hard way yesterday, and aggressive decisions by the Rams helped them beat the Bills with a 4th down decision late in the football game. But for some reason, Campbell has become the target. So this is Teddy Bruschi, Sunday NFL coverage on ESPN. okay, they don't go for it every single time. They're going for it less often on fourth down this year than last year. You want to trust your defense. One problem, this is not an NFL defense. They got a bunch of practice squad guys and guys off the streets, and they didn't lose last year's NFC title because of Dan Campbell. Anyway, Cowherd was the other guy who really went in on Campbell.
So let me ask you this question: what star are they going to have to move off of? Like, they're still young.
See, they're a couple years away from that even really being a conversation. They've locked up a lot of these guys.
And it hit me when listening to Cowherd there. I think it is simply the persona that a lot of the media can't get over. When he said, you're no longer a the pro wrestler gimmick needs to go away. This is not a gimmick. This is who Dan Campbell is. It is his persona. He's larger than life. He will shoot you straight. He'll tell you exactly what it is, but he's not afraid to be aggressive. And, the whole kneecaps, everything that we talked about for a couple of years when Dan Campbell took this, there were a lot of people that thought, oh, just a meathead. No, he is a damn good football coach. No one knows his team better than Dan Campbell. He's using analytics. He's also using his gut.
And the personnel that he has. Thursday night, every fourth down he made, based on the personnel he had on his defense and the style of game that was, where TOP, the tug of war, was critical, every decision he made on Thursday was defensible. I would say necessary to win that football game. Mm-hmm. It's not a gimmick. And really, Bruschi and Cowherd, their message could be summed up as this. Now that you're winning, change who you are. I reject that.
Yeah.
Now that they're winning, change who they are. Wait for the other team to make mistakes. Hell no. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so back on October 13th, Aiden Hutchinson suffered that devastating broken tibia and fibula. And while it was ruled a season-ending injury, there was word or rumors that if the Lions were to reach the Super Bowl, a potential return for Hutchinson was not ruled out. But now I got some new news. Fox's NFL reporter Jay Glazer suspects an even earlier return could be on the table.
Wow.
John?
Yeah.
We'll see. Again,
I always look to you because you would, have a better idea of just how remarkable this is.
Sure. There's every factor that is in Aiden Hutchinson's favor is there. He's young. That's the number one factor. And you heal much quicker young when you do old. And we all know how hard he works. We saw it in college. We've seen it in the NFL. We saw it at practice when you're out there to watch him play. Like those are all the factors that are involved. Plus, he has all the best science and medical support that he could possibly have. I don't know that it's possible or not, but all of those factors are in his favor.
Mm-hmm. So the University of Michigan is expanding its Go Blue guarantee. So the university's free tuition program previously covered tuition for in-state families making less than $75,000 a year. Now, the Board of Regents announced that they're expanding that threshold to families making $125,000 or less per year. So the expansion means that more than 2,000 additional in-state and current undergraduate students can qualify for free tuition. And they say in addition to annual income, eligible families with assets up to $125,000 also qualify starting in the fall of the 2025 semester.
That's great.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear for sure. Some sad news. A wrong-way driver was killed in a head-on crash with a DDOT bus on the Lodge over the weekend. Happened early Saturday morning. Police say the driver of a pickup truck was driving north in the southbound lanes, and police were actually searching for this vehicle when they received a report that the truck had crashed into this bus. The truck caught fire, and troopers were unable to rescue the driver, who has been identified as a 58-year-old man. The bus driver was treated at a hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. Just sad news, because we just had a story like this so recently of a wrong-way driver on the Lodge,
We had
right?
a bunch of these stories.
Yeah, really sad. Also, kind of something crazy happened in California. 10 people were injured on Saturday after a police officer on a motorcycle crashed into a crowd at this holiday parade.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so tons of people, thousands of people were gathered to watch this parade, and witnesses say the officer was kind of doing some stunts on the motorcycle, was like popping wheelies, and suddenly lost control. The bike slid into the crowd of spectators, obviously brought the event to a standstill for more than an hour. Emergency responders who were actually participating in the parade jumped into to the rescue. They treated people right there, transferred several people to hospitals for treatment. There was no life-threatening injuries reported, but I do know that officer, it said he severed his hand. Yeah. So some devastating injuries, but thankfully non-life-threatening. About a month ago, maybe, I told you guys about those ruby slippers worn by Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz, that they were up for sale and they could be yours if the price was right. Well, get this. I'm guessing nobody we know bought them because they just sold at auction for $28 million.
Oh, my goodness.
And with taxes and fees, $32.5 million in total.
Those fees, just like tickets, those fees just
Those
get you.
fees get you.
Yeah, that's the only thing that stopped me from getting them, was those damn fees.
Sneak right up on you. And it set a record for like the largest sum spent at auction for a piece of entertainment memorabilia, which is pretty incredible. It was estimated that they'd sell for about maybe $10 million. So this like far exceeded expectations. People were on the, whoever bought them on the phone, placing their bids back and forth with the auctioneer. Pretty incredible. The slippers obviously have a really storied history. Not only were they worn by Judy Garland, but they were stolen from a display. That was back in 2005. They went missing for years, and then the FBI recovered them in 2018. So
if you click them together, will they actually take you home?
They will.
Okay, good.
They will.
Worth every penny then.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Heather with the news. 9:02 TJ Lang in studio. As we watched the NFL yesterday, which team has the best chance to beat our Lions? We'll get his thoughts on the national media dumping on Dan Campbell. We have weekend overreact gyms coming up at 8:50. It's 97.1. Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long during their Red Tag sales event. So get off the sideline and get into the game with Moran Chevrolet. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 all-wheel drive Blazer EV for $199 a month. Under $200 a month, $199 a month for 24 months, $999 down. That's a great deal. Moran Chevrolet is where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com. Click around, find your deal, or stop by in person. They're on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Juan Soto sweepstakes is over, and the New York Mets have won it. All it cost them was $765 million, a 15-year deal for the superstar free agent. It'll be Alabama versus Michigan on New Year's Eve day. The ReliaQuest Bowl gets the two powerhouse programs after the Tide missed out on the 12-team playoff, which put in SMU ahead of Bama and Miami. The Red Wings are desperately seeking something after having lost 5 straight games by a single goal. Head coach Derek Lalonde has been concentrating on finding the back of the net during their practices. And the Wings will be in Buffalo tonight. Speaking of Buffalo, the Bills will be the Lions' next opponent on Sunday, and they're coming off a loss for the first time since early October. They lost a crazy 44-42 game against the Rams yesterday, the highest-scoring NFL game of the year. Josh Allen only with 3 passing touchdowns and 3 rushing touchdowns in the L. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Boy, Lalonde sounds fired up. Anyway, we're going to talk football this hour. We got TJ Lang in studio on a Monday. We want to talk about the Lions.
What's up, buddy? How was the
Good morning.
How's the off weekend?
Yeah, there's no such thing as an off weekend. John, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, you just shift from actually having to be at Ford Field and get paid to work.
Yeah.
Now you're the taxi along with your wife for
three
kids
hockey
events.
games Saturday.
Yeah.
One more yesterday. I was hoping to sit down and watch, football, and my son's like, "Dad, all my buddies are going skiing. Can you, shuttle me and drop me out?" And I'm like, "Oh, of course."
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh.
So I'm not complaining. I mean, look, I love being a father, but there's no such thing as
An
hey,
off
man,
weekend,
you-
yeah.
But you just sat on the couch all weekend watching football.
Right, yeah, you're
That
probably
doesn't
only
make
about
sense.
another, dozen years away from that? How old is your youngest?
6. Yeah, so we
About a dozen years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
10
13.
10 years.
Yeah, Baker's dozen.
At that point, they can drive.
Yeah, you
they
can start
don't have to be taxi dad anymore.
Yeah.
Or my older son is be driving.
Yeah, he could drive.
3 years, so he's going to take a lot of the
Yeah.
the shuttling duties.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Yeah. How was your weekend though?
Well, I'm not going to go through the
Football free
same
for
thing.
you?
Yeah. No travel, no work. Yes, but yeah, I was so disappointed in the games on Saturday championship weekend. It's just, and I know that we didn't have a seat at the table this year, but normally I'm much more invested into SEC championship game, ACC, Big 12, obviously Pac-12 this year. It just didn't seem to have the juice as it has in previous seasons, and maybe it was because the Big 12 started things off on Saturday at noon, and that game was over halfway through the second quarter.
Blowout, yeah.
And it just I found other things to do.
And were there, 3 teams that lost that still ended up in the playoffs?
Right. Yeah.
So, I'm watching videos from the SEC game, and people that were down there were like, "This is like the most embarrassing SEC championship game I've ever been to. Like, there's no juice in the stadium."
Right, and it was
Probably
Georgia
because
playing
everybody-
in Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think it was because everybody knows
Both teams are in.
This is for seeding. Like,
A bye week.
woo-hoo,
A bye
you know?
week is
No, I get that, but I think
significant.
from the fan standpoint, there's
Yeah.
no longer this is do or die, man. If we
Yeah.
lose this game, their season's over.
Right.
There's you've lost.
not going
a lot,
to
which is
college football
predictable.
playoffs, yeah.
which is predictable. But there was some. I get the format, but Boise State and Arizona State having a bye week
3 and 4
is a bit. Are those 2 of the top 4 best teams in college?
Are those
football?
2 of the top 12 teams in
I don't-
college football?
Well, top 12, you can make an argument. I mean, Boise, I know they haven't played anybody. Their one loss was to
Oregon.
early in the season,
Right.
which was a very close game, so that's hard to predict. But just so many questions, like, is this going to force Notre Dame to finally join a conference? Because they're never going to be able to get a bye.
I think
being an independent.
it's more likely that
Or do they just take a guaranteed playoff appearance every year
They
by staying
want,
independent?
I think, again, this format was designed with conference commissioners and the old athletic director of Notre Dame, Jack Swarbrick. I think they kind of like this.
Just because they're always going to be guaranteed
a home
spot in
game,
the playoff.
and if they ever go undefeated and they don't get the bye week, they would still get the 5th seed, which, as you noted, in the current format, gives you 5-12. You play the worst team in the field
Yeah.
at home. And then if you win, you play the 4 seed, which right this year is also not a very good
but it's
team
also
either.
anytime we know in the playoffs, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Would you rather take
I'd
a
rather
guaranteed
have the
win?
bye.
Or,
Yeah.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
I mean, what if Notre Dame this year was what if USC had a vintage year and they were a top 4 team and, Texas A&M early in the season, I know we're ranked higher, but what if Notre Dame sitting at the end of the year as the clear favorite, like number one team,
and they get 5? Yeah,
and
that's
you're
why I
sitting
think,
there saying,
Instead
man,
of-
you're not in the conference.
I think
We're going to put in Arizona State ahead of you.
Yeah, but at
you
that
know?
point, it's your own fault. Join a conference.
No, I get that. Yeah, but that's why I wonder: is it going to force them to do that, or are they just going to be happy taking a playoff spot?
I think there'll be more tweaks to the system. You still get the auto bid, but you won't get the auto seed.
Yeah.
And so the 5 auto seeds are the Power 4 get a seat at the table, and the next highest ranked non-Power 4 team, which this year was Boise State. Instead of being 1 through 4, I think the tweak that we'll see is not Notre Dame going into a conference. It's going to be you're not automatically getting a bye.
Yeah.
You get an automatic seat at the table. You get one of 12 spots, but it doesn't mean that you get one of the top 4 spots.
Can we agree that I think one of the major changes, and I know it's too late for this year, but you have to reseed after the first round, right?
Yes.
You have to reseed. How fair is it for Oregon that you're facing Tennessee and Ohio State, and then you look at Penn State who lost, and they've got SMU and Boise State.
Yeah, that's an issue.
If they win,
system.
you know what I mean? That is like, come on, like how did they not think of
But if
every
you're
other
the number 1 team in the country, shouldn't matter.
No, I get that. I'm with
But
you.
there
Dude, you're
should be
going to have to win
perks. I know.
games, but the way that this is set up, where there's clearly going to be at least 2 or 3 teams that probably, when you look at it, aren't 2 of the best teams at the top 12, how do they get a favorable draw? Or if you're a team like Penn State that ended up losing and lost every big game you played in this year, you're looking and saying, oh, man, SMU, woohoo.
Yeah.
Oh, Boise State next? Whoa. Like, this is a real chance for us to go. You know what I mean? So I think you got to find a way you got to reseed it afterwards.
I agree
You
with you.
have to.
I mean-
NFL does it. I mean, every other, I think
Yeah.
everybody does it. You got to find a way to reseed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one clear fix. In terms of the big debate, SMU, Alabama, they get it right?
I mean, I think Alabama's probably a better team, but look, you got 3 losses. You know what I mean? I think it's a fabulous debate. I mean, SEC versus who SMU played. I mean, SMU, they were 0-2 against
quick
top 12.
quiz. What conference is SMU in?
Is it the 8th? What are they? They're out west somewhere.
I did
What are
the
they?
same
Boys-
thing. They're in the ACC.
The ACC? I'm like, I don't know. My head was exploding watching some of these games this weekend.
Oh, I know.
AC's okay. So that's right. They played against Clemson.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
which is
No, I know.
I'm still getting used to that. But
Trust me, I called it out like SMU was going to win the Big 12.
Big 12, yeah. I mean, that would make sense.
Would, yes, but
geographically,
college football
right.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but SMU was 0-2 against top 25 teams.
Yep.
So it's confusing. That's why you're looking at it and you're saying, did they get the best 12 teams? Just looking at it. Take out the
That's
records,
not-
take out the conference. I know it's impossible to do that, but I don't think it really is because they did it last year to Florida State.
But that's
Right, so
not,
there is a little bit
That's
of-
not the prerogative of
I
the
know.
12-team playoff. It's not the
I know.
best 12 teams because if that's the case, then does
You could say
Arizona
maybe
State even belong?
The 12 most deserving team.
But TJ,
I don't know. We're going to have this debate every single
Right.
year. There's this debate.
Well, and I think
every year.
I think there's less tiers, there's less sympathy for either SMU or Alabama, whoever was left out, because like you said, SMU
you're
doesn't
probably
have a
right.
signature win. They're 0-2 against ranked foes. But with Alabama, to make the case that they're one of the best teams when they couldn't beat Vandy or Oklahoma, like they don't really have a leg to stand on, right? If you were so good, you wouldn't lose to a 6-6 team by 21 points.
I mean, but you can make the case of strength of schedule, right? I mean, they've got, they were getting beat up the entire year by playing top-end opponents week in, week out, where SMU had a bunch of cupcakes. And the couple games that they had,
I guess
that meant something where, like, you couldn't get the job. You know what I mean? So I get it. I didn't look at it yesterday feeling upset about, oh, my God, I can't believe they did this. Oh, this team got screwed. But I kind of look at it and say, this might be a bigger debacle than when they just had 4 teams in.
Well, what do you mean by that? Like debacle?
First of all, I think it's unnecessary to add this many games into a end of a college football season.
Right.
I don't think that you look at it. I'm here for it for entertainment. But if I was one of these teams, I'm looking at it saying, obviously, if you're the best team, if you're the top 4 teams in the country, would you rather have a 14 playoff?
Sure.
100%
Yeah,
you would.
less games.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, less games, less chance for injuries, less chance. You've never played this many games in a college football season. I mean, it's 13, it's 14, 15, 16.
There's 17.
You're looking at
if
17 possible,
if
17 college
SMU
football games.
Runs the table now and
I think
wins,
it's
or even
unnecessary.
plays in the national championship. And I'm going to use them versus Penn State because Penn State could be in the same category. But we know that Penn State can't beat anybody with a single digit in front of them. If SMU runs the table, they played in that championship game. They lost.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, if they do run the table, they're going to play 17 games in college.
Yeah, Clemson, Texas,
Yeah.
SMU, Penn State.
TJ, you could argue
You know, all those teams. You're looking at
That's a lot of games.
college football. That's
you could argue that 8 may have been the sweet spot, right? And I kind of preferred 8 if we're looking for that right number of teams. 12, maybe we're taking 1 or 2 or even 3 more than we need to. But I'd rather put in all the good teams, and even that's a couple bad teams, to make sure I get all the good teams in, and then just play it out. Because in a week it'll be 8, and then in a week after it'll be 4, and then we'll definitely know we determined it on the field, as opposed to did we leave someone out who may have been able to win the whole thing? We're probably adding 1 or 2 more than we need to, but it's the idea. Let's get everybody in and settle it on the field.
then shorten the season. You know,
okay.
I mean, 17 games for college football
How
players.
dare you take away money?
17 games. I mean, there's a good possibility one of these teams is going to play 17 games. 16 games. It's
bizarre.
That's a lot of. And these kids, still aren't getting paid outside of what they can garner themselves on NIL stuff.
Well, that's going to change next year.
No,
but
I know with the rev share and all that. I get that, but little much for me.
Yeah.
All right, TJ.
I like the entertainment value. Don't get me wrong.
While you were sitting on the couch all day, there was a lot of NFL, and we want to talk about that coming up next. Which team?
What day is it?
Okay. Which team has the best chance to beat the Lions? I want to get your answer next, having seen more of these teams on a Sunday where the Lions didn't play. And then we have to talk about Dan Campbell and fourth down decisions and where you're at and where the national media is at and maybe what people are missing. It's 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Look, we got the rest of this hour with TJ Lang, and we want to talk a lot about the Lions. You got the Bills coming up. Got to reflect back on that Packer game, the fourth down decisions, the national media killing Dan Campbell for it. I want to know who stood out yesterday to TJ Lang. Who's the biggest threat for these Detroit Lions?
In the NFC or on their schedule
In
left?
the NFL.
Are we talking NFL?
Yeah, if they match up against somebody in the playoffs, on the NFC side of things, or who's the Super Bowl matchup that most worries you?
Well, did Baltimore play? Baltimore was on a bye yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they obviously still kind of
Eagles won, but they didn't look impressive.
Eagles looked a little
Bills
bit more cannibal,
lost.
but that's, I think you understand every team's going to have a game like that,
Yeah.
where it's close and wipe the brow and, pull it back. I still think Philly is probably the second best team, but I'm still not sleeping on Minnesota. I mean, they're still finding ways to win. And I know Sam Darnold's really, everything they do relies on him if he's hit or miss. And we've seen both this season, a little bit of not much consistency from him personally. I know the team has been winning games, but I still think they're, and I think maybe the major reason, they're a really very well-coached football team.
Yes.
Minnesota is. They don't make a lot of mistakes. That you can usually tell when watching games like, oh man, somebody was clearly in the wrong spot, mental errors, undisciplined. Minnesota is a very well-coached football team. So I think that's going to be an intriguing matchup to finish the regular season. Buffalo, I'm intrigued this weekend, man. I think this is going to be a powerhouse matchup. Josh Allen, what he did yesterday was nothing short of incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, what he's done the last 2 weeks. Last week I think he set a NFL record with a rushing touchdown, passing touchdown,
and a receiving touchdown.
And
yeah.
yesterday he had 3 passing,
In the
3
snow.
rushing. The guy's incredible. I think that McDermott late in that game. I don't want to say it cost him that game, but certainly didn't help him.
Does
at
he
all
scare
with
you
his-
more than Patrick Mahomes right now?
Josh Allen?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think he
he
does, too.
Yeah, he does. I think he's and I watched most of that game last night with Chargers and Chiefs, and Mahomes just looked like they look out of sync. They look out of rhythm. And this point of the season where you expect things to start clicking a little bit.
How many times
they
did we
just look- they
watch
look off.
when you were playing and even when I was playing, right? New England, after the first Super Bowl, then it was kind of like, okay, at the first 5 or 6 games, it felt like they were off. And you kind of started to think, well, maybe this isn't the year for New England.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, week 10, 11, 12, you're like, there's
Right.
Brady,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
New
there they
England, there's
go.
Belichick, and all of a sudden, hey, they run through the playoffs, win another Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, I thought the same thing. Like, Kansas City right now just doesn't feel like they're finding their stride when this should be the moment where they are starting to get all of the kinks worked out.
Yeah.
Whatever the Super Bowl hangover run is done, and they're again the best team, and it just doesn't feel like they are.
Yeah, and AFC teams are hard to project to. I think just because of the lack of familiar and common opponents.
Yeah.
With them, but Buffalo really watching yesterday. Was like, man, the Rams are kind of gashing them a little bit. And the Rams, I don't think have been known for their run game this season,
Right.
at least with
Yeah,
Kyron
Blake
Williams
Corum.
and their offensive line.
Yeah.
That has been just a rotational mess out there in LA. But to watch them move the ball up and down the field on Buffalo. Now, Buffalo was I think first team last week that clinched a playoff spot. How much of that was,
We're in.
okay, guys, we're in.
Yeah.
Maybe you take a little foot off the gas, which Lions are going to have to go through the same thing this week, right? They clinched the playoffs, but I don't think that's anything
Don't tell
to
them.
worry about with.
They didn't know it.
They had no idea. I mean, I told Dan Campbell after the game, hey, 4-0 in the division, clinched playoff. He's like, what? I'm like, oh, which
So
one
you're
did-
the one that
I'm
let
like,
the cat out of
which
the
one
bag
did I
to
get
him.
wrong? I'm like, I assume they knew they clinched the playoffs, but I was like, they are 4-0 in the division, right? Like, I didn't mess that up.
Right.
Doing the math back in your
Yeah,
head.
and I was like,
Yeah. No, they did. Yeah.
I'm like, you clinched playoff spot, 4-0. He's like, oh man, nobody told me that. Like, I had no idea.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, man, these guys are just so locked in and focused,
Yeah.
and hopefully they get a little bit healthier this week. I think it'll be interesting to see how many guys that were held out last week, like maybe if that's a week 17 game,
they play,
or maybe that's a game where, hey, we're one back in the division. If you're at 75%, we got to go win this game. They're obviously in a position where they could afford
a loss.
Well, they could afford a chance to go out there and say, you know what, we got bigger fish to fry. We got a big month coming up ahead. Rather have you guys healthy for that.
Yeah.
So I think the injury report probably looks a little bit better for them this week, which is certainly going to help, at least on the defensive side of the football.
Have you guys seen the spread this week, Lions and Bills?
I haven't seen the spread. No,
I'm looking at it right now.
I was going to ask you to guess it if you hadn't seen it.
Well, I'll guess since you're looking at it, TJ.
It's about what I thought it would be.
It's a home game.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess Lions by 2.5.
Ding, ding, ding. Which is pretty coin flippy, right? 3 points for home field.
Right, yeah.
They're almost giving the edge a little to the Bills in that sense.
Yeah. Well, ESPN Analytics have the Lions 56.6% chance to win. I know that doesn't mean anything.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Doesn't mean anything,
How did they even come up with that number?
Yeah. No idea. No idea.
Let's put it at 56.
It's
check with
ESPN Analytics. Okay, don't ask questions.
Data scientists have been working all night.
Yeah, don't ask questions. Analytics.
But I mean, who's the biggest return this week? Because I think DJ Reader, Aleem McNeil will both be back. I don't know about Onwuzurike and Pascal. I'm hoping that as many guys as back as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But I really hope that in this game that Decker's back and that offensive line is at full strength, full protection for Jared Goff. Because what I saw with the Bills yesterday is they can be had in a number of different ways, but especially the passing game. If you could protect Jared Goff, I think that makes this game completely different for the Lions.
I'm with you. I think Dak would be a big get back. I think Skipper did a phenomenal job last Thursday. I think the strides that he took from, I think it was the Thanksgiving Day game, and then the other start that he had was Houston,
right?
I believe,
which did not look good.
I think he took some big steps in the right direction against Green Bay last week, so that was encouraging, especially against Rashawn Gary, who has been coming along a little bit. A lot of matchups with him, and he did a really phenomenal job in the pass protection. But you're right; anytime you can solidify what is your biggest strength, I think we can still all agree in that. That will certainly help, because no matter who you get back on defense, guys are probably going to be a little bit banged up. I don't think any of these guys are coming back 100% at this point of the season. So offense, I think the onus is still on you. That Dan Campbell wasn't shy about it last week. Hey, offense, we're counting on you. You guys got to go out. You got to control this game. You got to be able to score some points and let our defense kind of catch back up a little bit. Let them take their breath. Let's not put too much pressure on these guys, especially with how many new pieces and guys. There were a couple plays last week you're looking at and you're like, man, 6 of these guys weren't even here, 3 weeks ago. But and they were still doing a great job of stepping up. Is that sustainable at this point in the season? I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to question Aaron Glenn in that group, but what I do know is, those guys are going to get back eventually, the guys that missed last week. But it might take a little bit of time. And while it does take time, offense, let these guys kind of heal up a little bit, right? Best strategy when your defense is hurting, man. Just go keep scoring points. Well, that's what we saw against Green Bay.
I was going to say, it kind of explains 5 fourth-down decisions in the game. So I want to get your thoughts on that coming up next. And we'll play some audio for you. Teddy Bruschi, Colin Cowherd, even Rob Parker, everybody taking their pot shots at Dan Campbell for being too aggressive. I know. We'll get to it next, 97.1.
When it comes to your finances and managing the finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And as that plan evolves, they will evolve with you as well. And I mentioned, hey, buying and selling a home, it's stressful, and throughout the entire process, First Merchants Bank has done everything they can to put my mind at ease, answer questions, and gathering the information, they've made it a cinch as well. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right, TJ, we got to play some audio for you. We played this for the audience earlier. You were listening to some of it off air.
Yeah. Yeah. Entertaining.
That's one way to put it. We're going to play a little bit of Teddy Bruschi from ESPN and a little bit of Colin Cowherd from his show on Fox Sports Radio. The theme here is they think because the Lions are winning, they need to stop taking so many risks, stop being so aggressive. But what they fail to realize is that's what got them here. And there's also risk in not being aggressive. Anyway, I want to get your reaction to both these clips. Let's start with Teddy Bruschi. TJ,
You want me
to respond to that?
address that one?
You want to play all of it?
Yeah, I think, what Teddy started with is completely wrong, where he says, I don't know. That's BS. His team knows exactly what he's going to do every single time. And I think that's why they're prepared for it. And I think that's why they play as hard and give everything they have to Dan Campbell, because he does that in return to them. So for Teddy to sit there and say, as a player, I don't know what my coach is going to do. Oh, he's emotional. Like, go cry in a corner, dude. Like, this team knows exactly what this coach is going to do. And I think you can't underestimate the power of belief in a team from a head coach and his players when you return that to him to lay it on the line. Do I disagree with the one at your own 30-yard line when you're up? That one was a little questionable, right? But I think Dan Campbell has told us last week, I think two things too. Dan Campbell has told us, first of all, that we're in playoff mode. He said that last week. Like, we're approaching every game like it is a must-win. We are playoff mode. We got teams breathing down our neck. So, yeah, naturally, you're going to be more aggressive to try to win games. And B, I think there's part of him, too, that probably feels like you're playing with a little bit of house money still. You know what I mean? And if there's a chance that I could put my guys in these positions to make these plays when you have to have it, when the game's on the line, I'd rather do that now in the regular season than for the first time be in a big playoff game where it's like the first time all year you're going for it on 4th and 1, and man, these are new nerves and new pressure that I haven't been used to. I think part of him wants to get his guys seasoned for what you're going to have to do come playoff games. Now, he did the same thing last playoffs, right, in the NFC Championship. It just didn't work. That wasn't on Dan Campbell, right?
Catch the ball.
A couple drop passes.
Don't fumble it.
Exactly. So I think part of him is trying to get the guy seasoned for what the rest of this year is going to be like. And he already said, man, they're not approaching it like their backs are against the wall.
Right.
But I think they're approaching it as every single week is a must-win game. And that's how you want to approach physically. That's how you want to approach mentally heading into late December and early January.
John, do you have the quotes from The Athletic we can mix in this conversation too?
I do. It's glad you asked. This is from The Athletic because they're going through all of the teams that are, quote unquote, Super Bowl contenders, and what is the one thing that could hold them back. So they're nitpicking a little bit, but this is the comment from an NFL exec, unnamed sources say. I also have a concern about their head coach, Dan Campbell, not clicking into playoff mode where teams really count the possessions, and he wants to keep pushing his 4th down strategy. Goes on to say that was costly in their playoff loss to San Francisco last season. Can he adjust to the way those games are played when each one of those possessions is higher leverage?
people are taking such a small sample size of one game, literally one game against Green Bay. Now, I know they scored a couple touchdowns the first time they played Green Bay, too. Was anybody talking this about the Bears, the Colts, the Texans, the Titans?
No, I mean,
the
the only other
Vikings, did they
time
do
that-
anything absurd like, what are we doing, going for it every single time?
They went
this
for
is
they
one
went the
time.
fake punt at the beginning of the Minnesota
Vikings
game.
game.
Yeah, and so they spot Minnesota 10 points, and it kind of felt like they were just playing with their food because then all of a sudden they scored 21 unanswered, and game was closer at the end, end up kicking a field goal to win it, but that was because of the fumble.
Yeah, and I also don't – none of us come in here Monday morning going like, gosh, darn, like I'm just so concerned about how aggressive we are. Like, oh, my God, you don't need to do that.
Right.
Like it was you look at it, it's one game, and I get it to it's recency bias because it is the last game that you were super ultra aggressive on, but nobody's taking into account that you're playing with 8 guys on your defense that weren't here a month ago.
Right.
You're trying to get your offense out there to score points in a division game in what is your biggest game up to this point in the season. That's your head coach being aggressive. The last one, hey, even if you didn't go for it and you kick a field, you try to kick a field goal there. What are you doing? Like, you're going to have to make a stop anyways. You know what I mean? With your defense. I think Dan Campbell's looking at that saying, you know what? We're going for this because if I kick the field goal, we're still going to have to make a stop. And you know what? If we don't get this fourth, we're still going to have to make a stop. But this is an opportunity for my offense to go out there. We got stuffed on a couple of them, but to go out there and finish this game right now, one way or the other. You know what? We could still miss the field goal, go to overtime, but I'm not putting my undermanned defense back on the field with 30 seconds left against Jordan Love, who was starting to get a little bit hot here in the second half. That, to me, is an aggressive head coach that is calculated moves. That's not Dan Campbell sitting on the sideline going, flip a coin.
Let's go for it.
Okay, yeah, whatever. House money. Hey, we're going to hit on 17 when the dealer's showing 5. Like, whatever. There might be a 3 in there. You know what I mean? It's not how he plays this game. He does it calculated.
That's the key. Like, it's almost insulting. Like, I get it. Like, we'll play Cowherd a little bit later, and he calls it like a wrestling gimmick. Like, that's not what's happening here.
These opinions are coming from people that have no pulse of this football team.
Right.
None of us do, honestly, as well, but we're around it every single day. We get to witness it every single day. We watch every single play of every single game. These people that are, have the biggest opinions, they're box score watchers. They look at box scores. They look at highlights. They don't watch what we watch. So their opinion should not matter. Is it a bummer that they have the highest platform to go out there and say these things? Yes, but these are not people that we should be taking. First of all, you shouldn't take offense to them because they don't watch the games, and second of all, they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, like they just don't.
Context means so much. If you're in that situation at the end of the Green Bay game and your starting defensive front is Zadarius Smith, Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, and it's Alex Anzalone and Jack Campbell, you probably make a different decision, and you're probably not even in that versus your starting or your defensive front at that time is Zadarius Smith, Broderick Martin, Miles Adams, and Jonah Williams. Like, I mean, take a little bit of context.
Did you hear any of these national pundits mention that? Who was on the field for you? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, it's
analytics doesn't take into account who's on the football field for you.
Exactly. And again, this idea of risk. The Lions at the end of that football game, you're right, TJ, the final fourth down they went for. If they kick the field goal instead of going for it, they'll give Love time. There's risk there, too. Everybody talks
100%.
about risk that Campbell's taking by going for it. It's inches with this offensive line as opposed to his defense with 40 or so seconds to go. Do you realize what happened yesterday? Aaron Rodgers and the Jets kicked a field goal in the final minute to go up 3. They never got the ball again. Miami tied it in the final minute, won the coin toss, and won it in overtime. There's risk in not going for it as well. And then I would also point out that some of the biggest wins of the season have come from guys being aggressive. When the Bills beat the Kansas City Chiefs this year, maybe one of the biggest wins of the season, right? They were up 2 with 2 to go, and instead of kicking a field goal on 4th and 2, they went for it, got it, scored a touchdown, and nail in the coffin, right? When we talk about the battle for the 1 seed, Philly and Detroit. You know the difference between the two teams right now? They both lost to Tampa. The Eagles lost to the Falcons. You know what happened in that game? Philly was up 3. Saquon dropped the ball on 3rd down. They kicked a field goal to go up 6. Well, congrats. Now you've told the other team to use all 4 downs and play for a touchdown because they weren't aggressive on a 4th down. Philly lost to Atlanta. So they took a risk kicking a field goal, and that might be the biggest reason they don't get a home game in the NFC title game.
Yeah.
So people don't realize like there's risk in playing it safe too.
Yeah. And I think in Dan Campbell's mind, part of it doesn't even feel like a risk because his team is so in tune with what the approach is week in, week out. You're not sitting there in the huddle saying, oh, my God, he's not really thinking about going for this, is he? Like, you're sitting there like, dude, I better not see that kicker jog on this field right now. Like, this is our identity. This is part of who we are. This is a part of the way we train. This is a part of the way we're wired. Like, you can't go away from that.
Ask yourself this. We're all Lions fans. If you're a fan of the opposing team, what do you want them to do? I don't want Dan Campbell to go for it.
Kick as many field goals as you want.
I'd be like, get off the field. Don't go for it. Inches with
ball
David
back.
Montgomery
we gotta
behind.
have the ball back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So really think about it that way moving forward. These other teams, what do they want you to do? And do the opposite.
And I remember talking to some guys after the NFC Championship game, and a big question was the fourth down conversions.
Yeah.
And every single one of those guys said, I would have been shocked if we didn't go for it.
Yeah.
Because that's who we are. You know what I mean? And you know what? We found out sometimes you live by the sword, you die by it too. We've seen both sides of that. But as long as you're a player, you're in tune with who your identity is, you know, you trust your teammates, you trust your coaching staff, you have one big cohesive belief in who you are. That's more powerful than any sort of, okay, let's play the time game. Okay, let's give them another chance and hope we can get it. No, you got a chance to go put your foot on their throat. Go do it.
Yeah, Brewski goes and wait for the other team to
Doesn't
make a
happen, you
mistake.
address it the next
Yeah.
Wait for the other team to make a mistake.
That's the Patriot way.
I'm not
Yeah,
waiting for the
that's
other
the
team to
Patriot
make. Come on.
That worked well outside New England.
Yeah. It worked well for them for a couple years, but
Yeah.
We'll wrap this up next.
not for many other people, though, John.
Nobody else.
No.
It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness has the 12 days of fitness going on right now where you could start your New Year's goals off early with just $1 down and $15 a month. It's the judgment-free zone. And I mentioned the rate right now. If you want a little bit more, check out the Planet Fitness Black Card. If you like to travel, this is certainly for you because you have access to 2,600 locations worldwide. You have access to all those in Metro Detroit as well. I'll get to some of those in just a moment, but it's the Hydra Massage and massage chairs, total body enhancement. It's also unlimited guest privileges. So if you don't like going alone, hey, you can always take somebody with you. I love it because I don't like working out alone. I always take somebody with me, and I do love being able to sit in the massage chair before and after the workout. And I mentioned the around Metro Detroit. You've got ones in Grand Rapids, Toledo, the ones in Detroit. Hey, brand new location right off of 4th Street in Corktown. There's a new one open in Briarwood Mall. So wherever you go, there's Planet Fitness. You get a chance to work on your fitness and those goals before the new year comes around. You want to find more information? You can find it on the web at planetfitness.com.
Oh, we got phone calls to get to. Wrap the show up. TJ Lang hanging out the final hour. Talking Lions. Packer. Look back. Fourth down decisions. Teddy Bruschi said that it's every time.
Yeah. It's not.
Their fourth down attempts are down this year compared to last year. Their defense is better this year. I just think in that spot on Thursday night, they didn't have a defense. Packers scored on five of the last 6 possessions.
Right.
You got to play keep away.
Hot.
Yeah, you got to play keep away.
Yeah, Jordan Love was getting hot. You did a great job in the first half, and I think it was like 30 yards.
Yeah,
Jordan Love
3 of 7.
First half, yeah. They started to get hot a little bit, so you start to understand, okay, this defense might be starting to wear out. Let's lean on during that game is your elite unit, which was the offense. Trust them to go make the plays. Right?
Yeah, and they did.
Yep. Let's get to JP on a cell. JP, good morning.
Hey, guys. Enjoying the show. Love having TJ on because it gives that nice little nuanced look. I just wanted to bring up the thing going on with Bruschi is in that same segment, Rex Ryan was calling Dan Campbell the smartest coach in the NFL. And was talking about the injuries and stuff like that. So and then even by the end of that segment, Bruschi was even starting to change his tone to, okay, let me see how this plays out, and a little bit more open-minded.
Well, you have to. Again, it's this idea that we've always coached a certain way, and that doesn't mean it's the right way. Right?
Yeah,
Bruschi comes from that Belichickian system.
And I don't mind if they're having a debate, but Bruschi was making statements of, I wouldn't want to play for this guy. I, can't trust him. I don't want to do this. It didn't sound like Bruschi was having a debate. Well, if I was to play the other side, this is what I would say. He was saying those like they were facts.
He believed it.
I don't think we're taking that out of context by any means.
No, but you're saying, but Rex Ryan tried to set him straight.
Oh, no, Rex Ryan was almost attacking him with how defensive he was of Dan Campbell. And even the rest of the people on that segment were going after Bruschi and saying, what about the defense? The defense wasn't holding up. And also, I was talking with other people, and they brought up something that happened a couple of years ago. It was, I think, the 5th or 6th game in 2021. There had been the Baltimore game with the walk-off field goal, and then the Lions are going against Minnesota.
Yeah.
They score on a 4th down. They go for 2. They go up by 2. So the Lions are now winning by 2. They give Minnesota 30 or 40 seconds. Minnesota gets down the field quickly, and their kicker kicks a career-long 56-yard field goal to lose that game.
Yeah.
And that's the post-game conference where Campbell was literally crying. Yeah.
What do you say? We all remember this.
Yep. And so
he said, I'm never going to make that mistake again.
Yep. And that's what they do. So they're that's one of the reasons why Campbell always says, I want my offense on the field with the ball until it zeros, because then there's no chance of us losing that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're all
and
on
I think that's
page.
one of the things is people just have to understand. And there is a bit of a mentality shift, because you're not, like you guys were mentioning, you're starting to see some of these other coaches that are starting to be a little bit more aggressive on 4th down, because they're understanding every possession is important, especially in the playoffs. So going for it on 4th down, or one of Campbell's mentors, Sean Payton, going for an onside kick in the Super Bowl, those are the kind of things that coaches are not understand. Well, if I need more, I have a better chance of winning the game if I have more possessions.
Yeah.
And the Dan Campbell mentality is starting to, he's just the biggest influencer in terms of this mentality, for sure.
Yeah, we had someone earlier compare him to the Jeopardy guy, James Holzhauser, who started doing I'm going to play the big numbers first to build a bankroll, kind of flip the game upside down. Football, you get 4 downs. Dan Campbell's one of the few coaches that uses all 4 downs.
Yeah.
A lot of these coaches will forfeit that 4th down.
And I think he knows that, in close games, it's going to be the team that probably gets the ball last, right? And just revisiting that Minnesota game from a couple years ago, I think they were winning. Detroit was winning at the time. They go down with about a minute left. It's 4th and 4 at Minnesota's 36, and they tried to kick a field goal, didn't get it. Kicked field goal, you would have went up 6, but I think that was the game Minnesota came back after, scored a touchdown. You end up losing that game. But if you go for it there and you convert, you're up 3 points. But if you convert, now you got a chance to bleed the rest of the clock out. And I remember Dan Campbell after that game was torn up because he felt like he let the players down. And he literally said, like, that's a mistake I'm never going to make again. I get a chance late in this game, in a close game. I want to trust my offense to go out there and finish it.
Yeah, one of the quotes I have is, kicking was a major mistake. I'll have to do better. I have to learn from it, just like our players. Well, It feels like he has learned from that.
I think so. He's a smart guy, man, and especially coaches, players. You have scars in certain situations. It might have happened 3 years ago, but you say, man, like, oh, we were in this position. What did we do that it didn't go our way, or what could I have done better? What do I remember thinking in that moment? Dan Campbell, I guarantee you, he remembers probably every single snap of every single game that he's coached, and he puts a log in his head, man. Like, okay, I remember. Yep, my team knows. This is who we are. We got to do it, right? We got to be aggressive here. We got the horses to do it now. Maybe in 2022 you didn't, but now you do. So I think that probably gives you more confidence to be aggressive.
But you see what the Rams did yesterday against the Bills? It's a 4th and 5. They're up 3. They can kick a field goal and go up 6, or they can go for it on 4th and 5. They got it. They kept the drive alive. They score a touchdown. They go up 10, and the Bills can't come back and win with one possession. I mean, it's
risky, but you know what? This is a game of risk. It's a game of calculated risk, right? Especially in the last couple minutes of every game, especially if it's close games. Yeah.
Doug Karsh is in studio. Doug.
Hey,
happy Monday.
Man.
What's the man
for? I just, we went up north this weekend. Then it was snowing. It was great. There were people out skiing. I didn't have a chance to because we had too much to do at our place. But I come back to this grayest of rainy, depressing Mondays. But at least we got, again, the best team in the NFL.
Yes, we do. Everyone's chasing the Lions right now.
Everyone's chasing the Lions. And what you guys were just talking about, it's funny because the Lions and our coach have changed the way the NFL operates. Standard operating procedure. He has influenced standard operating procedure.
He's challenging the norm, and there's a lot of people that are pushing back simply because they're not used to it, and it makes them uncomfortable.
No. Deal. You're just going to have to deal.
Yep.
But we'll talk about that.
Was that your version of bet?
No.
If you're going to come out with the new T-shirts that say deal.
But we'll talk plenty of Lions. We got Champ and Chump, other stuff, college football playoff rankings are out, and amongst a whole bunch of stuff we'll get into today.
It's all coming up next. It's 97.1.
All right, Gator out today. It is the Carson Anderson program on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great weekend. Yeah, you got a chance to escape up north and spend some time in northern Michigan, which I think is fantastic this time of year. And yeah, there was snow and there was skiing. And now they might have a little bit of rain and some melt, some snow melt going on. But for those of you like getting outside on your sled, or you like putting the boards on or riding down the hills, it is. It looks like it has a chance to be a better winter than last year, and unfortunately did not get to make any turns, but had too much to do. Actually, had to buy a fridge. It's been a long time since we've done that, but spent time doing that and doing some Christmas shopping. So all in all, good weekend. Lots of football, lots of college football with the conference championship games, and of course the NFL yesterday. And look, people are still talking about what Dan Campbell did on Thursday night. It has created quite a bit of buzz around the NFL as the reaction still pours in, and you've heard the criticism of the morning show, people who don't like it. Look, wise man, I got an email over the weekend saying, hey, this is not a cult. You can disagree with Dan Campbell. It's okay. You don't have to agree with everything he does. I think there's a lot of minutia and a lot of big picture thinking involved with the way that Dan Campbell coaches. I think his coaching and the way that he is aggressive when it comes to fourth down calls has helped to reshape the culture of this team. But in the wake of that, of course, it's led to, in this day and age with media all over the place and accessibility to all kinds of stats and analysis, a lot of people have broken down what he did and tried to, put into context of whether or not this is a good or bad thing moving forward. And they're not all going to work. They're not all going to work. One of the things I would disagree with Dan Campbell, okay, is if he basically has a policy that if it's 4th and 1, I'm going for it no matter what. If that's his, and he hasn't said that's the case, I have no reason to believe that's the case, but I do not agree with that philosophy all the time of I am always going to go for it on 4th and 1. Because what we've done is we've seen him go for it on 4th and 1 a ton. And in that game, he did it pretty deep in his own territory with the 4th and 1 on his own 30. And then he did it late in the game when a field goal would give his team the lead. He passed on the go-ahead field goal to take away the Packers' right to play the last card, right? So these are two in one game, twice on 4th and 1. He went for it in very unconventional times. But a blanket policy, I'm always going to go for it on 4th and 1, I do not agree with. And there's no reason to believe that he is wired that way to always go for it on 4th and 1. Because context matters. Context matters. There's a real interesting story and a breakdown of this in The Athletic that we'll get to some of the details. But they point out that all the analytics in the world don't account for how well is your defense playing, how good's your offensive line, what's the game flow, how many points have you given up to that? If the score is 0-0 and nobody's done anything, and you have a chance to kick a field goal, and your defense has been dominant, that's a completely different context than what was it, 31-31? And you are banged up defensively. Like if you take these things and put them into context, that's why the hard and fast rule doesn't make sense. You have to be able to make those decisions in context with what's going on in the game. And what was going on in this game was a banged up defense, a pretty good offense on the other side that had already scored 21 points in the second half. In fact, it was more than that. It scored 24 points in the second half. And scored, and look, it would have been, it wouldn't have been an easy job for them to go down and get points. But that context is different than a 0-0 game. So, all the analytics in the world don't take into account the context.
I appreciate data more than most, I think, and I like the data. I want the data, but that doesn't make the final decision for me. And I think another thing that doesn't factor in, Doug, is taking into account is, all the stuff that you just mentioned, situation, context. The mentality of the players is because Dan Campbell's so aggressive, has gone for it so much. They are better because of this, and you can't quantify that. You know what I mean? Like, you can't quantify Penei Sewell, Glasgow, Zeitler, Ragnow, Montgomery, and their mentality of what they've done, what he's built up since he's gotten here. You can't quantify them going for it all those times, and what it's accumulated to is the fact that they're confident that they know they can do this. And the reason why they are 12-1, 11-1 at the time is because of the mentality that the coaches put into them. So that stuff you can't put in analytics. There's no machine for that. There's no AI, And so I appreciate the data. I will use the data. But they don't know who they're using as well. These aren't just chess pieces. My bishop actually may be better than your bishop because of the way I've coached them. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, part of the context, too, is the Lions have been stuffed on a 4th and 1, and they'd been stuffed on a 3rd and 1 right before they went for it. That's part of the context, too. Dan Campbell thought, I'm going to get this, and he did. And I still think, and I made this point on Friday, and if you heard Friday's show, great. And if not, the point was, I bet in the deep recesses of the soul of the 11 defensive players for Green Bay that were on the field, if they had to be truthful, did all of them fire off the ball as hard as they did on the previous plays? Or did they really think, hold your water, they're just trying to get us to jump? Holy crap, they snapped it. Because, 1/100th of a second of hesitation makes a difference in those situations. But it still has a ton of people talking. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. We still have the hottest team in the NFL, and they are, boy, what a huge game this is against Buffalo this coming Sunday. A test. Buffalo, Josh Allen, incredible yesterday on the road against the Rams. They lose. He throws for 3 touchdowns. He rushes for 82 yards. He throws for 350 yards. And now he brings that offense in to face we don't know who's going to be on the field for the Lions. A bunch of guys got an extra week of rest that weren't ready to go. Whether or not they could have played if it were the Super Bowl is a whole nother issue, but who will they get back? That's a big game coming up on Sunday against Buffalo to test yourself against one of the best offenses in the NFL. If they are shorthanded again, this is going to be an even bigger test than the Packer game was. And if they get the job done again, it'll just feel like they've, they didn't really win the Packer game because of the defense, but the defense did enough. And the offense stepped up. And at the end of the day, it's about the W's and the L's. And they got another W against the Packers. Big week. We will be back to our normal schedule and hear from Jared Goff tomorrow here on the Carson Anderson program on 97.1 The Ticket. It is not the only thing going on, of course, with the college football playoff bracket set. I feel like now that Juan Soto has signed, we'll see a flurry of action in Major League Baseball. Will our Tigers be involved? Red Wings in action tonight. Pistons off till Thursday. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We'll take the weekend back to last Thursday if you want to go Alliance Champ and Chump. Champ and Chump, get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. So who should be singled out and who should be called out. We'll take your phone calls and feedback on that. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Jared Goff talking about the fourth down play. You know, it's going to be interesting when we talk with Jared tomorrow because that game it's going to be way in the rearview mirror for him. They had the long weekend and guys were able to get healthy, and we'll have some questions about it. But again, it's a big part of who this team is and their makeup. But what's interesting is I've kind of been waiting for this, and it happened yesterday. It actually happened before yesterday. But Byron Murphy of the Vikings, I'm not liking all the Detroit talk right now. I just keep hearing it over and over. We're in this weird place where I think the Lions are very well liked outside of Detroit, and I think a lot of people, you know, I hear the term I'm adopting the Lions, or I'm rooting for the Lions. They're a fun watch. I told you last week I got relatives in New York City to San Diego that listen to this show. Shout out to Ray and Scott that listen to this show and are like, God, your football team's fun. And look, in New York, I can understand why you might want to watch our team. The New York team stink. And in San Diego, poor Scott, they lost their Chargers. And so they're kind of, wayward ships looking for a port that they are welcome. And all are welcome here. But I kind of figured we'd start to get some Lions backlash. And it's, players are getting sick of hearing about the Lions, and specifically players in the division, because, we heard it last week that Adam Schefter was reporting that the Eagles, who have some infighting for themselves, are getting they're not getting sick of it. They're just like, hey, we're just over here winning games. We're just quietly winning games. You keep talking about everybody else, but here we are. Nobody's paying attention to us. Just keep winning games. And I think that's a direct reflection of them hearing about the Lions. And you've got Byron Murphy saying in the division, saying he's, they're kind of sick of all the Detroit talk. Well, what do you expect? It's this uncharted territory for all of the media to praise Detroit. It's something new. It's something different. Probably 5-6 years ago, I said, if the Lions ever make a Super Bowl and they do that piece on what this fan base has been through, from Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson walking away to the process to, Schwartz throwing a challenge flag that wasn't there, which eliminated what would have been an overturned touchdown, to, all the things that have happened to us over the years. When Rinaldi does the piece on long-suffering Lions fans, the rest of the country would look at it and go, oh my God, because I don't think we've even been relevant enough for people to be paying attention to what we've been through. But here we are. Here we are with arguably the best team in the NFL. And like I said, I don't really care, but there are starting to become some dissenting voices about all the attention that we get. And hey man, what goes around comes around. It's our turn. In the meantime, got a job to do, and that is win the division still, and the Vikings will refuse to go away, and win the top seed in the NFC. And both the Vikings and the Eagles are pressing the Lions on that. All right, let's get to the people. 248-539-9797. Kevin's in Troy, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up?
Okay, so I hope I was telling the screen here. I hope I can articulate this right. And I think Kang hit on this a little bit. So you're talking about the average of Dan Campbell going forward. When you look at the analytics is not taking into consideration of who's playing who, okay? I think Kang hit on that. He said something about my bishop is better than your bishop. Exactly. Mm-hmm. The one thing that I want to add to that is that the average is the average. It's a pool of everybody, okay? Now, the average is not the tale that, say, for instance, the Lions are 10 for 10, okay? But then there's other teams who are 1 for 10. So the average is what it is. But if I'm Dan Campbell, I know that I'm 9 for 10 or 10 for 10, then I'm going to go for it regardless of what the analytics say, because the analytics is just average, and we're not average.
Kevin,
does this make sense at all?
Yeah, no, it does. So, Kevin, here's the thing about analytics, all right, is that I think analytics actually are a bit of a cop-out. I think they're useful tools, but if you follow them strictly, you're taking so much of the nuance of coaching out of your decision-making. And
you're going to be an average coach.
And yeah, you have to, evaluate each decision for the context of what you're making, what is going on when you make that decision. And I think I think analytics are an incredibly useful tool, and I find some of them to be to be confusing, and I've admitted that on the air. And some of them, I'm just like, I'm not even going to bother with that one. But if you are a coach if you become one of these total analytics heads, I think it's a cop out. I think it's a total cop out because you know what else you're saying when the game's over and you got something wrong?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just followed the analytics. I just followed the absolutics. It's almost like you're absolving yourself of responsibility. And our guy doesn't do that. Now, I will say this. I look forward to the next time he chooses to punt on 4th and 1 to prove the point that he's not a slave to the aggressiveness, because he had, like, if his decision's always to go for it, and you can make a case after the decisions he just made that he'll always go for it because he did it pretty much deep in his own territory and passed on a go-ahead field goal. These are pretty damn aggressive decisions that, again, in the context of the game, makes sense. I want to see him punt on 4th and 1 too. 248-539-9797. Justin in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1 to take it. Hi, Justin.
Hey, Doug, this is kind of a joke, but with your railing against fouling analytics all the time, you sound a little bit like that scout Grady in Moneyball. Remember that scene where he's fighting with Billy Bean?
That's actually a movie I saw, so yeah, I get that.
I know you're not like Grady. Actually, I was going to chime in on the whole thing about the Detroit love. I can sort of understand why maybe, the Vikings and the Eagles are kind of maybe get a little bit miffed about all that. But as a counterpoint, I'll say, I look at ESPN a lot, and like a lot of times they'll run these things that are behind their paywall on ESPN Plus, so I don't read them. But they've got top players at all positions in the NFL or something, and picture of 5 players that's to click on this to see the article. And I saw one the other day, and the person in the middle was Bijan Robinson. Now, I watched the game yesterday, the Falcons and the Vikings. Bijan Robinson is a great running back. There's no doubt about it. But I think he was drafted in the same class with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
And I look at that, and I'm like, okay, ESPN, why are you showing me Bijan Robinson? In that class, as far as I'm concerned, Jahmyr Gibbs is just – Bijan Robinson is great. I think Gibbs is a lot better. Of course, I'm a little biased. But I think ESPN doesn't give the Lions as much love as they deserve, in my personal opinion.
Interesting. We kind of joke about how everything that's done on ESPN during football season circles back to how does it impact the Cowboys. I'm going to guess, when did you see that picture of Bijan?
I feel like it was over the weekend.
Okay.
It might have been Sunday, Saturday.
It might be Lions aren't playing this weekend, and we're trying to get clicks, and we suspect that the Falcons fans would be. I don't know. I don't know what went into the decision of what picture they put up, but.
Well, and I will say this, and then I'll let you go, is I did click on the article, and I read what it would let me see. And I will admit, the first thing it said was that quarterback, the most accurate passer, was Jared Goff. But they were just going on stats. But at least Jared got some love there. So thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. Chip is in Troy and next. Hi, Chip.
Hey, how you doing, Karsh?
Great.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my champ and chump. I'm going to go ahead and champ the Clemson Tigers winning the ACC, knocking Alabama out of the playoff. I like seeing I like the shakeup. I like the drama. So good on Clemson for that.
Okay.
But I really wanted to talk to you about my chump. I am going to chump the replay official in New York for the Thursday night game with the Lions against the Packers. So before we got to the drama of should they go for it on 4th down or not, if you remember, I believe it was 2nd down. There was the pass to Amon-Ra. It looked like he got it. They spotted it as a 1st down.
Yep.
And every time I look at the replay, it looks like Amon-Ra gets thrown down well past the 20-yard line. So it's clearly a 1st down. Some idiot pencil neck from New York calls in and says he didn't get – but I'm serious. This looks like another instance of replay used to overturn the correct call on the field. Has anyone else brought –
You know what's funny, Chip? It's funny. If my game notes, I wrote this down. They overturned that, and I questioned it, and then because of what happened afterwards, I never brought it up again. And I think you might be right. I want to go back and watch that with more scrutiny. That was one that I put a pin in and said, when this game's over, I'm going to rewind and go look at that spot again. But and now that you mention it, because of the way the game ended, I never thought about it again. So I think you might be right.
It yesterday, and it looks like he made it. I don't know what they thought what do they think is indisputable?
I have to go back and look at it again. And because you're right, it has to be indisputable. And my feelings on replay, I've talked about it all the time. I feel like it's raised our expectation, and quite frankly, we are no more satisfied than we were pre-replay. And so I just say get rid of it because it just takes longer. It's not a very popular belief, but yeah, your vote is in. I'm gonna go back and watch that again.
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember the play he's talking about, of course, but I thought he was short. The caller Chip blatantly thinks that the Lions got it, but when you're a good football team, one of the best in the league, if not the best in the league, you stop bitching about stuff like this, and you win in spite of it, or you win anyways, because you know what they're doing over in Green Bay right now, or they have been doing since the game? They've been winding up a storm like you wouldn't believe. Like, they've been crying on every call. They go back and look at this, look at that. I mean, they even brought out the stupid clickbait of Jared Goff being down when he tripped on the handoff. Like, how come he's not down? That's a kneel down, or his knee is down. We don't whine anymore, do we?
No, we don't have to.
Right?
No,
this team is good.
It's a valid point. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations. Kang's going to have his instead of Gator, who's out today, and I will have mine at 10:35. More of your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. There you go. That was Dan Miller on the call. Champ and Chump votes coming in. We'll get to ours momentarily and back to your phone calls. Roger Mount Clements writes in, Champ, Dan Skipper, unsung hero, played a hell of a game. Chump, Matt LaFleur, unprofessional, engaging with a Lions fan. Yeah, there was a lot there that, any fan that's on the field holding up a flag should not be engaging with the other team, and the coach certainly should not respond. But what do we got here? Champ wants Soto for obvious reasons. Chump, the Green Bay Packers. I'm a Packer fan. Thank you for making me see just how far away this roster is and how poorly coached they are. If I could, I would fire LaFleur and hire either Johnson or Glenn in a heartbeat. Alan Dearborn says, when it comes to Campbell going for it on fourth down as a fan, you either need to be on board with these decisions or not. You can't celebrate it when he goes for it and gets it, but complain when he doesn't. You're either with it or you're not. That's from Alan Dearborn. That's kind of my feeling is arguing the result is a very, very safe place to go. And we had one call on Friday where a guy said, I really liked the 4 times he got it. I really hated the 1 time he didn't. And then he also cited, I hated last year when he went for it in the NFC title game. And I'm like, so literally these are only smart decisions when they make them. So before he makes the decision, you don't have an opinion. When you see the result, then you have an opinion. And look, the truth is that's part of it. Is knowing when to go for it and when not to, when your team's going to get it and when not to. You know what coaches say, and it always surprises me, but is when you make a decision like that and you don't get it, really frequently they'll say, well, we really like to play. Like they have a play that they think this is our special super duper going to get it play. And they all think they're going to make it when they go for it.
I don't think Dan Campbell's above criticism, but at this point, you have to realize that you have to take into account the fact they got where they are, and I'm not just like record-wise, but mentally-wise, prepared-wise, because of how he calls these plays, and how aggressive he is. You can't forget that. And so with these decisions, you almost kind of have to ride or die with Dan, because this is how he's gotten this entire culture to change. Things like this.
I think this is a big part of it, yeah. From an unnamed texter, my champ is Sam Darnold. The Vikings have a very uncomfortable decision to make. My chump is Xavier Legette for dropping a potential game-winning touchdown against the Eagles. It was a tough catch he probably needs to make. As far as Sam Darnold, the future with the Vikings, yeah, they got to figure out, are they going to build around him? They're going to keep him? They got JJ there.
I saw that some people are comparing Sam Darnold to Jared Goff, the type of career he's had. Sam Darnold clearly had never gone to a Super Bowl before, but the fact that very high pick, kind of left for dead, multiple teams, at this point. And maybe he had the talent the whole time. He just needed the right support and the right cast.
It's interesting because I think Baker Mayfield, too, is the kind of guy that's helping people relook at salvaging a quarterback. From an unnamed texter, my champ is Kate Cunningham. My chump is Kirk Cousins. Which brings us to our champ and chump. My champ of the weekend is Tim Patrick from the Detroit Lions. 2 touchdowns. And really, in the big picture, though, my God, exactly what this team needed. When we talked about what our concerns were going into the season, there were really 2 big ones. One was the number 3 wide receiver, and the other was edge rusher opposite of Hutch. Well, the whole edge rusher thing opposite of Hutch, that whole situation has probably got worse more than better, although it was nice to add Zadarius Smith. The 3rd wide receiver has been answered emphatically by a guy who was cut by the Broncos. Tim Patrick, my champ of the weekend. Kang, your champ of the weekend?
And just real quick on your champ of the weekend, good champ. He was also one of the reasons why they were able to convert that 4th down. He's a big receiver, and we talked about this when Josh Reynolds will let go and who would be the 3rd receiver. Not just a big body receiver for a target for Goff, but a guy that can block. Yep. He's in there, and he's a blocking receiver. He's a big dude. He stands out amongst the rest of that receiving core. He's definitely bigger than everybody else. Yep. My champ is Juan Soto, man. This contract, absolutely ridiculous. Good for you, buddy. $765 million, all guaranteed. He makes more than the highest contract in the NFL and the highest contract in the NBA combined. Combined, Jason Tatum and Patrick Mahomes, $764 million. Juan Soto, $765.
Wow. We will get into that a little bit later on and might start the ball rolling with Major League Baseball signings. My chump of the weekend is the Falcons. Somebody chumped Kirk Cousins. We needed you, man. And in the second half, the Falcons, 3 straight possessions. They turned it over on downs, turned it over with an interception, turned it over with a fumble. They got the trifecta. Minnesota scored touchdowns off all 3 of those to run away and hide a tie game late 3rd quarter. turned into a bit of a rout. Falcons, we needed you, man. My chump of the weekend.
Yeah, my chump of the weekend is the New York Mets, dude. Juan Soto, $765 million. You just gave him more money than the highest NBA contract and the highest NFL contract combined. I don't like you said, we'll talk about this a little bit more later, but my God, Juan Soto, $765 million guaranteed.
Yeah, that
incredible.
That could be in the end one of the most cumbersome contracts ever. Could be great, but they have taken a massive risk. With the opt-out after 5 years on a 15-year contract, why would a player not opt out? Because they're not worth it, and they know they won't get that money on the open market. Which the Mets would be committed to him for 10 more years if he's not worth it? Oh.
This guy doesn't even pitch. At least I'm saying as well as hit. Right. At least Ohtani can try to do both, but yeah, that's crazy.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls and your champ and chump votes. We go to Justin. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Justin.
Yo, what's going on?
How you doing?
I'm great, man. Hey, my champ is Dan Campbell, for bringing us where we at and, having us 12-2. And my chump is actually Dan Campbell, too, right? Because what he did, I don't have a problem with how he went for the fourth down and when we was at the 30 and didn't get it, because that's the type of aggressiveness we need. But the last one, kick the field goal, because that's what stopped us from getting to the Super Bowl last year. We just be too aggressive when he don't have to.
So you don't like the philosophy of taking away the Packers' ability to tie that game or win that game?
No, because at the end of the day, sometimes you just got to play the game. Now, we would kick the field goal. They would have got
we're losing you there, Justin.
And our secondary is playing great enough. They have no timeouts. It's like we win that game. You know what I mean? Our secondary and our defense, let them go win that game, because it almost was a disaster. If he fumbled that ball, you know what I mean, it switches up. And that we might it could have lost us the division. And it lost us the chance to go to the Super Bowl last year, being aggressive when you don't have to. I don't mind the one when he was at the 30, because I feel as though we had to score at least 30 points to win that game. So be aggressive. And, we don't get it. At the end of the game, it was kind of like, why do it? You just know the risk and the reward is not great enough to even take that chance.
I mean, look, again, you don't have to agree with everything Dan Campbell does, and not everybody does, and there's a person who does not. There's a person who does not. So I was thinking about the first coach in my lifetime that I've ever seen say, F it, I'm putting the ball in my team's hands. This is going back a ways, but it is a local reference. And I'm sure he's not the first one to ever do it. But I was watching a college basketball game, and the score was tied, and the other team had the ball. And this coach decided, I'm going to intentionally foul their worst player as soon as he touches it, even though there's 25 seconds left in a tie game. Because I'm going to put them on the line, and I'm going to have the ball in my hands at the end of the game. First coach I ever see do it was Judd Heathcote at Michigan State. He would foul and tie games late so that his team would have the basketball. And that's essentially here, I think what Dan Campbell did is, I'm going to maintain possession of the ball. I've got them backed into a clock corner. I'm going to maintain possession of the ball. And whether or not, I think the one thing I'll say to Justin, because Justin immediately projected into the playoffs, that's what cost us in the playoffs last year, is I don't think, and I'd like to see Dan Campbell prove that I'm not going for it on every 4th and 1. I'm going for it on these 4th and 1s because of the context of the game. You said the secondary was playing well, but the Packers had already scored 24 points in the second half. And the Packers do have dangerous receivers. Christian Watson was over 100 yards receiving in that game. Tucker Kraft was a problem. But, I don't think he blanket all the time should go for it. and he's never said that he will. I do have to admit, I kind of want to see proof of it, but Justin did not approve.
Every game and every situation in the game is different, So yeah, I'm hoping Dan takes that into account. And he doesn't have one card that says go for it every time. He's looking at everything he's taking everything into account to make his decision. The last year with the Niners, if you want to criticize him not kicking the field goal and going for it, and Josh Reynolds dropping that ball, which by the way he was open, it would have been a first down.
Yep.
My only criticism of that is, and I did want him to kick the field goal, is because of math. Not because of, I love the fact that he's aggressive. I keep going back to the fact this team is as good as they are because of the mindset. But at that point, I just fit math. Even if you kick a field goal every possession in the second half and the Niners score a touchdown, you still win the game because math. There's no way they can overcome that. But like I said, every game and every situation is different. So I think Dan Campbell recognizes that, Doug.
We also have Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Hey, it's the most wonderful time of the year, and it's even more wonderful at Twin Peaks. I know we just made it through the weekend, but the party doesn't stop. When you're at your favorite lodge, they've got awesome football action tonight and Detroit hockey in action as well. Check out Twin Peaks. I'm sure you've heard me say it before. They are more than just a sports bar. Their Scratch Kitchen puts out some of the best food that you just don't expect from a bar. Staff is in every day at 7 a.m. preparing these dishes you crave, like their hand-cut New York strips, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, house-smoked ribs, brisket, wings, and thighs, and hand-smashed and seared burgers. Pair that good eats with an extensive bar that boasts the coldest beer in the state, poured at a teeth-chattering 29 degrees, and some of the best craft cocktails featuring your favorite bourbons and tequilas. And you found your man cave. And the best part, it's all brought to you by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Since it's the season of giving, stop in and grab your gift cards. Perfect gifts for your friends and family and colleagues. And Twin Peaks gives back to you. With any $25 gift card purchase, you get $5 back yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. It is the Karsch and Anderson program. Look, there's still reaction coming into what happened on Thursday, and it wasn't all just the fourth down call. It was another big win for a depleted Detroit Lions team. Saw something amazing today from The Athletic. The Lions had one defensive starter on the field from the opener in that game against the Vikings. I have to get the exact context of how they wrote it, but it's pretty amazing. Pretty damn amazing. And the guys that were filling in were able to get the job done, which was absolutely incredible. I mean, Quan Alexander and Jamal Adams were in there, Jonah Williams. Pat O'Connor did a really good job in the middle of the defensive line. Only one member, here's what the stat is. I got it wrong. Take two in 3, 2, 1. Only one member of the Lions defensive front seven from Week 14's victory over Green Bay was on the roster in Week 1. Only one member of the defensive front seven was on the roster in Week 1. And who was that? Aleem McNeil? No, Jack Campbell? That's 2, isn't it? Oh, Aleem McNeil was hurt? Was he hurt? It was one of them hurt at the beginning of the year? Because Jack Campbell, was Jack Campbell not? He's not. The question with the thing was on the roster.
Read that again?
Here's what the Athletic reported. Only one member of the Lions' defensive front seven from their Week 14 victory over Green Bay was on the roster in Week 1. But both Jack Campbell and Aleem McNeil were on the roster, right?
Yes. Unless
McNeil was hurt.
Started, on an injured type list.
I think he might have been. These seasons are long, man.
It has to be the guy.
Yep. No, Aleem McNeil and Jack Campbell played in that game. So this is wrong. Because they both played in the game. So it's two members of the front seven. All right, let's get to your phone call. Stan's in Southfield, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
That's good. I hear people go back and forth, and people complain about Campbell, and the last fourth down that he went for. If you thought it through, that was a brilliant move. There's no way around it. I mean, I'm sitting there watching the game with my wife, and I'm telling her right before halftime, so look, we don't want to score on third down. We want to actually score on fourth down, because if we score on third down, it's going to be too much time left for the Packers, and they'll try to get the ball down and get a field goal or a touchdown before the end of half. And it worked out where we scored on fourth down before the end of half. And we want to do the same exact thing, leave them with no time so that they could not beat up our secondary or take advantage of our defense. And to think that through and do that, that was brilliant. The only one that I had a problem with was the one when you're in your own territory and you know that you have a defense that's struggling, but still making plays, because they still made plays and held Green Bay to 3 points at the end of and to have it tied up. But you don't put them in a predicament where they're struggling, and you're going to back them up and make it even worse. That's the only thing. He should have punted then, because even if they would have drove down, they still could have stopped them. They stopped them on the last drive.
So that one, Stan, look, the thing about it is, whether he was trying to steal a possession or why, when he went for it in his own territory, I do think that's what kind of I kind of want some confirmation moving forward that he will not keep going for it every 4th and 1, because I don't think you should just blanket always go for it. The context matters. What was going on in that game matters. And the fact that Green Bay had 24 second half points matters. And the fact that the Lions trust their offensive line matters. But
the defense in the end did come up with key plays and stop them. They stopped them and held them to 3 points on the last drive. So they did make plays.
Yep, they did. Well, they did enough. They did enough, and we've talked about it going into that game, that they had to, that this looked like the type of game that would have to be a shootout. We took predictions, and one listener actually nailed it. I got to give the guy credit. It was Mark in Ann Arbor who had the Lions winning 34-31. He said the Lions have to run the ball to win the game. He had the exact score. Mark, well done. But the thing about it is, if I look at these predictions from Friday, I mean, just about everybody was predicting a shootout. 36-29, 37-24, 31-28, 30-26, 31-28, 30-27, 37-20, 38-27, 42-38, 38-35. Oh, David Brighton also had 34-31. My bad. Oh, he had Green Bay winning. That's a double, my bad. Dave, you got Green Bay winning 34-31. Anyway, the point is, all these predictions that we had on Friday's show, an abundance of them were predicting shootouts. And it's exactly what it was. And I think Dan Campbell coached to that, knowing that was going to be the case.
Yeah, I actually do want to give the defense credit. Like he did actually the last time they were on the field in that game against the Packers was they held the Packers to 3 points, which was huge.
Yep.
And the Packers tied the game with a field goal. After that, though, I think that Dan Campbell knew what was going on. That's why we keep saying every situation is different. The defense got real leaky in the second half, man. The first half, they held strong, better than I thought. But the second half, they gave up a bunch of points. But the very last one, they did hold them to a field goal. But I think Dan knew that, can that continue? One defensive penalty or defensive pass interference. It's not unthinkable for the Packers and Love to go down there and kick a field goal. He didn't even want to give him that opportunity. He went for the kill shot. He wants to be in control. And when you go for it on fourth down and you get it, you're in complete control. Packers don't have to get the ball back, and that's what happened.
248-539-9797. Now, look, I've already dispelled one of the reports from The Athletic today, but I do think their research on this fourth down gamble is pretty fascinating because they've looked at all the times in like the last 25 years that any team has had this decision to make, what they did, all the analytics, all of that stuff. And it's not, you start to understand a little bit more why Dan Campbell did what he did. For those that don't agree with it, but we'll get to that next hour because people still want to sound off. Daniel is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Daniel?
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Good. I've been listening just lately. I'm kind of a new listener, and I've heard this back and forth for a few days now. And the bottom line, my perception is he's the head coach for a reason. He gets paid millions of dollars to make decisions on and off the football field. And the only one that he's really accountable, because football is not just a sport, it's a business. But so the only person he's accountable for is his employers. And I think that based on what he's done last year and this year, I think he's earned the respect, the confidence. And, I don't think none of us are in a position to second guess a guy who's standing in those shoes, making those decisions day in and day out. And so, I just think that we have to put this thing in perspective and realize the reality in which we're in, and the numbers back up a whole lot of what he's done and the decisions he's made. And I think we should just respect that.
Well, look, I mean, for the most part, you're exactly right, Daniel. This is a person that has all the information and all that stuff. And I don't think, as I said at the beginning of the show, this isn't a cult. Like, we don't have to agree with everything he does, and that's fine. And nor should we be expected to agree with everything he does, which is one of the reasons why I want just some affirmation that he will punt on 4th and 1, because it doesn't always make sense. And
true.
And not every game is going to be a shootout. Well, it is his decision.
You know what I mean? I can't make that decision. No one on the radio can make that decision. He's standing there on the field. He has to make that decision, and he's paid to make those decisions and be accountable for the end results. And that's about as basic as you can get. We're not in a position to second guess because that's not our job. We don't get paid to make those decisions, and we don't have to answer to anybody. So, I mean, we got to put it in perspective from that aspect.
I mean, it kind of is our job.
Why even talk about sports then?
Yeah, I mean, it is indeed our job to second guess this stuff, and fans are allowed to.
Everyone's allowed to have an opinion.
Yeah.
I said earlier, he's not above criticism.
Nope.
Doesn't mean we should have his job by any means.
No, right? Now, do they have more information? Of course. Do they? They're the ones that can lose their jobs over these decisions as well. And they're the ones that get paid big money because of these decisions. But yeah, I guess the one thing I disagree with you, Daniel, is fans have every right to second guess stuff if they feel like it. You can do that. It's not. Now, fans also shouldn't be pulling the trigger on firing guys. I mean, if he hadn't gotten that first down and Green Bay went down and won the game, I'm sure some people would call it a fireable offense. And heck, it's probably going to happen again. But last year, coming out of the San Francisco game, there were a lot of people that were irate with Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump on a Monday. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. In a battle of spiraling teams in the Atlantic Division, that is tonight in Buffalo. Both the Wings and the Sabres on a skid, 5 for Detroit and 6 for Buffalo, and desperately seeking a W to stop the bleeding. Center Marco Kasper was asked how Detroit can end this slide. Well, maybe a little extra interest, as Newsy Lalone says it's still up in the air if it's going to be Ville Husso in net again or if Sebastian Cossa will make his Wings debut in net since being called up last week. After a nice long weekend, the Lions will begin their prep for the Bills today in Allen Park. Detroit is a slight favorite against Buffalo to open the week. After the Bills fell last night in L.A., Detroit is tied with the Chiefs at 12-1, still only one game lead over the Eagles and the Vikings despite an 11-game winning streak. NFL Week 14 will finish up with the Bengals and the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. fall, there will also be an alternate broadcast featuring The Simpsons on Disney+. Bart and Homer as fans of the team. Marge and Lisa as sideline reporters. Somehow they're going to do that. It's also the final Manning cast of the regular season on ESPN2. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
A frustrating stretch for the Red Wings. 5 straight losses, all by 1 goal, 2 of them in overtime. Wings have 4 goals in the last 3 games. 2.5 goals a game, roughly, 29th in the NHL. At Buffalo tonight, Pistons off till Thursday when they play the Boston Celtics. Michigan versus Arkansas tomorrow night in New York City. Arkansas is 7-2. Michigan is 8-1, 7-1, 8-1. Michigan State is off till next Tuesday when they play OU at LCA. 248-539-9797. Still talking about, though, the hottest team in the NFL, the Detroit Lions, who got that win on Thursday. And you just heard the update there. Buffalo is next. What a big game to test this depleted defense.
Yeah, and even though the Lions played Thursday, I mean, they were a hot topic with national media over the weekend. You know, still, I mean, Dan Campbell has the rest of the league shook. And I love it. Honestly, They have media shook. They have other teams shook. They have fan bases shook. You just see him in Green Bay right now. Dan Campbell's a maniac. Why would you go for it there? Why would you? Because we ended the game. That's why he went for it. Like, this is so unconventional. Other teams, other players, they're sick of it. They're pissed. They're like, you don't do that. You know? They thought they got the ball back. The old NFL, when you played a team and you stopped them on 3rd down, you hold your fist up in the air and you celebrate because you know you're getting the ball back.
Yep.
Not when you play the Lions necessarily. Our maniac, as they would call him, is easily going to go for it, and he's not going to give the ball back.
So, look, the analytics, here are the analytics from ESPN, okay? Kicking a field goal in that moment, 4th and 1 from the Green Bay 21 with 43 seconds to go. A field goal attempt, choosing to kick a field goal. What do you think the percent chance is to win the game as opposed to going for it? I will tell you why I don't put a ton of stock in these analytics, because I think the context of the game and what's going on, if it's a 0-0 game and the offenses haven't done anything, I kicked a field goal 100 times out of 100. In a 31-31 game where both teams are having success and Green Bay had scored 24 second-half points, it makes more sense to go for it. The analytics say if you attempt a field goal, you don't make all your field goals, but if you attempt a field goal, you have an 82% chance to win that game. If you go for it, you have a 78.3% chance to win the game. 78.3%. So he went against conventional wisdom. But here's the thing about the analytics. You know what the analytics say? 4th and 1. As the Athletic points out, not all 4th and 1s are the same. The Lions had about 1/2 a yard to go on this one. 4th and 1, 4th and a foot is different than 4th and a full yard. Story goes on to say Lions offense was well equipped to convert short yardage runs because of their strong offensive line of running backs. Although they came up short in 4th and 1 early in the game, they converted at league average 71% rate since 2023. Athletic says, plus there's defensive injuries. Only one member of the Lions front seven in this game was on the roster in week 1. That's not true. It was 2, Aleem McNeil and Jack Campbell.
At the end of the game, though?
But at the end of the game, Aleem was hurt.
Yeah.
But this says only one member of the front seven for this game was on the roster. If they said at the end of the game, because Aleem was out. Story goes on to say this gave Campbell reason to worry about stopping the Packers. Green Bay possessed the ball again. Now, here's the real interesting. They were able to do this. True Media put this together. Since 2000, this exact situation, very similar situation, I should say, has happened 10 times. You're inside the 25 with less than 50 seconds to go in a game, facing a 4th and 1 in a tie game, and the opponent had 0 timeouts. Okay? Going back since 2000, Mike Holmgren had a similar situation with Seattle. Dick Duran had a similar situation in Buffalo. Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. I can go down this is the 10th time this has happened. The previous 9 times, Holmgren, Duran, Tomlin Gus Bradley in Jacksonville, Mike Zimmer in Minnesota, Sean McDermott in Buffalo, Frank Reich in Indianapolis, Rich Bisaccia is the Raiders, and Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland. All of them attempted the field goal. Tomlin's team in 2010 against the Falcons, tied at 9, missed the field goal. They went on to win it overtime. Every single coach that chose to kick the field goal won the game. All 9. Even though Tomlin's team missed the field goal, they won in overtime. Dan Campbell was the first to go for it, and he also won the game. So, it is certainly unconventional. Now, there was a quote from an NFL executive about this decision. And he said, I have concerns about their head coach not clicking into playoff mode where teams really count the possessions, and he wants to keep pushing his fourth down strategy. That was costly in their playoff loss last season. Can he adjust to the way those games are played when each one of those possessions is higher leverage? And it's one of the reasons they're going to face a 4th and 1 between now and the end of the regular season, and I'm in favor of seeing him punt the ball if the context of the game says punt it. Because there are times where you don't want to give a team, you absolutely don't want to give a team a short field, and you don't feel like you have to steal a possession. But we'll see. We shall see. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. AJ is in Detroit and on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, AJ.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just wanted to chime in on some of the things I've been hearing over the weekend from different networks on Dan Campbell. I think the most egregious person, I don't know if I should say his name, initials RP. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. He just had a horrible take on Dan Campbell, in my opinion. But I just wanted to say that I think, we've all been longtime Lions fans. We've all been wanting consistency.
Hold on. Let me stop you. Who's RP? I apologize.
Rob Parker.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, you can say his name.
Well, okay, cool. I probably should. I don't want to give the guy any credit at all. But anyway, we've all been, wanting consistency over, all of these years. We finally have a winning team that's consistent, and we have a coach that's consistent. So, it's big talk about the 4th and 1. I think the difference between Dan Campbell and every other coach in the NFL is that every other coach coaches not to lose the game. Dan Campbell coaches to win the game. And I think we should all be thrilled with that. He's aggressive. He knows he has a good team, so he can make those things work. Even the 4th down from our own 31. I wasn't in favor of the call just because I thought he should have went with a fake punt. I thought that would have been a better play than tossing it to the outside. But I knew he was going to go for it, and I thought that he should have because we have a good enough team, and he's staying consistent with who the Lions are and who he is as a coach. And I think we should all be grateful for that. And that's all I got, guys. Thanks.
He's done. I mean, a lot of this is a repeat from Friday. The net of Dan Campbell is positive. Like all of the decisions he makes, the Lions are better because of his decisions. It just so happens that sometimes it leads to he's going to get some wrong. He's not going to bat 1,000.
That's the criticism I hate is the national media right now going in, and he mentioned one guy, and there's a bunch of them, that, hey, this is going to bite him in the butt one time. Well, no kidding. He's not going to bat 1,000%.
Yep.
Has any coach in the history of the league been absolutely right in every 4th down call, whether they kicked it or didn't?
Nope.
No. So that's such a weak take to say, at some point this is going to burn him. Yeah, he's not going to get them all right. Noted.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. So, but because you can't go back and see what would happen if he did the other decision, like that's you can't know. You can't know. And because you can't know, it's easy to make any argument when they go wrong that if he done the other thing, they would have won. Because if they kick the field goal and Green Bay gets a pass interference down to the Lions 35, throws one to the sideline down to the 18, and then throws into the end zone and wins the game, what happens then? What happens then?
Does analytics know Zeke Turner's starting linebacker?
Right.
You know what I mean? Does analytics know we got, Pat O'Connor, who played his ass off, by the way,
yep,
is on the line right now? No.
Nope. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls, more of your champ and chump votes. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. 'Tis the season to save at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months. You heard it right, $289 a month on a 25 Equinox, which is $19.99 down. Activate the savings with a GM employee discount and a current lease in your household. Don't forget, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinox, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Here we are. Gator out today, by the way. Here we are. Getting to the middle of December, and the Lions still haven't lost since Aiden Hutchinson got hurt. Still haven't lost since Tampa in week 2. and still hang on to the 1 seed in the NFC. Watching the games yesterday, I mean, look, here was a chance for Detroit to maybe create a little cushion. Carolina made Philadelphia work, and then Philadelphia, boy, that was a salty post-game locker room. They seem to have a bit of infighting going on. Eagles, of course, chasing Detroit for the number 1 seed currently in the NFC, but they're getting little out of their passing game right now, and A.J. Brown wasn't happy, asked how they can improve the offense. He just said passing. Some talk about the passing game not being on the same page. Jalen Hurts implied that it's pretty much at this point not you should be on the same page this late into the season. They've gone 3 straight games without him hitting 200 yards passing. He was just over 100 yards yesterday. Eagles not getting much out of the passing game, but they win the football game against a 3-10 Carolina team. It came right down to the end. Minnesota was in a dogfight late. We could have used a Falcons win. Unfortunately, 3 straight turnovers, fumble, interception, and on downs. And Minnesota ran away and hid from Atlanta. That was a 21-21 game, late third quarter, following a Falcons touchdown and 2-point conversion. So Minnesota's still a game back. And now the Vikings are starting to gripe a little bit. I mean, they've got some players coming out and talking about how they're sick of hearing about just Detroit. And I get it. If we were in their situation, we'd probably feel the same way. But Detroit is still the story, and it's awesome to still be the story because the Lions have earned it. Most importantly, they keep winning. And now, guess what? You know how much hype this showdown with Buffalo is going to get? You know how much people are going to talk about 10-3 Buffalo at 12-1 Detroit? This is a huge game. It's a huge game. And the Lions, we'll see who can go defensively. We'll probably start to get a sense on that tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow when Dan Campbell joins the morning show for his weekly 8 a.m. conversation. We'll talk with Jared Goff tomorrow at 10:30. But the point being, Lions need reinforcements. Josh Allen yesterday, spectacular. 82 yards rushing, 350 yards-ish passing, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He ran for a touchdown as well. Did he run for 1 or 2?
Who you talking about, Josh?
Yeah.
3.
He ran for 3? I thought he threw for 3 and ran for 2.
He had 6 total touchdowns.
Did he have 6?
Yeah, that guy, man. That guy.
Yeah, he did. You're right.
I played against him in fantasy, Doug. Don't question me.
How bad? Did you win?
No. He had 50-plus points, man, by himself.
44-42, the Rams hung on to win that game. Buffalo with 21 fourth-quarter points. But it's going to be a huge game. Huge game. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls, Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? I went with Tim Patrick as champ of the weekend for his 2-touchdown performance on Thursday night. Kang went with Juan Soto. Very few had better weekends than a guy who just signed the largest contract in the history of pro sports. My chump of the weekend was the Falcons. We needed you, man. Kang's chump of the weekend was actually the Mets for signing that contract, which was so far above and beyond what anybody else. That might have been a Yankees tax. Like we're gonna make it so you can't say no and you come crosstown from Yankees to Mets. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. James is in Tecumseh and he's on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, James?
Good morning, gentlemen. My champ is somebody that doesn't get champed really ever is Dan Miller. Okay. I just love the way he announces the passion that he has for this team. And, you know, him and Lomas together, I think they are the best 2 combo out there. So let's give them some props for once.
They do a great job. I'm a big fan.
Yes,
they do a great job.
But my chump is going to be that caller, Reggie, for Chumpin Campbell. He does not know football because Campbell did not cost us the Super Bowl. The person that cost us that game is one person that dropped the ball that was right in his hands. Campbell can't control that. If he makes that catch, that game's completely different. The call was a perfect call. The pass was perfect. Reynolds dropped it. It happens, but don't blame the call when the play works.
The pass wasn't perfect.
The pass was fine.
It was catchable. It was definitely catchable. Yes. I mean, look, if you go back and you start laundry listing why the Lions lost to San Francisco, I look at what are the most out-of-character things that are like, I don't think it's the 4th-and-1 play, okay, or any of the 4th downs he had in that game, or those decisions he made. You start talking about the damage that is done by a fumbled exchange between Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't really know what happened there, but that's a play that you get right literally like 999 times out of 1,000. It happened. It cost the Lions points. What were the
Yes, you
chances
did.
as the pass was coming down at Kindle Vildor? What were the chances that that pass was going to be complete? There was a far better chance it was going to get intercepted. There was a far better chance that if it wasn't intercepted, it was going to be incomplete. As it turned out, it wasn't only not intercepted and not incomplete. It went off the face mask and to the receiver. Like those were the mind-boggling things that led to the loss way more than the fourth down conversions. And if those things go the other way, if the Lions simply don't fumble an exchange and don't have a ball go off a face mask for a 50-yard face mask reception, then I think the Lions have a far better chance to win that game. And I think they impacted the game negatively more than the fourth down decision.
Than the call. Yeah, and I'm tired of people blaming Campbell, saying, "Oh, this was, if he would." No, it was a perfect call. It was a long field goal to start with, and then we didn't have Bates out last year, so
well, again, you go back and you go, well, if the other thing, we don't know what would have happened if they played it the other way, because they lost the game. It's okay to second guess it. I guess it's part of the Dan Campbell experience. Now, Dan Campbell needs to prove that to me, context matters. And he's got to, show that context does matter. There are going to be times on 4th and 1 where you shouldn't go for it. 248-539-9797. Cameron on a cell. Hi, Cameron.
Hey, how you guys doing today, man?
Doing very well, thank you.
Hey, man, I just wanted to speak on Lions fans because I'm like, dude, in 2021, what were we?
3-13 and 1.
I forget what we 3-13. In 2022, right? We 8-9, and now last year we're 12-5, and this year we're 12-1. Like, what do you want? This is progression. I'm like, you want these? I heard people say we should get rid of this guy. I'm like, I don't want him to be on the other side of the field.
Nobody seriously said we should get rid of Dan Campbell. Come on. No, you heard that?
I've heard this.
From who?
These guys are saying he's a bad coach. I'm like, when I'm hearing these type of things, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I'm like, with any type of championship player, you're always gonna go for it. I get you guys don't want him to go for it on these fourth downs. He could have kicked the field goal. But if you look at that fourth quarter, we had the ball. I think it was 12 minutes out of the 15. We controlled the whole fourth quarter. Like, and that type of stuff, that speaks to our coaching. That speaks to him understanding that our defense we're vulnerable at that point in time, that we need to lean more on our offense. I heard you even say it when you were saying that he was that last snap. They were expecting for them to try to go offside. And they waited, and they were clogging up our run the whole time. So by us being able to push through, to me, I looked at that was a good call because I felt like the Packers was waiting for us to jump off sides, and we just was able to punch it down their throat.
Well, I mean, I don't know this to be a fact, but it seems quite possible that the Packers weren't expecting that ball to get snapped because that was the easiest fourth down conversion when they executed it ever. They just ran it right up the middle and got 7 yards. There's a huge hole there for them. Like, it was, considering how they'd been tough on fourth down situations, I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of reverse psychology was part of this decision. They don't expect us to snap it. We're going to snap it. And they were trying to hold their water, and they wanted to make sure they didn't jump because they thought that's what Detroit was trying to get them to do. And I feel like there are guys on that defense that probably didn't fire off as strong as they did earlier in the game.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look at it, last night you had Stafford. And Stafford, what did they do? They went for it, and it played into their favor.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Cameron. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. You know what's interesting is I've been talking to fans for over 30 years now in talk radio. And one of the things that has become abundantly clear is that everybody, when you're losing, there's a lot to complain about. But even when you're winning, people will say, yeah, but they didn't do it the way I would have done it. And that's fine. But Dan Campbell is true to himself. And I think Dan Campbell being who he is what's gotten us here to 12-1 and arguably the favorite to win the Super Bowl. He's gotten us here. And he's done it being true to himself. And if you think about it, you don't think about, if it doesn't work out. But if it doesn't work out, they don't win the Super Bowl. And one of the reasons is because Dan Campbell punted or didn't go for it when he normally would and wasn't true to himself. That would be worse than if he is who he is that got him here. Now, that I can't say this enough. That doesn't mean you blanket go for it every fourth down you come across, even every fourth down and 1. I mean, you don't have to agree with everything he does. If you do, then we're moving into like cult territory. And we don't need more cults. We need less cults. But as it stands right now, the net of Dan Campbell's decisions is a positive. Another thing I haven't brought up today, that the fourth down call, which is still getting talked today. The game was Thursday. It's Monday. But the net is positive, and he won with his best unit. His best unit on that day was clearly his offense. And he said, I'm going to have my offense play the last card so that my defense doesn't have to play the last card. And it worked. It worked. Either way, the analytics were overwhelming in his favor. 82% to try the field goal, 78.3% to go for it.
See, but yeah, it's just not as simple as do you go for it on this call in this situation. Dan Campbell has built his entire culture and locker room around the way, the aggressiveness that they are, the confidence that he puts in them. Jared Goff, we're lucky to have him on every week, and the whole team feels like, yeah, we can get it. He believes in us, and that means a lot to them.
Yep.
When people say I'd run through a brick wall for that guy, they mean it here, and that's cliche, but it shows on the field. And so that analytics and all the other stuff, and everyone, national pundits breaking down the play, should he have gone for it or not? They're taking away the fact that he's built everything on not just decisions like this, but like moments like this to get the team to play the way they are. They executed because they know that Dan Campbell believes in them, and they've done it before.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Chris on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Chris?
Good morning.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, I was watching the game on Sunday, and
which game?
Greg Olsen mentioned something.
Which game are you talking
that
about?
Caught my attention.
Which game?
And what he said was that teams are realizing that they can't win games with field goals. They're refraining from kicking the field goals and going for it on fourth down more and more. So I believe that Dan Campbell has not only changed the culture in Detroit, but also changing the NFL, the way they do things.
Which game was Greg Olsen working?
I think it was Minnesota-Atlanta game, I believe.
Interesting. Okay, because I just wondered how many field goals were kicked in the game he was talking about, how many fourth downs teams went for it. There's no doubt that Dan Campbell is ahead of the curve. I mean, I think one of the most telling stats and what's different about Dan Campbell is fourth down attempts are often a product of trailing. Okay? And so when you're trailing in a game, you have no choice but to go for it late in games on fourth down. And when you're a bad team, you face these situations more than others, so you keep having to go for it, and you stack up all these fourth down attempts. Nobody in the NFL, since Dan Campbell has taken over, nobody in the NFL has gone for it on fourth down with a lead more than Dan Campbell. He leads the NFL with most fourth down conversion attempts while ahead. He has 61 of those since he took over the Detroit Lions, first in the NFL. And so here he is, he's starting whether he started the trend, and I guess he's getting probably more credit for it. But yeah, it feels like he is starting a trend more so than reacting to it. So, yeah, I mean, Chris, he's at the cutting edge of this stuff.
Yeah, I've said for a while, I think Dan Campbell's ahead of his time a bit here. He's got the rest of the league reacting to things that he's being proactive to.
You were the first one that pointed out that I remember, at least on our show, that he's changing the way people coach against Detroit because they think, well, he's going to go for it. I'm going to have to match him.
Yeah, like the other coaches are thinking, well, Campbell's trying to steal possessions here. I've got to steal them back, right? Mm-hmm. And that's because our guy, I think, like we've been saying, he's kind of ahead of this, you know. And in the beginning, it always scares people. Change scares people. They're not used to this. Many times you said it was kind of unconventional. It was unconventional until it becomes conventional, right? Until this becomes the norm. Yeah, I just think that I'm glad he's on our side. That's for sure. And I think Matt LaFleur, I told you this after the game. No matter what the situation is, he looks like he's on the verge of tears. He does. And someone tweeted me back and said he's got resting crying face. Like, I feel like I don't want my coach to be reacting. I want my coach to be aggressive. And like I said, I think this isn't just them doing something. This is who they are. So I appreciate how he's changed everything, and this is the reason why. A lot of reason why.
Though I am looking for affirmation that he won't go for it every fourth down. You know what I'm saying?
He's punted. Jack Fox is pretty good.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if they got a 4th and 1 early in the Buffalo game, and I have no issue with him punting. Let's go to Keith in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Keith?
Doug, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
A couple of things. Well, Champ, Tim Patrick. Hey, welcome to the end zone at Ford Field, buddy. Definitely. I was waiting on him to get one. He deserves it.
Yep.
And Chump, you got to help me out with this, man. I think it was the Atlanta game when Minnesota was kicking a field goal, and they called holding on Atlanta. I've never seen that before.
A defensive holding on a field goal attempt.
Yes. If anything, the holding would be on Minnesota.
Yeah.
But I didn't see a hold anywhere, but that right there just threw me for a loop. All my years of watching football, never seen a defensive holding on a field goal.
No, I don't think I have either. Now that you mention it,
blew me away.
And I didn't see the call when it happened in real time. Defensive holdings in the line of scrimmage area are very rare, and on a field goal, it would have to be so overwhelmingly obvious.
Yeah, if you get a chance, man, go back and check it out because I didn't see it and I've never heard of that. But as there was a caller before that he kind of stole my thunder. I really think that Green Bay had it in their head that they were just the Lions were trying to draw them off sides, so they were surprised, and the knucklehead factor worked. it just worked. I mean, they went heavy behind Sewell with the 2 tight ends, and they weren't expecting Jared to snap that ball. So the push came a little bit easier than probably Detroit had anticipated. That's why, Montgomery got so many yards. So I call that the knucklehead factor. And as far as the Vikings chirping and all that, hey, 97-1 F them. I see you, Barry.
Thanks, Keith. They're not really chirping. They're just saying they're sick of only hearing about Detroit. And to be specific, it was Byron Murphy who said it last week before the game. I'm not liking all the Detroit talk right now. I just keep hearing it over and over. Saw a report from Adam Schefter that the Eagles are taking hey, we're just quietly over here winning football games. Nobody pay attention. That they like stepping back and being under the radar, if you will. There is no shortage of Detroit love right now. And we all love it. But the others are trying to cultivate chips on their shoulder. I mean, that's all what they're doing. We've been in that seat before. I mean, we still laugh about everything ESPN does in the morning. Juan Soto signs with the Mets. How does it impact the Dallas Cowboys? Because that's what they do. They give the Cowboys a lot of love because they drive ratings. And right now, the Lions are actually a ratings driver because they're a fun and exciting team to watch. Other teams and other hardcore fan bases might be getting a little sick of it. So be it.
Well, especially if you're in our division, I get it. Yep. Do we care? Not really. I mean, The Lions versus Packers game on Thanksgiving, the early window was the highest ever for that 12:30 game ever.
Highest rated
Highest
Thursday.
rated, yeah.
It was. I mean, think about that.
The country wants to watch the Lions right now, which means they're going to be talking Lions. It is what it is.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson on Monday. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Here's the thing about Michigan Auto Law. In a day and age where it's hard to get good customer service, isn't it? They specialize in that. A lot of law firms won't call you back when you give them a call. They have proactive communication. It's super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns your phone calls within 24 hours. You get a call back from them. It's a huge difference. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. It's Jared Goff following the game, which is still getting discussion today. By the way, Gator goes 4-2, hits his lock over the weekend. I go 5-1, hit my lock. We are now combined at 57%. Picking games this year, Gator 45-34-1 overall. I'm 44-37 overall. 8-6 of my locks. Gator 7-7. Gator in the NFL this year is 28-9-1. Not so much college football, but 28-9-1. 248-539-9797.
Doug, did you hear about that $3 million bet, by the way, this past weekend?
Yeah, so it was a money line bet, right?
Yes.
Some guy or girl, and I can tell you straight up, it was not me.
It was not you by accident? Your accidental bets are not $3 million?
No, they're not. I did bet that game for one of our picks. I had Carolina plus 13, and that's where my dollar was. Was it 3.1 million somebody put down on this? On the money line on Philly to win outright.
Yeah, for a return of, I forget, like, what, 700,000 or 400,000?
I thought it was 400,
yeah,
like $440,000 that he won. And risked 3.1 million for Philly just to win the game outright.
Talk about sweating,
dude,
man.
they found themselves in a dogfight, and I got to tell you, I was sweating that because I heard about that bet, and I'm just like, and I shouldn't be, because I'm like, what idiot would do this? But I guess it's an idiot that can afford to lose $3.1 million.
He saw a return on investment, you know? And by the way, it was going to take a almost 99-yard drive. I think technically they call it a 98-yard drive. It would have been for Bryce Young, but because it was like at the 1.5-yard line.
Yeah.
But they were there. And Xavier Legette was open. He led him a little bit, but it's a catchable ball.
Yeah, and I'm sitting. Why did I get nervous?
You shouldn't be, because you're a Lions fan. You should want the Eagles to lose. Like, there should be no nerves. The nerves should be, oh my God, Carolina, please do this. Pull off this upset.
Without question. I wanted him to, but I kept thinking about that better. And the thing is, if I put that, like, I'd have a heart attack watching that game. It wouldn't be worth it. I'd die.
That's gambling, Doug.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Let's go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, D.
DK, Kane, what's going on, fellas?
Happy holidays.
Same to you, my man. Yeah. Hey, man, check this out. All these national reporters, sports writers, ex-coaches, coaches, whatever, that's hating on Detroit, we all just need to embrace it, bro. Because we all know for years we got our asses kicked up and down the field, laughing top of the league. Hell, 0-16 season. So now the ship has turned the right direction. We taking over stadiums. See, really, it all started with HBO, DK, when we was on that HBO special. That's when all this started. And now all these naysayers are hating so hard. Like, man, Detroit ain't what they used to be. Now everybody's crying like we cheating. Everybody's crying like we robbing banks or whatever. But we just really playing sound football, and they can't deal with it. So all we got to do is just keep embracing this, bro. Y'all just keep talking.
D, I think I disagree with you in one regard, and that is I think overwhelmingly there's a positive reaction around the country towards the Lions. I think it's a very select few that have reason to be sensitive that are starting to show it. Teams like Minnesota, Philadelphia. I'm sure Green Bay fans are sick of all this. But look, what goes around comes around. We were in NFL obscurity for the majority of our adult lives. Forgive us if we lean into this.
Hey, people up top, John Dorsey, Chris Spielman, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, bro, they not trying to hear none of this. I really hope they keep adding fuel to the fire, DK. Keep talking, bro, because like I said, y'all didn't care when we was getting our asses kicked every year. Y'all didn't care when we missed out on the playoffs every year. And y'all damn sure didn't care when we went through all these coaches and couldn't get it right. Now we got Dan, we got Coach Dan the man at the helm, and it's just lovely, bro. Hey, I love the show, bro. I love you and Kane, bro. And it's finally, bro, we on top. And people looking at us, and man.
We got to finish the deal. Got to finish the deal, but I hear you. Thank you, D. Appreciate the phone call. They have to finish this deal. There's still a lot of football to be played. It's a big game this weekend.
Stupid Vikings won't lose.
I know, right?
Stupid Eagles won't lose.
You know, in a lot of ways, it's keeping the Lions like having a sense of urgency. Like they can't afford to slip up. They can't.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But this Dan Campbell-led team wouldn't slip. Like they wouldn't relax anyways. You know, even if the Vikings had lost to the Falcons and Carolina pulled off the upset, you know how Dan Campbell is.
Yeah.
You know, he'd keep these guys on the right track the whole time. But looking at positively, yeah. To me, it's just the injuries are starting to. If they can just start getting a little bit healthier, man. The fact that they were doing this, I mean, ever since Hutch broke his leg, they haven't lost.
Dude, it's incredible.
You know, knock on wood.
I was such a little bitch after Hutch.
I know.
I was in here for like 3 days.
And they literally haven't lost.
Just like, I can't believe it. Why does this always happen? And they haven't lost.
In your defense, you didn't see Muhammad coming on, like with the Lions. You didn't know they were
El
going to sign him.
Muhammad tearing it up.
Yeah.
Well.
You didn't foresee that.
No, I didn't. But I should have. This is a Brad Holmes run team. They go find skill sets that fit with what they want to do. They might not be players that have done much elsewhere, but they know what they are looking for, and they go find it. And I think what might be making this work, the secret to the sauce, is what they are looking for, not everybody is looking for, and it works here. It might not work elsewhere, but it works here.
And also, they've built such a strong locker room and culture that you fall in line or you get out. Yep. You know, you fall in line. Like when the Patriots were signing Randy Moss and Corey Dillon and whoever, bringing back guys that didn't work out elsewhere, they fall right back in line. They know what this is about here. And you either, you're with it or they're going to move on from you.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Jake.
Hey, morning, Doug and Kang. Kang, I'm watching you on YouTube live, and I want to say I dig your sweater, man.
Thank you.
The Golden State Warriors.
This was a half off NBA.com clearance special.
Yeah, it was sarcasm.
Oh, got me, bro.
Okay, so I got a champ and chump. The champ has to be Tim Patrick. Getting 2 touchdowns last week was huge. The chump would have to be me for calling in last week saying that they were going to lose. So I got to suck that up a little bit.
I'm looking for Jake's prediction here.
I didn't have a prediction. I called and said they do need an L before the playoff.
You're one of those guys, huh?
Yeah.
It's okay.
But no, I mean, I at the same time, Gator was talking about the next man up. But I thought this was coming on defense, not offense. You look at Tim Patrick, where did this guy come from? 2 touchdowns, his first touchdown, and then another one. And then you got Zadarius Smith with a sack, which was great. But, I mean, our defense held up. But at the same time, the next man up ended up being on offense. And I think everyone's buying into the Dan Campbell culture. I don't even think they bought in. I think they are the culture now. And I think that this team is unstoppable from this point on.
Well, I mean, look, things change over the course of time. I haven't seen the point spread. I heard it's close. Have anybody seen the point spread on the Buffalo game? What it is? Because unstoppable is a strong statement.
I want to say it's probably 3 for the Lions.
Okay, I just saw it. It's 2, according to ESPN.
It's 2, okay.
It's 2. Opened at 2.5. It's been bet down
Doug,
to 2.
based on the game last night and based on the game we played on Thursday, it being both being shootouts, going into the Buffalo game, do you think it's going to be another shootout, or do you think it's going to be a low-scoring game?
I would think it would be another shootout, yeah.
Yeah.
And I like our chances here in Detroit when our team gets into shootouts. Like our chances. But, how many more? Got to get some guys back defensively. I mean, I guess we don't have to do anything. They haven't lost, but it sure would be helpful. The percent chance of winning these games goes up if they stop losing defensive starters. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, if you have a strong lean that certain guys are going to healthy, bet the Lions now before that line moves, before they announce, Ali McNeil and Onwuzurike and Pascal are going to play, because that's going to be a huge help. Josh Allen just went nuts yesterday, 6 touchdowns total.
So as far as Tim Patrick, where did this guy come from? Well, he came from Denver. He'd been hurt the previous 2 years. He'd been getting up there in years. Denver decided to move on, and and they cut Tim Patrick after the preseason, there was immediate speculation that he seemed like a Detroit Lions kind of player. He was a fan favorite. I believe he was a captain at one point in his career, which starts checking the boxes of all the things that the Lions are looking for. And sure enough, he ends up here. And it's another example of finding the skill set where you can get a lot out of it. This is a player the entire league had a shot at. He was coming off a torn ACL and a torn Achilles in back-to-back seasons. So Denver tries to trade him. Can't pull off a trade. They release him. Lions sign him the next day. And he's been better than Josh Reynolds would have been. Like they've upgraded that position from what Josh Reynolds would have been. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up next hour. We'll get into the college football playoff a little bit. Still Lions calls, hottest team in the NFL, 97.1. All right, Gators out today. It's the Carson Anderson program. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Still getting tons of reaction to the Lions win Thursday over Green Bay. Look, offense played well. Special teams got the job done. There was, the defense made enough plays. It's hard to get mad at the defense giving up 31 points, given who was on the field. At the end of that game, I basically had one defensive regular from the beginning of the year, from week 1 to the end of basically the second quarter on of that Green Bay game. One regular in their front seven, and that was Jack Campbell. And because Lee McNeil went down with injury, and you're doing it with guys who, a week prior weren't Detroit Lions. Jamal Adams and Jonah Williams and Miles Adams out there making plays. Pat O'Connor helping collapse the pocket. He got a lot of love for his performance. The point is, what they put together, being enough to win, is a huge deal. Every Sunday, or in this case Thursday, every time you play, you want to come out feeling like your team is good enough to win the Super Bowl. And I don't think there's any doubt in any of our minds, nor should there be, that the Detroit Lions have accumulated enough talent to win the Super Bowl. And they've got coaches that are good enough to win the Super Bowl. And they've got a quarterback that's good enough to win the Super Bowl. What we're not sure of is how many of those guys are going to be able to suit up when it's do or die football, when we get to the playoffs. If you're going to tell me that a bunch of players are going to be coming back, then I'll feel a lot better. Especially, a bunch of guys are coming back defensively. I mean, there's not indications that like Decker's long-term offensively, Pascal, there's no indication that that's long-term. DJ Reader. When they got DJ Reader and Lee McNeil out there rolling, it feels like they are putting a great run defense on the field. Could they get Derek Barnes back? That has not officially been ruled out. I've not seen it reported anywhere that Derek Barnes is done for the year. Did I miss it? Kang, I didn't miss it, did I? There's speculation.
No, he's not officially out. It seems kind of unlikely, but no, it's not official.
Yeah. You got was it Jay Glazer over the weekend that said Hutch is ahead of schedule?
Yeah. I mean, that sounds insane to me, but it just shows how hard he's working, though, I think. You know what I mean? Like, remember when C.J. Gardner-Johnson last year tore his pec, and I was like, dude, he's done for the year? Mm-hmm. But he's like, no, I'm not. And even Campbell was surprised that he'd be at the podium and saying, I don't know if this guy's Wolverine or what, but, I mean, he is kind of ahead of schedule. I'm not going to go there yet, but we'll see. And then, what do you know? He was back.
So here we sit with 13 defensive players rather on the injured list, which is way more than anybody else. But there's guys that reinforcements are coming. Reader, Onwuzurike, Pascal up front defensively. I think Mekhi Wingo can come back. Obviously, Alex Anzalone is expected to come back. Barnes may come back. So there's potentially help on the way here. And if you put a group that looks like that, those guys coming back, yeah, we'll feel way better about chances to win the Super Bowl. The thing is, they're still winning against good teams. This is they're not a product of scheduling here. Since the injuries started to ravage this team early in the year, they still went to Minnesota and beat the Vikings. They went to Green Bay and beat the Packers. They went to Houston and beat the Texans. All those things on the road, those are all playoff teams. Then they get this Packer win. It's such a credible group. Like, the resume is strong. The talent is here. It's just a matter of going out and getting the job done. And that includes, you say getting the job done, it includes, not continuing to suffer catastrophic injuries. Everybody has to deal with them, okay? It is a game of attrition. But when you suit up your 46-man or 40, whatever it is, 48-man roster on game day, Their job is to go out and find a way to get a win, and they keep doing it. No matter how many guys you've never heard of making plays. Ezekiel Turner, 3rd down, dragging down Jordan Love just as Reed is coming open to the back of the end zone. Turner gets him to the ground. If he doesn't, that might be a touchdown. Instead, it was a field goal. Pat O'Connor. Pat who? Pat O'Connor. Pat, PMFOC. Collapse in the pocket, right? Who? Al-Quadin Muhammad. Who? And it's funny, you go back to the beginning of the year, and when the Lions set the practice squad, one of the things we said was get to know these names. Because when there's premium on your games, when you are trying to win a Super Bowl, and you start to realize that the injuries are piling up, practice squad guys get activated.
Yeah, but Doug, I didn't know I was going to have to learn other teams' practice squad guys as well.
Well, that's the funny part.
That's how deep we've gone here.
Yep.
You know, and they were working with a glorified practice squad out there with that front seven. It was a skeleton crew out there. But this coaching staff has put players in position to help this team win ball games. And Dan Campbell says it. You know, any place, anytime, and apparently with anybody, right? And they're going out there and they're winning games. And that's a real sign of a great team. Not a good team, a great team. And yeah, you're going to have to lean on the offense a little bit more. But great teams have, elite sides of the ball, elite players. And don't discount the fact that, knock on wood, the secondary has pretty much been intact for the most part. I think Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold had a game here or two miss.
Yep.
But we got the all-pro safeties back there. I call them all-pros because I don't think there's a better tandem in the league. And then Amik Robertson's been playing great at the nickel slot.
Yeah, they do that. If you look at something that I'm debating how much of a strength it is, it's the secondary. Like the secondary has basically gotten by without having. They've gotten pretty high-end results without having a high-end pass rush. And if this thing all works out, the additions of Carlton Davis, Terrion Arnold, Amik Robertson. I mean, they brought in Ennis Rakestraw, who's been dealing with injuries, but the totality of the players that they have put together in that secondary might be the most important thing in the offseason. Because it's pretty incredible when you start thinking about a decent pass defense without a significant pass rush. They typically go hand in hand. And look, the Lions' pass defense has given up some yards, but it's not as bad as it was last year. And the most amazing stat of all, to me, is QB rating against. Best in the NFL. You would think quarterbacks would be having their way, but they're not. Lions defensive QBR, 76.5. That quarterback rating is the best in the NFL. Opposing quarterbacks, quarterback rating, 76.5 against the Lions defense. And at first, you could, as early in the season, it could be the old statistical anomaly. But essentially every week, it's like going up against Mason Rudolph. That's a quarterback who has a rating about that. Think about that. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Mondays mean champ and chump. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? My champ of the weekend was Tim Patrick, 2 touchdowns. What a great addition for the Lions. Kang's champ of the weekend was Juan Soto, because who had a better weekend than him, signing the highest contract in the history of sports. My chump of the weekend is the Falcons. We needed you, man. 3 straight second-half possessions, 3 turnovers, 1 via fumble, 1 via interception, 1 turnover on downs. Minnesota scored all 3 times. They ran away and hid. Kang's chump of the weekend is the Mets for signing Soto to that contract. 248-539-9797. Who do you have as champ and chump of the weekend? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Our first thought on the college football playoff bracket. We'll get to that today at 12:16 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the NFL, Monday Night Football. FanDuel wants you to win even bigger. Right now, all customers can get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost. Bengals versus Cowboys, Monday Night Football. That means you can boost your next NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30% and take home even more winnings during the Bengals-Cowboys game. Bet on over-under, spreads, player props, and so much more. Plus, if you win, you get paid instantly. So don't wait. Download America's #1 sportsbook by visiting FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Maximum wager amount applies. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Hope you had a great weekend. Got a chance to escape up north. Met some listeners up there. It was fun. Do love Northern Michigan. Had to buy a fridge for our place. That's fun. Been a minute since I bought a fridge, and I do wonder how I survived without a fridge with Wi-Fi. No, seriously, it's amazing what you can do with your home appliances now. But also got some Christmas shopping done. Watched a lot of football. It was great. Snow up there. Didn't get a chance Did not get a chance to get on the hills, which sucked, but too much to do. Will get my chance coming up shortly, though. 248-539-9797. All right, so the college football playoff bracket is out. I mean, the best part about this entire thing is the on-college campuses part. Like, I'm so excited that these great venues, all with different character, like watching college games in different stadiums around the country and the traditions and the fan bases and the pomp and circumstance and the pageantry and just, the noise, the bands, everything about watching college football games at different venues is fun. And it's one of the things that's weird. Like the NCAA tournament, which, has tapped into incredible drama, has also kind of sterilized its product with all the courts looking exactly the same. I don't like that. They should each have their own unique design. Now, given those aren't home fields, those are neutral sites. But let them look different, so it doesn't look like it's all a template, a cookie cutter kind of thing from game to game. But we're going to get college campuses, and what we had asked for forever, like our entire lives, was that teams from the South have to come north, and there is no shortage of that. Now, I don't know if Ohio State operates like a typical Big Ten Northern team. They do seem to seriously struggle in bad weather. But Tennessee is going to Columbus. SMU is going to Penn State. Notre Dame is hosting. Unfortunately, they're hosting Indiana. It would have been a lot more fun if it had been like Georgia having to go to Penn State. Or if Bama had got in, Bama would have had to, go to Ohio State or something like that. Didn't work out that way. But got a lot of Big Ten representation with Ohio State, Penn State, and Indiana all hosting games. No, Indiana's on the road at Notre Dame. Sorry. So we do get to see a little bit of what we asked for, and it's too bad because they're trying to fit this playoff format into the bowl paradigm. So we only get one round of on-campus games. And while I do like, the tradition of the Rose Bowl, If Oregon, the teams that got buys, Arizona State, Oregon, Boise, and Georgia, them getting to host, I'd prefer that. And then, if you're going to hang on to the bowls, they could rotate through the championship game or rotate through the semifinals and the championship game. But, getting a bye is great, but the idea of if you do get a bye, you don't get to host a game, I think you should get the chance to host a game. So I'm going to say something that I'm already sick of, and it makes no sense to me. I'm already sick of people complaining about this format. It's year one. It is year one. Can we let it breathe? The whole Bama should have got in thing. On the surface, a team with 3 losses and the 18th toughest strength of schedule, on the surface, I'd probably give the nod over a team with the 58th toughest schedule and 2 losses, with no wins over ranked teams, currently ranked teams. Bama has 3 of them. So you can make that case. We'd be doing the same thing if there were 16 teams. Over, who's team 17, who's team 16. We'd be this if there were 24 teams, if there were 32 teams. We'd be doing the same damn thing. And the truth is, anytime you have a set criteria, this is how many teams we're letting in the playoff. There are going to be some years where there's going to be multiple teams that deserve to get bids and other years where there's going to be not enough teams that deserve to get bids. I think this feels more like a not enough teams. Are we sure there's really 12 teams that deserve a crack at the national championship this year? Because I'm not. We joked about it, but here it's happened in year one. A 3-loss team gets in. And in the past, a 3-loss team wouldn't sniff the national championship. Now, is that wrong? In the past, 2-loss teams didn't sniff the national championship. So, yeah, 3-loss teams. Now, I'm looking forward to this. But I really can't believe how much complaining, and they're already, we need to reseed. I'm like, dude, let's let this thing breathe for a few years before we start talking about changing it. And the thing that gets me is it's a lot of college football people that, in my opinion, should know better than to complain about something in year one. Every year is different. And already there's bitching. Just like, Come on, man.
What are you, a new college football fan or something, Doug?
Yeah.
College football is about complaining. Yep. And I will go out there, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. They want the complaining. They want people talking about this team should have been in, this team should have been out. They love it. It just more talks, brings more eyes to their sport. There's never going to be a perfect system. You're right. Whether it's 4, 12, 16, there's always the other team that got left out, right? Or the other multiple teams got left out. And that's the way they like it. This is what college football is. It's always going to be. And unfortunately, the way college football is going pro. We all kind of see this with all the money being involved. And yeah, the 2-3 loss team is just like a wild card team in the NFL having a chance to win the Super Bowl. This is what they want.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to all this. Like that night, that 20th and 21st, that Friday night, and then 3 games on Saturday. I'm going to be locked in. I can't wait. It's going to be really cool. Hopefully they're good games, although they're all pretty big point spreads. But the fact is that there are people, veteran writers and people that have been around a lot, that just seem to jump all over everything. And then I'm just like, man, this is year one. And quite frankly, I'm going to guess that there'll be less complaining this year than the years moving forward. I think this year probably more work than didn't. So anyway, if I'm going to pick a first round upset too, I'm taking SMU over Penn State.
Don't think Franklin can get it done in the big games, huh?
Well, if only there were evidence to prove that to be the case. I'm going to take SMU over Penn State. That'll be my upset. Even though I just made a case for Bama over SMU, it's more about Penn State than it is about SMU.
Yeah. I've got my eye on Indiana over Notre Dame. Well, here's the thing. Marcus Freeman, and I like Marcus Freeman, but I think he's kind of overlooking Indiana. And did you hear his quotes about, I got to Google Kurt and see who he is?
Yeah.
Singetti said earlier, this year that, what was his pitch to recruits, right? And he told him, I win, just Google me.
Yeah.
Well, Marcus Freeman just said I had to Google, I don't know if it was a dig on purpose by accident, but I feel like they're kind of overlooking Indiana, man. And Indiana should not be overlooked. And there's a little in-state action here. I like that. So we'll see about that one.
I got to tell you, I want them to be an easy team to root for. Mostly it would, but I find Signetti's approach to be a bit much. Do whatever you want, man.
Google him, Doug.
I know, right? There's a little bit of an eye roll to that. They'd be a lot easier to get on board if he wasn't like that. But I'm rooting for him.
But that's the chip he's playing.
I mean, I literally, if it's Signetti versus Notre Dame and I'm rooting for the team that's less sort of presenting as arrogant, it's clearly Indiana. But anyway, 248-539-9797. With that said, if you want to get into the college football playoff, we'll take your phone calls. Champ and Chump votes. Let's get back to your phones. We've got a Larry here next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
Long-time Canadian listener here.
Oh, great. Well, welcome.
Anyways, quick comment. For all the people complaining about Dan Campbell, I kind of feel like it's like Cinderella complaining to the fairy godmother about the hors d'oeuvres at the ball. Like, let's just enjoy the ride here a little bit.
Yeah. I think most people do. There's obviously, we had a caller today that said they thought it was a dumb decision, and it's still resonating because he does things the unconventional way. But I think most people are enjoying the hell out of the ride.
Got us in, so yep, we got to enjoy it.
Yep.
Great time to be a Lions fan.
Yep.
Anyways, what I wanted to bring up was I really think the timing of these injuries that we've had was a blessing in disguise, because if these injuries had have happened closer to playoff time, we wouldn't have been able to get our eyes on a lot of these guys and know what they can provide in the playoffs. Some of these guys might stick into the playoffs. Who knows, right?
Well, I think that some of them be forced to, because there are going to be some players that come. I mean, right now they're parading out the best healthy bodies that they've got. And, there's some guys that keep getting hurt. It seems like Josh Pascal's hurt a lot. Anzarike is hurt a lot. And so this is, it's the deal. Yeah, they're going to have guys that we weren't counting on that are probably going to be playing key roles in big games. Hell, it's already happened. But as the games get bigger, yeah, I'm going to guess that there are going to be a lot of previously unheard of individuals that are going to have to make plays for the Lions.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Hey, thank you for the phone call, Larry, and welcome to the show. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. was a huge story breaking overnight. We'll get to that coming up in a minute. Let's get caught up on all the Champ and Chump votes coming in on this Monday. Get yours in at 248-539-9797. Jamel in Dayton. My champ is Josh Allen for his 50-plus fantasy points yesterday. My chump is the Panthers wide receiver Xavier Legette. Catch the frickin' ball. So every Josh Allen fan, there's probably somebody who hates Josh Allen just as much because they were going against him. Xavier Legette now multiple votes for Chump of the Weekend. Chuck and Farming Tales. Champ Scotty Scheffler for picking up where he left off. Chump Ward Manuel, terrible CFP leader, and college football selections were atrocious. Okay, Chuck, I'd like to know more. What did Ward do, and what did the committee do that was atrocious? Please tell me. Please tell me what was atrocious about it. I'm just intrigued because, quite frankly, the only thing I would put in Alabama instead of SMU. Why would I have done that? Because I think Alabama goes undefeated with SMU's schedule. And SMU suffers at least 3 losses with Bama's schedule. It has nothing to do with the brand name. It has everything to do with the strength of schedule. That's what I would have done. However, I acknowledge that when you start really getting into the minutia of these last 2 teams to get in, these aren't easy decisions. But what was atrocious about it? Because I don't know that I would describe anything as atrocious, even if there's a disagreement in the last team.
You're always going to have this with college football because it's an opinion, like who they think should be in, right?
Yep.
It's not like the NFL where I go, you know what, Doug? I think Cincinnati should get in over, the Chargers because I just think they're just a better team. I think they'd be a better with their schedule. They would have won more games. No, everything's set in stone in the NFL. And I know as much as I say the college is trying to be like the NFL, this is the one thing where unless they start limiting schools for even having a chance, then it's always going to be debatable.
Yeah, then you get into should there be everybody an automatic qualifier.
Yeah.
Big Ten has 4, and the SEC has 4, and the ACC has 2. And I mean, if we're going to do that, but, I don't think anybody wants that because then you take away what's different every year. Champ Dan Campbell for being a phenomenal leader. Chump Matt LaFleur for being too easily triggered. That's Murray and Romeo. Champ Michigan basketball. Chump the Red Wings. Wolverines continue to win. Red Wings continue to score 1 goal a game. Champ Jake Bates, enough said. Chump Derek Lalone for letting Kosa rot on the bench. Did we hear, is Husa starting again tonight? Yep. Okay. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Emmett and Taylor. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Emmett?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So I know you guys talk more college football, but I've been, for the last week or so, this has been in my mind. Terrion Arnold, it's like all the guy does is pass interference. I mean, out of all these rookies and everything, to me, he's very unimpressive. I'm just curious what you guys are way, more into it than I am, but I don't know. It seems like every time I turn around, the guy's getting another PI, and it drives me insane. Just curious what you guys' thoughts are on him.
How many do you think he's had?
He's got the most in the NFL. Going into that last game, he had 17.
He has not had 17 pass interference calls.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I saw come across on the TV that day.
He's had 7 pass interference calls this year, and 4 were in the first month of the season. I checked that. 5 were in the first month of the season. He's had 2. He had 1 in November and now 1 so far in December. Early on, in fact, I look at pass interference and, quite frankly, defensive holding is essentially the same thing, even though they're not marked that way on the field.
Right.
They're both, but in the first month of the season, he had 5 pass interferences and 2 defensive holdings. Okay, so now we get to October. He had no penalties in October. He had an offensive holding on a punt when he was blocking a gunner in November, and he had a defensive pass interference against Houston in November. And he had this defensive pass interference against Green Bay in December. Early on, it was a lot. It has really calmed down since week 5.
Okay. So I must have misread what I was reading. Maybe it's penalties altogether is what maybe I was reading there. Then.
So, I mean, there's a website, NFLpenalties.com, where you could track them all from who the official was, when it happened in the game, what the game was. And so that's what I'm going off. I don't know where you saw 17, but it's 7, according to this. Okay. And again, on the defensive side of the ball, he's got 2 penalties since September 30th. So yeah, I mean it's a tough adjustment for rookies, but it's something he's absolutely gotten better at.
Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it. Maybe I'll start looking at it a little bit better.
No, it's okay. No worries. We get this a lot. I mean, he had another one in that Green Bay game, and that was a tough one, man. I mean, they're not all created equal. That's back of the end zone. He's in coverage. He's got Christian Watson blanketed for the entire play. Jordan Love's out there extending the play. And he basically throws it into Arnold's back, who's looking at Watson. He actually tries to turn around, but where he is standing, he can't get the leverage to do so because he kind of bumps into Watson, and that's what got him the flag. But that was a tough one on him.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make excuses for Terrion Arnold, but a lot of those penalties were very early on in the season, and he is a rookie, so that early on in the season he's really just getting his feet wet. He has 7 PIs from what I see, Doug, like you said, but 3 holdings. So, I mean, if you want to group those in.
Only 2 of them were defensive holdings. One of them was on special teams. It was an offensive holding.
If you want to call 9, as a defensive back. But I think the good thing is, why I'm so encouraged by him is he's always on his receiver. Now, what he's got to work on is looking back for the ball, ball awareness, things like that. And I think the refs have even told him that, hey, we know you're sticky. We see the tape. But you got to play the ball more, and he's learning, and he's tough. He's a good tackler, so these are good things actually. And so they're going to throw to him more too because he is the rookie. Carlton Davis is the number 1 corner on this team, so I think there's more to like than not. And playing DB in this league is hard, so I think some people are just like, how they are. Like every game, games I've watched, Terrion Arnold has a PI or something.
All right, I said we get to this huge story overnight. Juan Soto and the Mets come to an agreement on a 15-year, $765 million deal, the largest contract ever in any sport ever. Soto has an opt-out after the 5th season. Okay? That's crazy because if he chooses to opt out, it's probably because he's earning the biggest contract in the history of sports. If he chooses after the 5th season not to opt out, then you have probably a Javi Baez situation where he doesn't opt out because he's not worth it. And then they will owe him $51 million a season for another decade. A decade. This is a crazy risk by the Mets. Because you basically only get him for the last 10 years if he's not worth it. We all talk about the Javi Baez. He had an opt-out. He didn't take it because he knew he wouldn't get that money on the open market. And so we got 4 more years of Javi. This would be a decade more. And now let's not forget. Now maybe when we get to like 2035, paying $51 million might not seem, maybe that's what utility infielders will be making in 10 years. But this is the organization that every July 1st pays Bobby Bonilla $1.19 million. He is 61 years old. And they pay him $1.19 million every July 1st because they signed him to basically a lifetime contract. So, we can sit here, we look at this and go, the Mets and the richest owner in the game and got it, all that. But man, that is something. Now, will they compete? Yeah, probably. Did they pay a little bit more to burn the Yankees? Yeah, probably. And it sucks because this is the haves and have-nots, and there are only a few organizations that can even get involved with Juan Soto. And while the Tigers could absolutely spend more. They absolutely could spend more, and I hope that they do. It's unfortunate because this is the kind of thing that they'll probably never be able to do. Because that money is insane. Absolutely insane.
How many dads right now just put a baseball bat in their kid's crib and so we're hitting the cage as soon as you can walk?
As if, by the way, if your kid only signed $100 million contract, that didn't motivate me, but $760 million will.
You know how it is out there, though, Doug. You're on the circuit of the youth sports.
Oh, I know.
You see this? Everyone's kid's the next Juan Soto, man.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. A lot of Lions talk still coming in. Got the college football stuff that we've thrown out there. And by the way, maybe now that the Juan Soto contract has been signed, maybe we'll see some more action and maybe the Tigers will get involved. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, there's still time to get great tasting, worry-free water for the holidays like we have in our house. You can save $1,000 or more with CGC Water when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. In fact, our son recently got his first place out of college, and he mentioned to us the other day that his skin and hair feel so much better and look better when he showers at home. And it's because of our CGC water treatment Connecticut system that we have in our house. Get yours. Visit cgcwater.com or call 855-339-4242. You also save 10% off on a Navien tankless water heater. We got one of those too. Love it. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. All right, so Holmes had just called and told us that he saw that Terrion Arnold had 17 pass interference calls this year. And look, I'm just going off NFLpenalties.com, which is a website that tracks all these things. He's got 7. People are saying, we've had a bunch of callers that said what that caller saw was the total number of pass interferences that the Lions had this year. That it was not Terrion Arnold, it was Detroit's. And according to NFLpenalties.com, that is correct. It is indeed 17. It is the most in the NFL. Yet I would say that the secondary is doing a great job. And the truth is, I would mostly go with the fact that they're 12-1, but I would also go with the fact that their QB rating against is the best in the NFL. They've done a good job, and they have there is a pass rush, okay, but it's not what it was supposed to be, and we all know it. And so the fact that they are holding their ground, I think, is a credit to the secondary. And I once had a defensive coach point out to me that we, meaning people in the media, make too big a deal out of pass interference calls. Yeah, they suck. But a lot of players commit pass interference because they're doing such a good job at covering someone, which is the ultimate goal. Now it's playing the football and it's knowing when to turn their head around and all that kind of stuff. But that's what differentiates the really, really good from the great. And it's better than guys running wide open. So take it for what it's worth. Look, I would love to see them cut down on the PIs for sure. But if it matters, and in the case of the previous caller, Terrion Arnold has cut down on him.
People want perfect. You know how it is.
Yep.
They ain't perfect, people.
They are not perfect.
But they're 12-1.
Yep. We are complaining about...
they're pretty close to perfect, actually, record-wise. When I said it out loud, I was like, wait, 12-1 is pretty close to 13-0.
It's a good... I'm not going to say it's a good problem to have, but they've got rich people problems. We are seeking to make them perfect and thinking of what's not, how can we make it better? And you should always strive for perfection. Why not? CPK writes in, my champ is Dusty May and the Michigan Hoops team. The win against Iowa on Saturday was so exciting and what we've been missing the past couple of years. My chump are the Panthers and the Falcons. Yeah, so Michigan had a big lead. Iowa cut into it. They did it last year and beat Michigan when Michigan blew a lead. Of course, Michigan won 8 games all of last year. They got 8 wins already, and it's December 9th. But they made plays when it mattered with the game on the line. That Sanford kid from Iowa he's one intense competitor. But anyway, yeah, Dusty May doing a great job in year 1. Panthers and Falcons, we needed you. Well, not needed you, but it surely would have helped in the quest to be division champs and the number 1 seed. And both the Panthers and the Falcons were in dogfights. As much as we think we have problems, they are an unhappy group right now in Philadelphia. A.J. Brown, when asked what can get better with the offense, comes out and says, passing. One word, passing. Now, is that calling out your quarterback? Kind of feels like it. Jalen Hurts didn't look too happy after the game. They won the game, but he hasn't thrown for over 200 yards in 3 straight games. He had 108 yards in this game. Look, they're still really good, but it feels like their problems are way bigger than our problems. Next, from Brooke and Port Huron. Champ, Michigan State basketball and Tom Izzo. Chumps, anyone that is hating on Dan Campbell's play calling. Spartans get a Big Ten win over Nebraska over the weekend. Look, the Dan Campbell thing is probably always going to be a topic as long as he's the head coach. He's going to do things unconventionally. It's who he is. Just ask yourself this. Do you want him to change who he is? Do you want someone else coaching the team? If he becomes more judicious with his 4th down play calls, are we sure they're going to be better? Everything is going to be better about him or not? That's where I'm like, I'm not sure it's going to be better. I think this team This team has taken on the personality of the head coach, and that means sometimes you're going to have to deal with the head coach making risky decisions.
And they're calculated risk. I want to keep emphasizing that because I think people that say the Dan Gamble and all this stuff are like, he just wakes up and you know what, he I'm going to book a room in MGM Detroit. I'm going to book a room. I'm going to go up to my room. I'm going to open up the mini bar, get sauced up a little bit, right? Then I'm going to go downstairs and hit the circle bar. Now I'm really loose. I don't even know what's going on. I've had one too many drinks. I'm going to turn around and find a table game. I don't care what table game it is. I'm going to sit down, push all my chips in, and say good luck to myself, where the house has the advantage. That's not what Dan Campbell's doing. He is the house, okay? He feels like he's actually the gambler. The MGM goes, they see him, they go, dude, don't let the guy bet here. He's cost us a lot of money, actually. He knows what he's doing. These aren't just like spur-of-the-moment thoughts that come to his mind, and he's like, all right, go for it. No, he knows his team. He knows the players. He knows the play caller. He knows the play. He knows the situation. He knows the defense is leaking. We got Zeke Turner back there, Quan Alexander, with all due respect to those guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
He made a calculated risk, not just a crazy gamble. And this is the mindset of the team. It's in their DNA. Analytics doesn't take that into account. They play this way because they know their coach believes in them. And so I take offense to all the national pundits that are saying he's a bad coach. These are risky calls. He's going to bite him in the butt one time. Yeah, he's not going to bat 1,000. But damn it, they're 12-1. They're 12-1.
We'll play more of the critics coming out over the weekend in the 1 o'clock hour. I want to get to something else first, but let me finish with this round of ticket text. Marlon writes in, Champ Tim Patrick for fitting in perfectly. Chump Tim Patrick for fitting in so perfectly, he cost me a 5-part parlay because St. Brown's yards were down. Yeah, look, Tim Patrick is another Brad Holmes special. And it's not just the draft. And we had that stat last week about the number of draft picks that have turned into all pros or Pro Bowl selections and how far and away the Lions are ahead of everybody else since Brad Holmes took over. There is also the guys off the street that he signs to help this team win that are available to everybody, but Brad Holmes identifies them, brings them in, and gets them. Tim Patrick is a great example. Prior to him, it was Josh Reynolds. I really like what we're seeing from El Quadim Muhammad. Pat O'Connor's impacted this team positively. Ezekiel Turner. I mean, it's kind of one thing to go out and get, players that Quan Alexander was no secret. David Long is no secret. He's getting guys that are kind of overlooked, not talked about, and they're making plays to help the Lions win games. That Ezekiel Turner sack on Jordan Love was huge. Pat O'Connor did a good job collapsing the pocket. He is what he is. He's not going to lead the league and run stuffs or anything like that. But when called upon, did a nice job. And Tim Patrick's turned into a weapon that needs to be accounted for. Okay, just saw this. Vegas odds, MLB, free agency. Not one, but 2 free agents favored to come to Detroit. One of the names didn't surprise me. The other made me go, whoa, huh. We'll get to that at 103 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Get back to your phone calls in a moment. So we get Vegas odds sent to us all the time. And I will tell you that I just saw one that really, really surprised me. This is from our friends at sportsbetting.ag. So these are next team odds for 8 marquee players, free agents. So you bet on who their next team is going to be. Tigers are prominently figuring into some pretty big name free agents. Nolan Arenado, next team odds. Dodgers 3-1, the Yankees 4-1, the Tigers 6-1. Third favorite there. Alex Bregman. Tigers a 7-4 favorite. Phillies 4-1, Nationals 11-2. I got to be honest, I'm not hugely in favor of a Bregman contract where he is in his career and the kind of money it sounds like he's going to command. I'm not a huge fan of that. Corbin Burns, Tigers don't figure into the top 5. They're actually 6th at 11-2. Justin Verlander, next team odds. The Cubs and Tigers both 7-2. Max Fried, next team odds. Tigers don't even get odds listed. Paul Goldschmidt. Brewers are 4-1 favorite, followed by Pittsburgh 5-1, Mets 6-1, Yankees 7-1, Diamondbacks 8-1, Tigers 12-1, tied with a bunch of teams. Pete Alonso, Tigers don't get any mention there. Tanner Scott, Boston's 3-1, Yankees 4-1, Baltimore 5-1, Tigers down there at 8-1. There's 7 teams ahead of them. Max Scherzer, Tigers 3-1 favorites. Really? Scherzer? 9 starts last season. He was hurt. He wants to keep going. I'm not that interested in bringing back Scherzer or JV. And I'm not that interested in Bregman, given the money he's going to cost. I'm still in the Santander camp. But we shall see. Kind of interesting. 248-539-9797. If you want to comment on that, let's get back to your open line calls. By the way, the Birchie Kid's down at the winter meetings, so we'll be on top of any breaking news, and we'll immediately go to Tampa if the Tigers do make a move here. Things expected to pick up now that the Juan Soto contract has been signed. Andrew, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up, Doug? First time, extremely long time. I think I was there for your very first broadcast with Anderson.
Wow. Okay, you do go back. We're coming up on 18, 19 years.
I'm in San Diego these days, though, man. So go Padres.
I'm a Padre guy.
Yeah, I know. You were the first one to teach me. So about Campbell. So his fourth down stuff, man. I think the thing that people like, and this is going to be clear in like a few years. Like, he is not overly aggressive, and he is, like, not playing risky on the fourth downs. It's just that everyone else in the league is still too conservative, so he seems that way by relative comparison. I'm not going to, like, go into some weird thing, but I'm, like, a huge NFL, like, sports analytics, like, academic nerd, like, 20 years ago, reading papers on what teams are supposed to do on fourth down. And Campbell literally is like, one of the closest to, like, purely optimal what you're supposed to be doing on fourth down coaches. And I'm just so excited that, like, the coolest bro coach ever is the dude playing, like, algorithmically correct football. I love it so, so much.
So it's interesting. Somebody emailed over a graph to me on go for it rates, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, and 4th and 3. Back in 2011, the 4th and 1 go for it rates were at 33%.
Yep.
Now the 4th and 1 go for it rates are over 70%.
Yep.
And
changing like
all of these 4th and 2, 4th and 3, all of their percent rates are going up. It's at 71% right now for 4th and 1.
Yep.
So,
and of course, like, it's all like situational yardage, point differential, blah 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 blah. But like truly, like, he is, oh, dude, there was never, I thought it'd be some, like, skinny dude with glasses that they gave a crack at being an NFL head coach.
Mike
Instead,
McDaniel.
it's like the beastliest bro ever. It's
yeah.
so good.
Yeah, you'd expect him to look like Mike McDaniel. So, look, we've cited these stats before. It's according to Fox. Some of these are telling, some of these aren't. Since Dan Campbell took over, 140 fourth down attempts, first in the NFL. Which stands to reason, 77 conversions, first in the NFL. If you go for it more, you'll probably get it more. Fourth down attempts in the red zone, 39%, first in the NFL. Fourth down touchdowns. So Dan Campbell, they scored 2 touchdowns on fourth down in that game against Green Bay. Lions have 17 since Dan Campbell took over, first in the NFL. But the most telling stat is teams that are behind, teams that are trailing, go for it on fourth down with greater regularity because they have to. And yet, nobody in the NFL has gone for it on fourth down, when leading, as much as Dan Campbell. 61 times with a lead, Dan Campbell goes for it on fourth down. Tops in the NFL. Okay, and so there are critics. Like we said, we'll hear from them this hour. Because by the time the Sunday shows rolled around, everybody had a few days to digest it. It was going for it and passing on the go-ahead field goal with less than a minute to go. It's pretty highly unconventional. I think it's True Media is the company that went through and looked at this as almost these exact circumstances. Opponent's 25-yard line are in, other teams out of timeouts, tie game, less than 50 seconds left. Since 2000, 9 other head coaches have been faced with the same decision Dan Campbell made. All 9 kicked the field goal. All 9 attempted a field goal. One of them, their kicker, missed. And all 9 of them won. The truth is, where the Lions were set up, and the funny thing is, I'm going to circle back to a play that's completely underrated and is not getting talked about, but where the Lions were set up, they were in such great position to win the game no matter what he did. Honestly, I mean, it was 82% win rate if he attempts a field goal, and it was 78.3% if he goes for it. This wasn't like where he turned the odds completely against him. But the truth is, the play that won the game, and it's not controversial, but the one that put Green Bay in a world of hurt was after the Lions had gotten the ball into field goal range, well into field goal range. Goff hit Amon-Ra with a pass. I'm sorry, I take that back. Goff hit David Montgomery with a pass down to the Green Bay 27, and Frank Ragnow got called for holding. Remember that? Backed him up 10 yards. So now they're backed up at the 40. Now they're still in field goal range, but just kind of on the brink. And they were facing a 2nd down and 17, and Jared Goff hit Amon-Ra on a slant over the middle for what at the time was originally ruled a first down. That was overturned. But that is well into field goal range. And you're behind the sticks. You had a penalty back you up. Didn't matter. Goff found Amon-Ra. Now we haven't talked about that play much. And why we haven't talked about it is because there was no controversy. It's almost like we've come to expect it. But that was the money play. After a penalty backed him up and had him on the brink of field goal range, like if you don't get another yard, it's a 57-yarder for Jake Bates. And while he has been very good and he has the leg strength, that's no gimme. It's makeable, and he might have made it. But it went from being a long field goal to, in that moment, Goff and Amon-Ra got all the penalty yardage back and then some and made it into what would be a Bates chip shot. That's the money play of that whole drive. And we're all talking about the 4th and 1, and understandably so. But what a huge play they made before it. Now, originally, of course, that play was ruled a first down. The replay officials overturned it, which might have been a controversial overturn had they lost the game or they, didn't go for it and missed the field goal, whatever. Why did they overturn it? Because it did look in real time like it was a first down, whatever. But that was the money play. It was a big-time throw to his big-time receiver at an incredibly important time of the game. And we don't talk about it, but It's being underappreciated here. And I guess that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm talking about it. That's what really got, if you're Green Bay, that's the one that hurts. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback and champ and jump votes when we continue here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch Gator out today. Still a lot of buzz about our Lions. Big Thursday night victory over Green Bay. And what a huge game we got coming up this weekend. We'll start getting into it a little bit more as the week goes on. Dan Campbell joins the morning show at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We'll have Jared Goff at 10:30 on our program. Look forward to talking to the Lions quarterback, getting his take on all this and whether or not there's other things that we haven't thought of. But there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that went into that late game decision. It wasn't just him, going all football Neanderthal and throwing caution to the wind and just saying, me go for it. Like there's a lot of context that is important here. And one of them was it was a shootout. If that game's 0-0 and nobody's moving the football, and you got a chance to get points late in the game and take the lead, that's one thing. Green Bay had 24 second half points. Lions had a defense that was already playing shorthanded and lost more due to injuries. And I just think he was like, I'm going to try and win it with my best unit, what I trust the most. Now, the context included getting stuffed on 3rd and short right before it and 4th and short earlier in the game. But All worked out in the end. It doesn't mean it was the right choice. And I don't want him blanket. I'm always going for it on 4th and 1, no matter what. And I look forward to him proving that that's the case by punting when the situation doesn't call for you to make a aggressive move.
Also, all 4th downs aren't created equal. This was 4th in inches. Like inches, Like the St. Brown pass, you already mentioned how close that was. They actually originally called it a 1st down, took it back. The next play gets stuffed. But, yeah, it was inches. And I think if everyone just held their assignment, which they did, it seemed, because they executed well, it seemed relatively easy to convert that 4th down.
Yep.
And we all know it's not easy. But the way it looked, it did look easy because everyone executed. And it wasn't much they needed anyways.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Dave is in White Lake, and he is next. Hi, Dave.
Hey, bud. I just want to say my champ is Dan Campbell. The guy works under the ultimate microscope, and all he does is win. Like anything that's come our way, he's gotten us through it. So he's my champ. My chump is the SMU kick coverage. They came back from 17 down, and then they couldn't cover that kick and lost the game to Clemson.
Yep.
As far as the way I look at it, if I was a Green Bay Packer fan, my only chance to win would be them kicking the field goal right there, and I would be praying that they wouldn't go for it. So, like, if I just do that scenario in my head, I think he absolutely 100% made the right choice. And people that compare it back to like the San Francisco game, last year we didn't have a kicker. I think if we were in a situation where we needed points like that, he would take the points. I don't think he's just all or nothing. I think he's very intelligent and knows exactly what he's doing.
So it's funny because, last year, the kicker situation, there wasn't a lot of faith. And I believe right now Bates and Badgley have the exact same. Riley Patterson, Michael Badgley were 19 of 21 last year. That was actually pretty good. Now, hold on for a sec, because they don't have Bates' leg strength. Beyond 50, they combined to go 1 of 2, and this is where the difference is. This year, Bates has been, we saw him do it in the UFL. We know he's got that kind of leg strength, and beyond 50 this year, he is 5 of 5. So there is your stark difference between the two. That one he passed on in San Francisco was long, but it wasn't. I don't think it was beyond 50. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason to have more faith in Bates this year than the two guys last year.
Yeah. Well, that's my 2 cents. Thanks, Doug.
Yep, appreciate the phone call, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Sean. You're next on 97 Win a Ticket. Hello, Sean.
Hey, how you doing today?
Doing good.
So I'm not sure, but I read an article a long time ago, and this was when statistics started like breaking sports down and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I've known this for a long time. Going for it on 4th down is usually a good idea. Just coaches normally just don't have the stones to do it. Like, you're giving up the ball. And so if you're averaging even 2 yards a play and you're less than 2 yards, statistically it makes more sense to go for it. Honestly, you can't keep the ball unless you get a 1st down.
Well, I mean, look, I guess the thing is, if you're going for it on 4th and 2, you're looking at a different defense than if you're averaging 2 yards a play leading up to. If you're going for it on 4th and 1 and you're averaging 2 yards a play, 4th and short, they're going to defend you a certain way. Twice in that game on 4th down, the Lions went to the line of scrimmage, and Jared Goff said, kill, 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 and they ran outside instead of going quarterback sneak. And I'm going to assume that he was killing the quarterback sneak because they were stacking the center of the line, and they tried to run outside. And it didn't work on the 4th and 1 on their own 30.
Right, yeah. But statistically speaking, you're more likely to get it and be able to keep the ball. That's what he's doing, is he's controlling the games by doing it that way.
Well, and we saw the downside of it too, because you're not going to get every single one. But I keep going back to the net. He is the net of Dan Campbell is a positive on this team.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And that's kind of my point. Is you have 0.1% chance of getting the ball back if you punt it away in certain situations. If the guy drops it for some odd reason, that's like your only chance. But if you have the offense to go out there and get the yards, even on longer, like 5, like the chances of you getting 5 yards is not 0, like it is if you punt the ball away.
Thank you for the phone call, Sean. 248-539-9797.
So I want to go back to not that caller, but the previous caller. Some said about, if you're on the other side of this, I think other fan bases, other coaches, other teams, the opposing team, they think Dan Campbell's a maniac. And they probably hate this. They're frustrated. Like, you usually celebrate on 3rd down when you stop them and it's 4th down, but not against this team. So I think that they've changed everything. They put everyone on tilt. They're all shook now. Nothing is a given when Dan Campbell and the Lions are out there, especially on 4th and inches. Like, we gotta sack up one more time. It's already hard enough to stop a team on 3rd and inches. And then you gotta do it again. So I think that plays into account everything. Like, it's not over. The Lions utilize all 4 downs. They're not that team that goes. Because you usually would celebrate. As a fan, you'd be like, all right, we're getting the ball back. All you want is an opportunity to get the ball back. And the Lions don't give you that opportunity, or they're trying not to. They really want to control as much as possible. It's got to be frustrating to go against the Lions.
248-539-9797. Keith is in Detroit. And next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
How we doing?
My champ and chump both. Champ, Matt Stafford for providing a hell of an entertaining game, doing some Matt Stafford type stuff, man. What we saw in Detroit, a lot. The sidearm lasers, and he actually pulled that game out. It was a good game to watch. And my chump is the field goal kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. He really could have spared me. Just either went on ahead and missed it, or just made it straight through the uprights, giving me the doink. I'm like, come on, bruh.
Look, Kansas City.
Give me the kick or don't give it to me.
I don't want to make this sound like I'm taking any credit away from them, but I feel like they've also got a horseshoe this year. Like the doink that goes through. They deserve credit for getting in a field goal range. Mahomes is ridiculous. He's just such a cheat code. Some of those throws he makes.
Undeniable.
Insane.
Undeniable. I mean, he is what he is.
And I
was pulling for them to lose, though.
In a perfect world, we see them in the end. That's the matchup I want.
You want it?
I want it. Because you know what?
Yes, sir. I want it too.
Because if they can, that's what I want. I want them to get there. No counting of chickens, but like I said, in a perfect world, that's what I want in the end.
It's hard to say a team's lucky when they have Mahomes, because we know what Mahomes is. He's the ultimate X factor. He's the eraser, right?
Yep.
But if you go back, man, continually winning by 1 score or less, what the Chiefs are doing is crazy. Like the Isaiah Likely back of the end zone, like literally his heel was in the back of the end zone. That's why they beat the Ravens. And you just go every game, there's always something. Yep. And this last game is, Mahomes gets him in range, but kicker doinks it in.
Yep.
Not out, in.
Who was it, Denver, that they blocked the field goal?
Yeah, it's amazing what they've been able to pull off this year.
They're in a dogfight with Carolina, the 3-win Carolina team. They win that by a field goal. Like it is wild. But it's Mahomes too. It's not like they aren't earning to put themselves in a position to go doink things through. I mean, their doinks came because of their competency. Man. 248-539-9797. Mark is in Detroit. And next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I watched the game Thursday, and I thought the defense did a hell of a job. The Lions went for it on 3rd and 1, and they gave up 7 points off that. So really, if you look at it, the defense probably would have gave up less than 20, probably like 21, 22 points if they went on that 3rd and I think it was 3rd and 2.
You're talking about 4th and 1.
30-yard line.
4th and 1.
If let's say he punched that away, the defense played good, and I think their ability to develop players, like Pat O'Connell said before he came here, he never played more than 30 snaps. So what tells me is these players might not be starters, but they looking for an opportunity. Sometimes when you give a guy an opportunity and he takes advantage of it, I mean, he was all in the backfield. I'm talking about like on 5 or 6 plays, he was all on Jordan Love's head. And I think when they get DJ Reader back and McNeil and they get Pascal back to go along with these couple of players that they developing and giving a chance to play, I think they're gonna be on. I think it's just gonna be more better for the defense in the long run.
Well, Mark, it's not only the fourth down where they went for it and didn't get it, and Green Bay had a 30-yard field. They threw an interception that Green Bay had a 16-yard field. They scored 14 points off short fields.
And people and I'm not the only thing I was mad about on fourth down when he went was the 3rd and 2 at the 30. I would have punted it, but the one they went for it on 4th and inches, I would have went for it because the defense was depleted. I wouldn't have gave Jordan Love back the ball because I wouldn't have gave it back to him. I would have went for it.
It's a fascinating move by Dan Campbell, and it's interesting because it feels like previous incarnations of the Lions, if they did something like this, it wouldn't work out, and we go back to the same thing. Here are the Lions trying to prove they're the smartest guy in the room. And year after year, regime after regime, whenever they did something like take the wind, or if they were the team that was taking, you can't take a running back that high, you can't take an off-the-ball linebacker that high, those things never worked out. The stuff that the Lions are doing now, it's the same sort of unconventional thinking, but with competency behind it. They're proving that they're the smartest guy in the room. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Attack of the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Just go to FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you got a hunch in the middle of a game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page when you place your bets. Again, FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Never waste a hunch with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Gators out today, the Carson Anderson program. Don't forget Jared Goff tomorrow morning at 10:30. Dan Campbell joins the morning show at 8 as we give you all the Lions stuff you need. Heading into another big game. Lions a 2-point favorite this week against a, what are they, 10-2? Are they 10-3? 10-3. Buffalo team lost last night. Yeah, 10-3. To the LA Rams in a shootout, 44-42. Can a depleted Lions defense stop a guy who threw for 350 yards and 3 touchdowns, rushed for 3 more touchdowns, and 82 yards on 10 carries? Can a depleted Lions defense handle Josh Allen? That will be quite a large ask. That is also one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL. Highest scoring offense this year with 417 points is the Detroit Lions. Number 2, the Buffalo Bills with 397. Obviously, their special teams and defensive touchdowns that figure into that mix, but they get into the end zone. It's going to be a pretty big challenge. It's at home, though. It's at home. That helps. And the Lions are expected to get some people back. That is a 4:25 CBS Sunday late afternoon affair. 248-539-9797. Eric is next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Eric?
Hi, fellas. First of all, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I can't watch them as close as you guys do because I live here in Arvada, Colorado. But I'm a pretty diehard Lions fan going back to Milt Plum, Gail Cogdill, and Joe Schmidt. So this is very, very special, really special. I wanted to say just a couple of things. Number one, these guys are playing like the 1962 Green Bay Packers. And I won't belabor that. If you wouldn't mind, if you get a chance, look at the numbers, look at the statistics of the Lions and the Packers and the way the Packers dominated the people they played, the schedule in front of them that year. Of course,
such a different game. It's really hard to compare because it's such a different game. And we usually don't try.
But I understand that. But nonetheless, the basics of the game are the same. And when people play with confidence and they don't wait for luck or play to lose,
Eric,
not to lose.
I mean, I'll give you more relevant ones. Is in the last couple of years, the San Francisco 49ers had teams that were winning because the Lions are averaging like 18, 17 points per win. Their margin of victory is that big. San Francisco did it a couple times. New England did it a couple times in the peak Brady era, where you're not only winning, your margin of victory is north of 17 points a game. And so those teams did it too more recently with Tom Brady and 49ers teams in years past. What's weird about those teams is none of them won the Super Bowl. And so I'm hopeful that they can break that trend. We had all the data last week. I think there was one more. It might have been a Kansas City team that was winning games this big. But it's maybe, and they might be the only one that did. I'd have to go back and look, but a lot of them had this kind of regular season success, and stunningly, very few of them made it to the mountaintop.
Well, the couple of things that are really, really similar. The Packers dropped that first championship game to the Eagles. They learned everything they needed to know. They continued to add talent. The next year they were ready. These guys are something special. They are really something special. They have way too much talent on offense, and you can't waste Zeke Turner's tackle by just kicking a 50-yard field goal and then hoping that you can hold in the last 40 seconds. What Dan Campbell did was the right thing to do, whether they lost the game or not. And had they lost that game, they'd be the 2 seed.
Well, they'd still control their own destiny because they'll hold the game with Minnesota. And they would be tied with Philly, but on their strength of victory, they'd be ahead of Philly. But hey, it's neither here nor there. They won the game. Let's go to Arthur in Grosse Pointe. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Arthur.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
So my champ is actually Michigan State Athletics for finally getting with the program and putting some NIL money and maybe soon announcing some stadium renovations. That'd be nice.
Okay.
My chump is any Lions fan who doesn't get behind Campbell's fourth down decisions. And I want to bring maybe a little unique perspective on that fourth down at that 30-yard line. your defense was just out there. Your offense was on the field for, I don't know, what, a minute, if that. Your defense is gassed. You're playing with fourth, fifth stringers. So you go for it on fourth and down. You get it, your defense gets longer to rest. You don't get it, the offense is at the 30-yard line. They're out for 2 minutes. Okay, maybe you can stop them. Maybe you don't stop them. They score. Your offense is doing a really good job scoring already. So, all right, they scored. We brought it back. We won the game. That's the way I look at it, is there's so much more going in Dan's head than we think about, and maybe he's just trying to save his defense a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I could have. Look, I think he was protecting his defense and didn't want to. He said, "I want to win the game with my strength," and that's what he believed. The only thing I'll take a little bit of issue with is I don't mind people second guessing Dan Campbell. I do not mind people saying I don't agree with this. When you have blanket belief in everything the guy does, now we're getting into cult-like status, and I know it's just sports, but going all carte blanche, everything this guy does, I agree with because of who made that. That's cult, and he's made some really good calls. I'm okay with disagreeing with him. So I'm not pushing the agenda too much. And again, it's just sports. It's not that particularly important. But at the end of the day, he's getting so many more right than wrong. He's earned the right to get some wrong. I am in favor of seeing him punt on 4th and 1 sometime in the next couple of games, just to prove that he doesn't just blanket go for it all the time. That there is a lot of thought and context of the game, because in the context of that particular game, it did make some sense. You can make a strong case that it made some sense. You can also make a strong case that it couldn't have. Well, why'd you do this? They stopped you short on 3rd and 1 prior to it and 4th and 1 earlier in the game. Well, not all 4th and 1s are created equal.
Yeah, but you know who has complete faith in Dan Campbell and all his decisions?
His team.
Yeah, and that's all that really matters. Like for you and I and everyone, I like I said before, he's not above criticism. We can have our opinions, debate whether it was a right call, wrong call. But in that locker room, they have 100% faith what Dan Campbell asked them to do. So whether it's get 4th and inches or whether it's to stop the other team, they're all behind him. And that is what analytics doesn't account for, is the mentality and the DNA that he's installed into this culture, this locker room. And like I said, that's why, I have no problem with what he did. I thought it was actually a smart move, but more so, I just knew that he believed in his team. And this is the mentality. He put it in all week. He was telling them he was going to go for it a lot on 4th down.
Yeah, I mean, already looking at the game and the matchup and who he was going to have out there, because he knew that their defense was going to be shorthanded. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings in action tonight. 5 straight losses, all by 1 goal. 2 of them in overtime. Wings have 4 goals in the last 3 games. 29th in the NHL in goals per game, 2.5 a game. They're at Buffalo. Pistons are off until Thursday. Michigan and Michigan State now both ranked in college basketball, which is cool, early in the season. Spartans check in at 21. Michigan checks in at number 14. Michigan taking on Arkansas tomorrow. Spartans are off until a week from tomorrow when they play OU at LCA. 248-539-9797. Lions still hot in Detroit, as one would expect. Dan is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
I'm curious of your opinion on something. I'm wondering how much of Dan Campbell's psyche is so invested in these guys, that he believes in these guys so much, that it really doesn't matter if he goes for it on 4th and 1 at the 31, because if they fail, it just puts more pressure on them to deliver, which he believes they will. And if they succeed, he wins the game. So how much of that do you think is kind of where he's at, because he believes in them so much and they believe in him in return? Just curious your thoughts.
So I think that's a part of it, but you know what? We're probably going to get into it a little bit with Jared Goff tomorrow and ask him, when your coach does stuff like this, what does that do for the mentality of the team, the culture of the team? What if you don't make it? Does it make everybody want to pick him up even more? And, all that stuff. I'll be interested to see what he has to say.
Well, I can't wait to hear it, but thanks for taking my call.
Yep. 10:30 tomorrow. 248-539-9797. Look, I suspect that's all part of it. The term culture in sports, when you start talking about a culture, I think you get into that. What's the culture? The culture is, I think it was Damian Woody told a story on ESPN about guys missing practice and starting on Sundays when he was in Detroit. And so players learn I could still miss practice and it doesn't impact my playing time. Meanwhile, now, we hear when new players come in, they start to understand this is how it's done here. And Dan Campbell believes in practicing super hard. And all the players talk about, we're going to be the hardest practicing team in the NFL. And these things are leading to winning. They're bringing in very talented players, and they're doing what it takes to make sure that they're getting the most out of those players. And when new personalities get introduced into that locker room and they see this is how it's done here, they fall in line. But quite frankly, I don't think they would. I think the vetting is before they get here. I don't think they sign and trade for guys that won't fall in line. And we'll see if it works. It's working, but we all know this whole thing's about getting to the Super Bowl. And they, last year, people wanted to get super aggressive and add pass rush help, and they passed. And I know in one case it was we don't think he fits what we try to do here. So they might have passed on a talent, and that talent might have helped them win, but they have their belief system and they were sticking to it. Ultimately, we will never know what would have happened if they'd made an aggressive move and added an edge rusher last year at the trade deadline. Would it have made a difference in the San Francisco game? Would it be making a difference now? 248-539-9797. Al's in Bloomfield, and he's next on 97.1. What's up, Al?
Hey, good afternoon. Hope you guys are well. So one thing I want to say is that I think we've all bought in as a city with Dan Campbell and the 4th down mentality and stuff. But, I think that he's learned a lot from last year. I mean, now you have the best kicker in Jake Bates, and he's been using him for field goals. You've got the best punter in Jack Fox using the position game. I just hope that he doesn't mess up in a playoff game or a Super Bowl like he did in San Francisco. I personally would have gone for field goals in San Francisco. That's just me. But now you have no excuse because you have Jake Bates, because you have Jack Fox. Because when you stick up defense like San Francisco did on us last year, their offense flipped the field. It went from +3 to -10. They got 7 on us. We didn't get the 3 twice. And so that should be stinging in his craw. That's stinging in my craw, stings in us as a collective city. I mean, we want to win the Super Bowl real bad. I just hope he makes the right decisions at the right time. It has to be selective aggression as opposed to all-out aggression all the time.
Well, we've talked about that a lot today, Al, about how, it seems like the context has a lot to do with it. And he, the context of this particular game, it seemed to make a bunch of sense. But, and last year, it's so weird because he called a fourth down play that worked and the player didn't hang on to the football. And if I look at what cost him the game, I think more than any not converted fourth downs was a fumbled snap, a fumbled exchange between the quarterback and running back. That is one I expect you to get right every single time. And for some reason, it didn't happen on that day. A completion off a face mask and a pass that should have been intercepted, at the very least incomplete, turned into a 50-yard. Like those were bigger reasons, because those are plays that you get right almost every time. Like the odds of them not working out in Detroit's favor were astronomical, and both of them did. And the fourth down play, he called a play that they called a play that worked. And for some reason on that day, the particular receiver in question didn't execute not once, but twice in situations where it cost them the football. One was a 4th and 4, and the other was a 3rd and 10. One was a virtual turnover. The other was absolutely a turnover. And I think he'd tell you he made the right call all over again on the fourth down, specifically the first one at the beginning of the second half, because he believes that his players are going to make that play. And quite frankly, everything Josh Reynolds showed us all season long is that he would make that play. So if he's in a situation in a playoff game where he can call a play, and in that play, the player that is asked to make the play has done it all season long, and if you're asking to go to the well again, I'd say do it again. Because the track record, everything tells you that it was the right call, except for the execution. Was it an easy catch? No, it wasn't perfectly thrown. It wasn't right there, but it was in his hands. And damn it, it's one of those tough deals where, hey man, on that day, in that moment, that player didn't hang on to the ball. And I would say that he probably would be rewarded. I mean, how often does Josh Reynolds make that catch? 9 times out of 10, 19 times out of 20, 49 times out of 50? And I would take those odds. Let's take one more. We go to RJ. You're next on 97.1. Hi, RJ.
How you doing, guys?
What's up?
Real quick, so I got chump, and then I got a question for you, Doug. So my chump of the week is Xavier McKinney. When the Packers ran out at the beginning of the game, he ran over in front of our section, flipped us the bird real quick. I got a kick out of that. I know Branch did it first, but if you're going to flip us off, let that bird fly for a little bit. My champ of the week, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and AG. Brad, just finding guys off the street. They're all playing their role, doing their job. AG for putting them in the right spot. And then Dan Campbell just for having the cojones to go for it on fourth down as many times as he had, which I have a thought on that. My question for you, Doug, I know you've said a couple times you want to see Dan not go for it all the time on 4th and 1. I don't think that he has. There's been times that he has punted it. So what else would you like to see from him to prove that he's not going to be aggressive 100% of the time?
Well, I mean, look, I don't mind aggression. I just think it's a matter of context. There are going to be times where it makes more sense than others. And just a reminder,
right,
that I think that those times will pop up, and I suspect he will punt it. He's not the kind of guy that I think adheres to any hard and fast rule. But I don't really need to see anything. I think what they're doing right now is working, and playoffs are different, and if it comes down to one call, and then whether or not he goes for it on fourth down, it's going to be pretty amazing to see what he does, because it feels like if there is a perceived flaw out there, this is the biggest one.
And then a couple quick points on the last 2 times that he went for it. So the one that we didn't get, I think that was a calculated risk because, we're kind of a bend, don't break defense right now with the unit we're putting out there. Easy to move the ball between the 20s, but when you get down the red zone, things tighten up. You have the sideline. You have the back line, so it's kind of like an extra defender. So I don't mind us not getting it there. And then I think later in the game when we went for it for the win instead of kicking, if we would have had our defense, the starting defense from the beginning of the year, I think he kicks that field goal.
I think you might be right. Do appreciate it. We're short on time. Mike Valenti joins us now here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike?
Doug, what's going on, buddy?
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, the Dan Campbell stuff is hilarious. I've listened to a little bit of each show today. It's amazing. I don't know. Like, I don't really care what the national media says. It doesn't matter. But, like, Cookies was all bent out of shape about it.
Yeah.
I have a different way to do it. I'm going to do this at 3. Is Dan Campbell changing the way football's played?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to agree with it. It's like I don't agree with what Billy Beane did to baseball, right? Like, I don't like the way the Tigers are built. It doesn't mean it can't work. It's, are we watching kind of a pioneer? And if you're the first to do something, you're going to get the most heat, right?
Yep.
Doug, I feel like it's just, this might be the new normal. Teams are going to emulate this because the aggression, the way you build your team, it's hard to argue, right? Like, obviously, I don't agree with at your own 30 going for it. I just don't. But other than that, I don't have a huge issue with anything. And frankly, I don't even think about it in the red zone.
It's funny. 2011, the average 4th and 1, teams went for it 33% of the time. This year, it's 71% of the time.
Yeah.
And
it's a new day.
Yep.
But even for him, look at it in the red zone. It could be 4th and 3 at the 4. They're going. 4th and 5 at the 7. They're going. I don't even react to those. Those I know, hey, that's who they are. I just bake it in. But it's the other stuff. So we're going to do that. But I wanted to open with Soto just based on winter meetings. And I do think the Soto deal impacts you in Detroit. And I think MLB as a sport is a lot like college football. This is going to be haves and have-nots. Chris Ilitch has to decide what he wants to do. And I think this week's a very important week for Tiger fans.
Mike, have a great show. Look forward to it.
All right, thanks, Doug.
Yep.
See you
Stay
later.
safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Today marked the start of winter meetings in Major League Baseball in Dallas. According to Evan Petzold, the Tigers that is, want to ink a pitcher to a one-year deal similar to Michael Lorenzen and Jack Flaherty the last 2 years. Walker Buehler is someone they have interest, although he's someone that also might be a candidate for a 2-year deal, even after a rocky 2024. Regular season saw him carry a 5.54 ERA, pitched 10 scoreless innings in the postseason, though, just allowing 5 hits in the NLCS and World Series. Petzold also writes that Alex Bregman is looking for a contract worth $200 million, which is why the Tigers have not prioritized him to this point. Per John Heyman, the Padres and Dodgers are the clear and heavy favorites to land 23-year-old Japanese star pitcher Roki Sasaki, who's already posted yesterday. Teams have 45 days to sign him. The Lions were once again a part of a record-breaking television audience last Thursday against the Packers. The 17.29 million average is the highest watched Thursday night football regular season game since Amazon has exclusively been carrying the product. After wins over North Carolina, Minnesota, and Nebraska in the last 3 games, Michigan State basketball is now ranked in the AP poll, coming in at number 21. Michigan also tabbed at 14th. They had a pair of one-possession wins over Wisconsin and Iowa. The Red Wings are back on the ice tonight in Buffalo. Ville Husso set to start for his 4th straight game. Your coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:45. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Take him down, Dino. Good afternoon, everybody. We got a hell of a show planned for you. Rico with the day off, and we got sports news everywhere. I am going to get to the Lions at 3. Didn't have a chance to talk about it. I was off the last 2 days last week. We're going to get to the Lions, and is Dan Campbell changing football? I'm going to explain. I think it's a different way of doing, frankly, what's already been said for 3 days. So we'll get there. But I want to open up with this Juan Soto thing. And before you shudder and go, oh, God, New Yorker wants to talk Soto. No, it impacts you here in Detroit. And I want to explain something. So we've seen what the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, what these teams are doing, right? And baseball's a mess. But in a lot of ways, I think baseball's like college football. It is haves and have-nots. There's no measure in here. There's no system in here for parity. And we are in a town, and I'm going to do this without trying to be, try to not be insulting, but we're in a town where the owner doesn't want to spend, okay? Like, for any of you Illich bots, you can do whatever you like. Hell, we got some of them at this station. Do whatever you want. You want to defend this guy, do it. I'm not. It seems like, feels like, sounds like they don't want to spend. You just heard Jeremy Otto. Well, they're looking for a pitcher on a 1-year deal. Great, you've just gotten rid of every pitcher I give an F about. The Soto thing is impactful for this reason. I mean, A, it raises the dollar value of everything. It makes doing business more expensive. I think the problem for me sitting in Detroit is this. The Juan Soto contract of $765 million, do you realize that that's double what the Tigers have spent on their team in the last 5 years? Your team payroll for 5 years came in at about $380. These deals, this sport is going a direction where if your owner does not want to spend, you're a have-not. And yes, you can have a miracle run, only to be cannon fodder for an expensive team. Hell, you lost to a cheap team this year. You were never beating the Yankees, ever. You were never beating the Dodgers. I told you that then, I'll say it now. But I think this week at the winter meetings is going to tell you a lot, and we can start with a guy who's currently on your team. Why are we not hearing more about Tarik Skubal? Now, I'm not going to be presumptuous and say talks have broken off. That's not right. That's not fair. I don't know if it's accurate. But when the only thing we've gotten is you didn't make a competitive offer, I know what that translates to in my world. Lowball. Now, let's be careful with that because that probably comes from Scott Boras and that camp, and they're never going to take the first offer. Respect. Have we heard about a counter? Do you plan on signing this guy? Because if you get through the winter meetings and you start next season, what are we doing? See, here's my problem. Ken Rosenthal had a report, guys, and Whether it's Ken Rosenthal, I think Evan Petzold's done a very nice job throughout this. I don't know your guys' opinion of Evan Petzold or even if you have one. But the point is, Ken Rosenthal had a report, and I'll paraphrase briefly because it's paywalled. But basically, the Tigers made a mistake with Javi Baez, and they don't want to make another one. Are you kidding me? $140 million expenditure years ago is keeping you from doing anything meaningful? While other teams are spending the better part of $1 billion? I mean, I can't fathom existing this way. And I wanted to open the show with this and get to the Lions at 3 because here's my question for you guys, and it's on two fronts. A, when you read a report, like you're on your way to work today, a rainy, cold day to a job you probably don't like, and you hear that Juan Soto just got $765 million, I don't know about you, that makes it hard for me to care. And I'm not really one of these people who does the players make too much money radio. Like, I don't do that. But the money's getting to a point, and whether it's college athletes making millions to Juan Soto, who, by the way, listen, I'm not mad he's a Met. I would have been more upset if the Yankees signed him to that deal. Candidly. If you told me 10 at 500, maybe. Opt out somewhere at the 5-year mark, maybe. 15 years, 760, take him. He's not a 5-tool player. He's a very good baseball player, but he ain't Ohtani. My point is, when I hear $765 million, it makes it hard to care. Makes it very hard to care. And look, I'm a Detroiter. Okay, I talk about the Tigers. We don't talk about the Yankees. How are you supposed to care as a Tiger fan when owners are over here doing this and we got to hear about you digging through the Blu-ray bin? Now, correct me if I'm wrong. The Tigers made the playoffs last year. True or false? The Tigers have a young core. True or false? The Tigers haven't added payroll in eons. True or false? What are we doing here? Now, I use the Skubal thing as an example because that's in-house business. You know your players better than you know anyone else. You know you need to sign him. You know if you dare start this season and you enter under 2 years of control, you know where it's headed. You know where Boris will take it. See, I think this week is a lot. And again, I leave it to you to determine what you need from Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris. You know what I need. Get serious or get out. Because last year's miracle is just that. It's not repeatable. It's not sustainable. And here's where we sit today on December 9th. Okay? Winter meetings. Deals are getting signed. Why am I hearing that the Tigers don't want to hand out a multi-year deal to a pitcher? Why? Look, we're all excited about Jackson Jobe, right? The reality is Jackson Jobe could blow out in the first inning of his first game this year. That's any pitcher. You have Skubal. You haven't extended him yet. Why are we not talking about going and signing the best available arm within reason to pair with Tarik Skubal, to take the pressure off Jackson Jobe? And if Jobe's the real McCoy, I mean, if he comes up here and he's Paul Skeens, do we have a problem looking at a Max Fried or a Corbin Burns, or here, I'll go down a level, a Jack Flaherty? Look, I like Walker Buehler, but even Buehler in this Soto market is probably getting a 3-year deal. And may I remind you, listen, I think Chris Fetter's a demon. But Buehler is going to be 31 when the year starts, off 2 elbow surgeries. I think I was 1-6 last year, and he turned into a damn reliever in the playoffs. Would I like him? Of course I would, but not as the only arm I bring in. And then if we look at it, we all know the Tigers need bats, plural. Do you realize the only bat they're linked to right now is Ha-Sung Kim from the Pods? One problem. He's hurt. And depending on the reports you read, he may not be back till May or June. What are we doing? Look, my point of view has always been this. When you own a baseball team, you have a responsibility to your community. I don't want to hear about, I understand they have a business to run, but if your business in Detroit is going to be run like you're in Oakland or in Cincinnati or in Tampa, find a new business. I'm not interested. We're already sitting here that Javi Baez might be on this team. Might. If this offseason is Walker Buehler and Ha-Seong Kim, what is your reaction to that? Because I won't give you mine because you already know it. But this is where I wanted to start today. I think it's super interesting because I do think the Soto deal sends reverberations through the sport. And I also think it has an impact on fans. I think the Soto deal is terrible for sports. And I think it's terrible for baseball. And I mean that, even if he signed with the Yankees. It's bad for the sport. Why? Because you have some teams that are out here with, they're circumnavigating the cap, the tax, playing games on deferred money, look at the Dodgers. The Dodgers are out here. I mean, Juan Soto, $765 million. And meanwhile, I'm reading articles from insiders. Tigers won't spend $7.65. You can barely get a slice of pizza for that in New York City. So I would love to hear from you guys. Winter meetings are here. What do you need? And what is when you heard the Soto news, what is your reaction to that as a Tiger fan? Because I'll tell you, you're not going to be able to compete. Now, if you have an owner that's willing to spend appropriately to what we consider the Tigers' rank in the game, somewhere between 10 and 15, you can compete. You can do this. But if we're going to be sitting there and I got to continue to see, well, they can't go after this guy. He wants a 3-year deal and they only want to do one. What pitcher is going to accept a 1-year deal? You did it with Lorenzen. We understood why. Hell, you did it with Flaherty. We understood why. Scott Harris himself gave Kenta Maeda 2 years. And now we're sitting here and I got to hear about a 1-year deal. Great. Then enjoy Andrew Heaney. See, that's where you as fans, this is the one thing I would implore you. If you were entertained by that Tigers run and you want more of it, voice your opinion. Demand more. No, we don't control anything. But you know what? How full the ballpark is matters. The discourse matters. Believe me, the Detroit Tigers listen. The Detroit Tigers care about public sentiment. And to me, they have to be better. So this week is their opportunity to be better. I need a right-handed bat that matters. Not one that's going to be hurt April, May, maybe June. And I like Ha-Seong Kim as a player. Could also play third base, mind you. Good OBP profile, good player. But he's coming off a brutal shoulder injury and a terrible year. See, if you sign Alex Bregman and a guy like that, that's a different deal. If you go out and sign a legitimate pitcher and you sign a legitimate bat and a Walker Buehler or a Ha-Seong Kim are the additional addition, oh, game on. Stand up and applaud. But on the heels of the Soto thing, you read about what the Tigers are planning on doing. You just heard it in the update. I mean, I don't see how anyone can be happy with this. Now, we react to what they do. But in the moment on December 9th, when you're hearing from people reporting on the team's mindset, and Ken Rosenthal says, well, they're gun shy. They don't want to make another mistake. Oh, dear God. And you get Evan Petzold saying, well, they really like Walker Buehler, but, they only want to do a 1-year deal. And the right-handed bat, it's not going to be Pete Alonso. It's not going to be Alex Bregman. It's not going to be Christian Walker. It's injured guy. What? Oh, by the way, you were bottom 5 in the league in home runs, and Ha-Seong Kim has no power. So there is that. I'm going to throw the number out, 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you, and I need to know. And if you want to just approach this as the money in sports is gross, go for it. But I also would like the Tiger fan perspective. Because to me, this is not acceptable. And I don't want to hear about, well, it worked last year. No, it worked for 45 days last year. You were a 90-loss team for most of the year. You will never do what they did. It'll never happen again. You know why? History says so. It happened once in 80 years. It ain't happening twice in 2. So why is it acceptable as what I believe to be a top 10 market in baseball for us to be running like the Oakland A's? Look, I'm not out here screaming about spending $5 billion. I'm not mad that they didn't get Juan Soto. That's irrational stuff. But if the most you're willing to give to a pitcher, while not extending your own is a 1-year deal? How serious are you? And if the right-handed bat is Ha-Seong Kim, who won't even start the season with the team, I'm sorry. That's not good enough. And by the way, lots of Scott Boras clients have signed. He's doing business. Boras got burned last year, overplayed his hand. He's doing business. Go look up the clients who have signed. 248-539-9797. Let's get the party started. We'll get to the Lions at 3 o'clock. We'll talk a little college football playoff as well. Rico with the day off, 97.1. When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in all types of tax problems and situations. You need Abraham & Rose. Legitimate reps, and they will get on the offensive. They will advocate for you. They will get in front of the IRS, fight for you, and guide you. They'll save your time and hopefully your money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today and don't waste a minute letting your tax problems get worse. Call 248-539-5040 and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. Thrilling. So, David, when was that quote from? Just so I can be accurate.
That was from May 28th.
Okay. That was pre-playoff drive. So I don't want to hear it. Look, it's winter meetings. I want to know where you're at. Look, reports today, Tigers like Walker Buehler or Andrew Haney. They just only want to give a one-year deal. The only person taking a one-year deal is someone who has no professional options. It's just reality. And as far as a right-handed bat, I mean, I tried to realign my expectations knowing who owned this team. You know, I didn't throw out what I deemed to be huge names. I thought Christian Walker could be a nice signing. You know, we talked about Alex Bregman. I'm sorry, but in today's world, $180, $190, $200 million is really not that much in the baseball world. Not when Juan Soto signed for $765. But you're nowhere close. Ha-Seong Kim, potentially, who won't be able to help you maybe the first 2-3 months of the season. I'm just asking you guys a question. And by the way, I think the Skubal thing is the biggest thing. Because here's why it matters. Boris is dealing right now. He knows he got burned last offseason. Multiple Boris clients signing deals. The only thing we've heard is you made a non-competitive offer. And I'll take it with a grain of salt. But you know what I haven't read? The Tigers have made a good offer. That the Tigers on their end have made what we deem to be a rock-solid offer, that if Boris and Skubal turn it down, well, we can vilify them. If you don't get Skubal signed, and you can't say this winter anymore, right? Like, this is the player movement window. And sure, guys, last year you saw Jordan Montgomery, guys didn't sign till late. The point is, there are outliers for everything. A guy you want to re-sign in your house with your team who just won the Cy Young, that deal should be done. Period. Now, if the player doesn't want it done, well, then we go back to the trade deadline, and when everybody was busy power bombing those, like Rico, who's not here to defend himself, you're going to have some explaining to do. Yeah, I have no evidence he doesn't want to be here. I'm making a point to you. You can't be in the business of keeping a guy unless it's for the long term, someone of Skubal's ability. So, David, what's your opinion? I mean, I've blabbered to start the show. I'm excited to get rolling here. But when I take you through it like that, attack any angle you want.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Over the weekend, there was one move in particular that upset me the most, and it was to me a simple move, but it was the Tyler O'Neill move, who is always also a Scott Boras client. Yes, and that was a $49.5 million deal, and I'm thinking in my head as a fan, why not? $16.5 a year, right-handed bat. He can play the outfield. Yes. He's had a really good year,
OPS,
31 home runs.
Yeah.
I think he was 132 in OPS plus, something like that. Like, oh, yes, let's do that, and we didn't do that.
Yeah, and again, David, I'm not attached to him the way you are, but
Correct.
I'm not mad at you for it. But you're right. Listen, we will approach it based on what they do. And I'm not writing their obituary, but in real time, when the reports are coming out, I can't sell my... Look, how about this, guys, if you think I'm being unfair? What would I be saying right now if the reports indicated they were lobbing offers at fill-in big name? I'd be saluting them.
Yeah.
So if we're hearing that they only want to give a one-year deal to a pitcher, or the only bat they've been associated with is Ha-Seong Kim, guys, I'm sorry, but I have to live in the real world.
See, and that's the problem that I have. While I am connected and I love Tyler O'Neill, forget names. Just go out there and get guys that can play, spend money on guys, and I don't see Ha-Seong Kim is not that. I watched him play plenty this year, not that.
Yeah, so let's get to the people. I want to see what everybody's got to say. And again, I've given you a way to talk about it as a Tiger fan or just as a sports fan. Because, no, I'll admit it, $765 million, it's gross. It's grotesque. Then you find out the details of the contract where Soto's a Florida resident and saves another $150 million in taxes. And you give a guy $765 million, and guess what else he's getting each year of the contract? A $500,000 suite at Citi Field for him and his family. I mean, $765 million, and you need a suite? I mean, Juan, really? Jesus.
We were talking about that before we started. Like, wow, you couldn't buy your own suite?
Yeah, why don't they throw in a company car while they're at it? Oh, you get good health benefits? $765 million. Let's go to the people. Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Dwayne to lead things off on a Monday. Dwayne, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not much, Mike. Merry Christmas to you and the fellas there, and Happy New Year.
Same to you, brother.
Hey,
what's up?
You and I don't agree on much, but on this baseball thing, we agree a lot.
Okay.
It's sad. It's a sad commentary that Mr. Ilitch, that owned a team that was all in all the time for his Tigers, where his son has no commitment to spending any of the money of the family fortune that he didn't even create it. His dad did. And yet he doesn't want to part with any of it, which makes me sad. There's so many things about great baseball in Detroit that brings Detroit alive. This is one of the greatest baseball towns in America, by far. By far. And all he has to do is go get a couple of guys, because I think what Mr. Harris has done with his farm system is phenomenal. AJ's a great manager. Just give them 2 or 3 pieces, and this could be a winning tradition for not just a year, not just 2 years. It could be 5 to 10 years. We could be looking and knocking on the playoff door for 5 to 10 years. Now, with that being said, the first order of business in my world would be, why has he not locked up Tarek Skubal? Why has he not spent the money to keep our homegrown, our pick? Why has that not happened? That's disgusting to me. The kid has went out and performed. He's pitched. He's done everything he's asked. He took his time down in the minors. He came back. He got better. He's done everything we've asked him, and now he gets a payday. And if you're afraid because of Javi Baez, which was a horrible signing to start with, which was your old regime, I would DFA him tomorrow and start over, because they need a shortstop on his team. They need a third baseman on his team. And depending on Torque coming out of spring training, they might need a first baseman. I believe the outfield is set. I do like their pitching. I'd like to see a veteran like a Flaherty. But I think they need some infield help, because Jace isn't ready. I'm sorry. Justin Henry, I'm not a fan. I don't think he's ready for first base. I just don't see a shortstop there. We've ran out. I mean, I know people like the guy that they got in a trade with the Dodgers, but I don't.
Look, as crazy as it sounds, I got to be honest with you. You know, Dwayne, I actually think Willie Adames signed for a very reasonable deal. The $185 million. That was less than what I imagined. I'm like, really? So, no, Dwayne, I'm with you. And it's just nothing screams aggressive. Nothing screams urgent. Nothing feels like they're being serious about it. Now, they can change the discourse, and they can change how they're viewed in this town. The way I'd look at it as a businessman, the Lions own the fall. I'm going to own the spring and summer. They'll get 3 million people through the turnstiles. You put out a great product, you bring in some high-level players, we know what this town will do. I don't have an answer on the Skubal thing. I just know it's priority 1, 2, 3, and 4, especially if all you're offering me in free agency is Ha-Sung Kim on one shoulder and Andrew Haney. Sweet mercy. 248-539-9797. We will get more of the people coming up next, 97.1. Excuse me for a moment. God forbid I take a breath. Hey, Victors, let's talk about it. Day like today, is your roof ready to handle it? Uh-oh. You can't climb up there yourself. Inadvisable. Roofing experts, though, that's what they do. That's what Victors Home Solutions does. Simple. They offer a free 21-point roof inspection. They check everything from the top of your roof to the attic. Then they come up with a complete plan. The perfect installation that they guarantee also comes with a 50-year leak-free guarantee. So there's no more wondering what's going on. They take care of it all start to finish. Get your free 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or you can visit victors.com. Oh, here we go. Nothing says happy holidays like Dean Martin's I've got my love to keep me warm and David's drop. For right now, we have a low-budget baseball team to keep us warm. Let's go to the ticket text first, and then we'll get to the people. A lot of people want to rap about it.
I am getting sick of this Tigers team. If we got Soto with that deal, which I know we wouldn't have, we would still be below MLB average. This is a joke.
And again, I don't condone it. I wouldn't have supported it. It's ridiculous. It's the principle that the ticket texter's commenting on. Again, the Rosenthal report, Tigers are gun shy. They don't want to make another mistake after the Baez disaster. The Petzold report, they're only offering 1 year to pitchers. Comical considering they offered 2 to that stiff Maeda. And here's your right-handed bat that's going to save the day. Ha-Sung Kim, who will start 2025 injured. What the hell? Oh, and by the way, Scooble's not signed yet. Go ahead.
As a Padres fan living in Detroit, you're getting Ha-Sung Kim for his defense, which is Gold Glove caliber when healthy, but he's not going to be the key piece to winning a pennant. I love Ha-Sung Kim. That is signed my son.
Yeah, no. Listen, I like him as a player. And if he's the third bat that I acquire this offseason, tip my cap. I think he's a very useful ball player. But when I talk about needing an impact right-handed bat, I need a guy that can hit third in the lineup. That ain't him.
Our owner doesn't burn to win, plain and simple. Sucks, but I guarantee he doesn't think they'll have a chance, even if he spent anyway. So he doesn't even bother. He will not spend. We are very clearly in the frugal Moneyball era. The Tigers, the Red Wings are too. This will be the case indefinitely.
Oh, listen. I got to tell you something. You can't call Chris cheap with the Red Wings. There's a cap. The Wings are near it. Where I will start to blame Chris is if he doesn't walk down and say, I want Lalone fired or you're gone, which we know he's not going to do. This team's an embarrassment. They're the second worst team in the East. They're one of the 5 worst teams in hockey. They're impossible to watch. There's the biggest issue. If you're going to be middling, at least be entertaining. Another 2-1 loss? Another game they just spend it all on their own end? I mean, we'll get to it later, but I've produced a Kenny Photoshop that commemorates each Wings loss, but we can't make it public yet because Kenny gets upset. But I think it should be a T-shirt they sell at the arena. It's like a surrender cobra, but it's surrender cot.
Oh, it's amazing.
It is, David, it is good. If they lose to Buffalo tonight, can we release the photo?
I say yes, but I'm not Kenny.
Okay.
I'm looking at it right now. The more I look at it, the more it aggravates me, the more it bothers me here. Because it embodies everything that I've been living for the past several weeks now. They haven't won a game in almost 2 weeks.
It's just your head on a Red Wing jersey, and the facial expression you have is of just forlorn and suffering and resignation.
How did you craft that, by the way? That's pretty impressive. I'll give you that.
Technology is something, Kenny. That's all I can say. We'll get to them in the 4 o'clock, though, because I do want to have a serious conversation with you about it. David, go ahead.
The Tigers GM at the winter meetings is waiting for the blue light special before he makes any signings.
Yeah, well, when you're hearing 1-year deal for an arm and injured bat, that's not blue light special. That's picking up food off the floor. Let's go to Jason up next, 97.1 The Ticket. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys doing today?
Good, Jason. What's on your mind?
I just don't see the Tigers doing anything. It's frustrating. I mean, we got, 3 million fans through the gate? How many years from 06 to 14? They can make money if they spend. But I don't see them doing it, and they're conducting business. They don't realize they're the 4th best team in their division. Really, when you look at it honestly, compare lineups. We've got one good starting pitcher we're not looking to sign. You got Bregman on the street. They say it's 6 years, $156 million. They can't offer him a deal. Go in 4 at $130. Get more aggressive. Trim the years, pay a little more. That's what we've always had to do as a sports city.
Bregman's camp is looking for $200 million. And I'm not mad if they don't want him. It's the idea that deal is a pittance compared to anything like Soto. And look, When you've done nothing, it gets really hard to have an honest conversation about your baseball team being a World Series contender. They haven't even signed Skubal.
Yeah. No, I look at it too. I mean, you're putting Job in as a third, fourth starter. You got to push him back in the rotation. When Verlander came up, you had guys in front of him and took the pressure off. They can't be relying on him to come in and be your second, third starter. Olsen gets
because he'll be on an innings cap next year.
Yeah. And why not go after Nolan Arenado and Sonny Gray in a package deal? Go after Yandy Diaz, Santander. We're hearing nothing about that. They're going to wait on prospects. They're going to lose the guys they have now, and they're not going to get any of my money. I'd go down there and see a winning team. They're the fourth best team in their division right now. Minnesota fell apart. That's not going to happen again.
Yeah, I gotta be, and I appreciate the call. Look, Arenado's a guy that's gotten worse each of the last 3 years. I don't want him. You know, at his peak, he was an unbelievable baseball player. I really don't want to go there. You know, the guy's going to be 34 when the year starts. I got to double-check the contract details. David, do you have those in front of you, Arenado's deal?
Yeah, let me pull them up. Hold on.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just it's a guy who was basically below league average last year, just at league average year prior. He was phenomenal in 22, but again, that's a distant memory. He is not the Nolan Arenado in Colorado who year in, year out was giving you OPSs damn near 950. He's just not that anymore. And if he's so sweet, why is St. Louis getting rid of him? I'm not into the Arenado stuff. That's not for me. Because when you look at him trending, he'll probably get, look, when a guy's gotten worse 3 straight years, well, he's probably going to get worse a 4th. Father Time is undefeated. What do you got on that contract, David? What's he got left on that deal?
3 years, 62.
I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
Why would I take on 3 at 62 there when I could go have my pick of the litter somewhere else?
Correct, and he's 34, so no thank you.
That's what I'm saying. And he's gotten worse the last 3 years. Guy had almost 600 at-bats last year. He had 16 homers.
Oh, if this helps a little bit, there is some deferred money that goes.
Oh, wow.
Just $2 million a year. Woo, yeah.
Let me create a new Kenny meme. Let's go to Eddie, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good, Eddie. What's up?
I've got to agree with the other caller that called. I don't think we're going to do anything. And I look at next year, Matt Burling being a third baseman. They won't spend no money. I got that feeling.
Well, Eddie, here's all I can tell you. And I'm just one person. People don't have to agree. Then I don't have to care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to bother with it. It's not how I want to watch a baseball team. If they think they can be the first team in the last 30 years to have some garbage payroll and win a World Series, I wish them luck. I'm not interested.
Yeah, me either. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it, Edward. And look, if they add payroll, if they defy these reports, I will salute them. But right here and now, here's what we have to go on as the winter meetings have kicked off. Forget about Soto's $765 million. They like Walker Buehler, but they're only going to offer 1 year. That's according to a report. And then the bat, Ha-Sung Kim, who will start 2025 hurt, and there might be a market for a multi-year deal on him that they may not want to do. And Ken Rosenthal's report today, Tigers might be gun shy based on the Baez disaster. Does that sound like someone serious about winning a World Series? Building off a playoff year? Moving the timeline up? No, it does not. It's not good enough. Not acceptable. This is not Milwaukee. It's not Cincinnati. We'll see. Oh, and by the way, you may want to get Skubal locked up, especially why Scott Boras is doing business right now. He's not making the mistake he made last year. You may want to get it done. Or not, I don't care. I think the funniest thing in history will be if the Tigers traded him at this deadline. And then Rico's going to walk in nude with a crown.
Oh, my God.
I mean, and I'll have to sit there and tolerate it. What am I going to do? Exactly. He'll be insufferable. All right, Hungry. I think that's inappropriate. Hungry Howie's famous for real flavor. You know, did you know the best way to not look like the Kenny Red Wings meme? Order Hungry Howie's. Oh, the Wings got outshot 36-10 again? Order Hungry Howie's. When you go to hungryhowies.com and you download the Hungry Howies app, you get a free Howie bread any order of $25 or more. So the deals are flying. I can't promise you the Red Wings are going to get any better, but like anything good, this deal won't last forever. It's like the opposite of Derek Lalonde. This actually has an expiration date professionally. Again, 25 gets you more at Hungry Howie's this week. Limited time only. Get that free Howie bread by spending $25. Order online today. All right, romantic tones to set the table for football today. David, real music, please.
Trouble in Philadelphia yet again. Let's talk about it for a second, because after the game, A.J. Brown was asked what needed to be fixed with the offense, and he says passing. Well, let me give you some stats here. Jalen Hurts only threw for just 108 yards in the game against the Panthers. And since November, they've only had 3 games where they threw over 200 yards. He hasn't looked great. One of those games, by the way, where he threw for over 200 was just 202. So it was barely over 200 yards. Is this a Jalen Hurts problem or a Nick Sirianni problem?
No, it's a little bit of both. I'm not trying to give you a cop-out, but when you look at the Eagles, they're averaging almost 200 yards a game rushing, about 192 a game. It's number 1 in football. Is that really sustainable on your way to a Super Bowl? My answer is no. They've had injuries at the wideout spot. There was a period without A.J. Brown. There's been a period without Devontae Smith. Look, Jalen Hurts has never been the same after the magical Super Bowl run, okay? And what did they lose? I mean, they lost both coordinators. So I have major doubts about their passing game. And it's still, look, I still believe, David, and I don't know your opinion, he doesn't look nearly as athletic as he once did. Jalen Hurts, I don't know what it is. I don't know if he's dealing with something or if it's by design. I just don't feel like he's nearly the runner he was. So it looks funky, right? Their concern is their passing game. Your concern is just you're dead on defense.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. He just, something looks off here. You talk about running. Let's go to the other side of that game. We've talked about Bryce Young before. We've talked about in the last couple of weeks and how much better he has looked. He actually is scrambling better. He actually has better pocket awareness right now. And yes, sure, everyone's going to look at this. Yes, they're 2-4 since he was named the starter again. 3 of those losses, though, 3 points, 3 points, 6 points. Has he earned the right to start for them next season?
It is so difficult. I watched a decent portion of that game yesterday, and I mean, man, 1st and 10 at like the 35, chance to win the game and do the Lions a solid. Leggett dropped a pass. I mean,
you got to catch that.
Bryce Young made the winning throw. David, I lean yes because they gave up so much to get him. But that's really going to be a Canales versus David Tepper argument. And David Tepper is just shown to be petulant, impulsive, dictatorial. It's really hard to gauge. But I look, there's a lot of good body language with Canales and Bryce Young, and Canales fixed Baker Mayfield. I would lean yes, but when you work for David Tepper, nobody else's opinion matters.
And something quick here, because I'm sure you've seen it. I don't know if you may have seen it live or watched the replay, but can someone explain to me what Derek Carr was thinking when he was running on the sidelines towards the end of the game against your Giants and just dove head first, didn't even try to – I was confused. Now he may have a broken hand.
David, the biggest story of the game.
I was going to get to that next.
Let me address this publicly. No, I didn't fly the plane, nor did I pay for the flyover banner. But second of all, the fact that Malik Neighbors, after the game, his comment on what is your reaction to the flyover, and if you guys aren't aware, it was a plane flying a banner around MetLife saying, "Enough, Mr. Mara, fix this dumpster fire." Malik Neighbors' comment was, "I didn't play for the plane. I didn't pay for the plane." I'm like, oh, my God.
That's so good.
Needless to say, I had friends busting my balls yesterday. I go, no, I didn't pay for it, and I didn't fly it. Next.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Did you actually suit up for the Saints and block that field goal?
David, I was one step short of praying. That was the best play of the Giants season right there. That was phenomenal.
That was
Great
wild.
job getting a chip shot blocked. Onward, 2-15, the drive continues.
The drive to number 1.
David, it's all I have. Leave me alone.
Let's talk about another field goal last night. That is the Kansas City Chiefs doink for the division yet again. Are they good or just lucky or maybe both?
It's both, but I think it's more luck. And here's the other thing. I'm going to say it. I'll put the tinfoil on. The league's in the bag for the Chiefs. There was half a dozen egregious either no calls or calls against the Chargers that handed that team the game. On the Mahomes scramble, clear holding. How about Juwan James? Again, early, every time in his set, a questionable defensive pass interference. Like, dude, Make it less obvious, all right? I know the script writers like Kansas City and Captain Bundle Ruski, but enough. Enough. They had no business stealing that game. None. You blew the 13-0 lead. You should have lost. And the fact that they got the appropriate doink, I mean, it just, what more can I say? David, I'll tell you right now, if the Lions play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, Lions will win by double digits.
I would agree with that.
I don't think
definitely
Chiefs are any good.
Let's get over to the Rams here because, wow, what a game. 44-42, the Rams beat the Bills. Jared Allen. What is it, 2015? I'm going way back with that one. But Josh Allen had a game, 3 touchdown passes, 3 rushing touchdowns, but they still lose the game. My question for you regarding the Rams is, yes, they're out technically right now, but if they were to get into the playoffs, would they be the most dangerous wild card team in the playoffs?
It is really difficult because on paper it doesn't make a lot of sense. But the young defense is frisky. They don't have stars, but they're frisky. They compete. Stafford's playing incredible football. If those 2 receivers are healthy, he's playing top 5, top 7 football at the position. And you have an offensive coach who, according to TJ, when he sends me those texts, how the bleep is fill in the blank this wide open. Yeah, man. I wouldn't want to face him. And I know Lion fans are all bricked up thinking they'll never lose a game again. You had to survive their asses last year. I wouldn't want to see the Rams again. They're a pain in the ass.
They play tough for everyone. And since I messed up the name, let's go to Jared Allen's old team, and let's talk about the quarterback that plays for that team. That is Sam Darnold. And is he a top 10 quarterback right now? He finished yesterday, 5 touchdowns, 347 yards. He has 4 straight games with 2+ passing touchdowns and no interceptions, which is the longest single-season streak in franchise history. 4th in passing this year, 3rd in yards per attempt, 3rd in touchdown passes.
My God.
Top 10 quarterback?
Yes. Just with numbers like that, David, you make the argument to the contrary.
I can't say that he's not a top 10. I mean,
okay, well,
3rd in passer rating. It's just like I didn't know the numbers were this good.
Yeah, they're that good. It's truly incredible.
It is amazing, and that is in football today.
All right, NFL Monday night. FanDuel wants you to get in the action. All customers get a 30% catch-a-pass profit boost. Bengals, Cowboys Monday night. Look, the game's unwatchable. Who am I kidding? But if you're going to watch it, you probably should bet on it, maybe, question mark. You can boost your NFL catch-a-pass bet by 30%. Take home more winnings during the Bengals and Cowboy game. Look, FanDuel knows this game sucks, so here's your bonus. And yes, more betting markets than anyone else. It's FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Take advantage of the profit boost today. 21 and up, present, Michigan. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, both offers, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Evan Petzold says the Tigers want to sign another pitcher to a one-year deal and list Walker Buehler, Andrew Haney, and Kyle Gibson as potential candidates. Winter meetings starting in Dallas today. He points out that Harris attempted to sign Haney in the past before he inked a deal with the Dodgers in 21. Lions head coach Dan Campbell said they may not know a lot about their injury availability until Thursday. The Bills coming up this week for the Lions. Good news for the Red Wings goalie situation as both Alex Lyon and Callum Talbot skated today. It's still Husso and Kosa available tonight in Buffalo, however, with Husso getting his fourth straight start. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket, pregame at 6:45. As Jim McElwain retires, Central Michigan has hired Matt Drinkle as their new football coach. Drinkle spent the last 6 years as the offensive coordinator for Army. The Black Knights won their first conference championship in school history this year thanks to an 11-1 record. Panthers running back Jonathan Brooks has torn his ACL per Adam Schefter. That's the second time in just over a year he sustained that same injury. He played in just 3 games this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you aboard. We're going to get to Dan Campbell, but not in a way you think. I know all the rage was the fourth downs and all the stuff. And look, I'm sure Rico covered it with you on Friday, and Lord knows the rest of the station has covered it today. And I'm not doing this whole national media thing. The national media doesn't know a damn thing about the Detroit Football Lions. Okay? It's boring to me. I don't care what Teddy Bruschi has to say. He played in a different era. I don't care what Colin Cowherd has to say. Just move along. I want to do this differently, okay? And it's very simple. Is Dan Campbell changing football forever? Now, before you laugh, I want you to think about this. What Billy Beane did for baseball is maybe what Dan Campbell's doing for football. Billy Beane changed the way you thought about playing the game. Now, I didn't agree with what Billy Beane did, nor do I agree with how the Tigers do things. But the point is they changed baseball. It's very simple, okay? So my question is, with football, Dan Campbell is more aggressive, is more laser-focused on the analytics, and is doing things no one does. Nobody has the conviction he has. Now, look, I the only call I had a problem with last Thursday, a real problem, like I'll go to my grave with, we'll argue, we'll fight, we'll do the whole thing, going for it on your own 30. That was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I talked to Cookies about it on the podcast this morning. He won't back down. I don't care. It's fine. I won't back down. It was a stupid decision. Stupid. I don't want to hear about the defense. I don't hear about no. You can't go for it on your own 30. Can't do it. End. Well, what about midfield? Well, that's midfield. Your own 30, you're basically handing the football over in the red zone. It's dumb. But everything else, first of all, I don't even think about the red zone decisions. You're going for it. I don't even think about it. Like, it's just that simple. The end of the game, you could make a case it's the right move. I'm not going to fight about it. But I want to understand this. Is like, look, if Dan, the reason Dan Campbell is taking so much heat nationally is because maybe he's a pioneer. I mean, think about it. If you're the first to do something, you're going to catch the most flack, right? And this is different. It does shatter norms. It does redefine what aggressive looks like. And the fact that they go for it with no hesitation, so aggressively, offensively, etc., it just puts you in this spot where are we watching football being played a different way, and that teams will begin emulating what Dan Campbell's doing. Look, fourth downs are up across the league. Like 4th and 1 has become something now most teams are willing to do, right? But Dan Campbell goes beyond that. So I just wondered where you're at with it. Like, is it going too far to say that Dan Campbell is kind of an innovator in a way? That the reason people get so upset is because he's so unapologetic about it? In essence, he's playing keep away. He's changing how you watch a game. Oh, man, we got that stop on 3rd and 3 at the 6. All right, field goal. Whoa, wait a minute. Touchdown. I could see why people get salty. And look, I'll never change my stance that at least one of those opportunities in the NFC title game to go up by 17, he needed to take that opportunity. I do think you have to be loyal to the data while not losing touch with situation. And remember, the computers don't factor in they don't factor in injuries. They don't factor in who you're playing. The data's the data, but it's factoring in machines, not men. So I wanted to know, look, winning that Packer game was massive, because you can lose the Bills game, and it has no impact on what's going on as long as you win your last 3. Think about that. But if you lost that Packer game, it completely changes everything. You won. I understand why he did what he did, because he did factor in the defense was dead. Dan Skipper's vomiting in a tub. You're playing David Hull at the end. They had people on that field, I don't know who they are. They don't even have Google pages. So Dan Campbell's doing it in a way. And here's the problem I have. Let me just say this, because I'd like to think after 20 years doing this with you guys, I shoot you straight. I'm not like a team shill, all right? There's no company car. I think what I don't like is when the national media does the meathead stuff. Oh, Dan Campbell kneecap. It's like, guys, that's actually insulting, because Dan Campbell's a really thoughtful guy. Dan Campbell's a really intelligent man. Dan Campbell is using some of the highest level of data out there. And I don't have to agree with every decision, but the one thing I'm not going to do is this meathead thing, or like he's anything other than a really smart coach who knows his team really well. And here's the thing. You earn the right to do what they're doing, right? They have the best lineman in football in Penei Sewell. They have arguably the best short yardage back in David Montgomery. You earn the right to play that way. Does it mean I always agree with individual decisions? No. But what I don't like is the tone from the national media suggesting that Campbell is just, he's a riverboat gambler, 7 Crown and Cokes deep. That's not what this is, and that's dishonest. It's insulting and dishonest. I think we're watching a different way to play the game. And it's going to be hard for people to replicate it. I mean, look, David's team can't execute this style of football. My team can't execute. There are very few teams that can execute this style of ball. And he's taking advantage of that. But if I were building a team, I would want to build it. I can't believe I'm saying these words. God help me. I would build it in the image of the 2024 Detroit Lions. And because of that, if you are the example with which teams are going to build like, then you get to be the example that teams want to play like. Maybe we're watching that right now. Look, I know at the end of the game, would I have kicked the field goal? Sure, I would have. I'm not upset they didn't, but I would have kicked. Guilty as charged. But Dan Campbell views it a different way. Now, clearly, as I watch Jared Goff fall down in slow motion, that could have gone a completely different way, but this is who they are. It's how they're built, and it's their identity. In essence, it's been baked into the fiber of the team. If the tush push is quintessential Philadelphia, fourth and goal, 4th and 1, 4th and 3, if going for it is quintessential Detroit. And I just think you're going to have to get comfortable with it. And does it mean you got to agree with everything? No. As I said, only one of the 4th downs I was upset about. Your own 29 or 30, that was asinine. Asinine. The rest, first of all, 3 of them I got no problem with. Questionable on the last one, but I understood it. But is Dan Campbell changing how football is going to be played? Just a different spin. There's only so many times you can talk about, Dan Campbell's wheelbarrow for his balls. I mean, come on, man. I mean, it's been 8 hours of that in the station. 16, 20 hours if you consider Friday. I wanted to do something a little different with you guys. 248-539-9797. Ticket text as well. David, where do you fall on this, buddy?
I really what you said is how I feel regarding yes, this is probably the team that you're gonna emulate. This is probably the team you want to build your franchise like. And it is very difficult for me to say, yeah, you know what, Dan Campbell is probably changing the game, because you don't usually say that with Detroit Lions head coaches. You don't usually say that with Detroit Lions anything, but I think there were some examples yesterday in football where teams are deciding, or coaches are deciding, you know what, this is probably the way to go. Because Sean McVay went for it on 4th and 5 yesterday when he normally kicks field goals. And he said, nope, he's going for it, because I think things are changing. People are seeing what Dan Campbell's doing, and it's working in Detroit, and so they're going to change. This is a copycat league. All the time when the Patriots were winning, everyone said, we got to do what they do, and they copied it. Some won, some lost. So, yes, I do think Dan Campbell is changing the way coaches coach.
And I mean, look, it affects the way you have to play against the Lions. But think about it. It's also their weapon, right? Their weapon is, why can Ben Johnson call such an effective game? He knows he's got 4th down in his pocket. He knows he'll be empowered to do that. And if you're a defense, you're never safe. That's a really hard way to call a game, when all you've been taught your whole life is if you get off the field on 3rd down, you force the field goal.
Well, and that's the thing. And it's really, when you look at it, the way a friend of mine put it to me, and I'm like, you're right. When you look at it that way, you're exactly right. You have 4 downs to get a 1st down. And usually you're right. 3rd down, you just punt the ball. But they're using 4 downs to get a 1st down. And that is what you have. And you look at it, you're like, wow, it's very simple, but it's right. And he's doing it that way.
Well, you also have the talent to do it. See, I mean, David, it's a lot like, okay, look at how the Tigers went on their miracle run, right? They kind of broke norms. We're going to do pitching chaos. They played the way they had to play. I'm saying you play the way you get to play. If you have an offense that's this good, and 4th and 1, I mean, you're unstoppable, right? All jokes about Goff falling over and all of us almost collectively exploding. But you're arguably the best team in football and best offense in football. You get to play this way. And I'd like to think when the defense gets healthier, you wouldn't be going for it on your own 30. So if Dan Campbell is melding math and situation, all we ask of our coaches is put our team in the best position to succeed. Well, if the math dictates that you need to go for this, and you know you have the team to do it, and you know your defense is dead, or situationally, the way the game flow is going, that you may not get the ball back, or whatever it may be, he's doing what we all ask our coaches to do. Put the guys in the best situation to succeed. And while I will go to my grave telling you needed to go up 17 in San Francisco, at least once, primarily he's put you in the best position to succeed. Look, do I like a fake punt in Minnesota that early in the game? No, I do not. Do I go for it on my own 30 against the Pack when they did? No, I don't. It's not flawless. Nothing is. But primarily, he puts you in a better position. So is Dan Campbell catching flack because he's changing the way that people need to talk about football? He's changing the way you have to play football. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people in the mix. Talk a little Lions. And again, I mean, I can't overstate it. The impact of that Packer win was massive. If your furnace isn't running right in the cold, you need a reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. And back to work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop. Heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service. They'll knock $50 off the next day service call. Just ask about their winter bundle-up discount. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, Odyssey.com. Rewind, you missed anything. If you're looking for a little winter meetings, Detroit Tiger reports, we open the show with it. You can go and get that. I've asked a question. It's different. No one else on the station's done it. I wanted to just change the conversation. I mean, there's only so much evil national media or, wheelbarrow balls you can do. All right, it's boring at this point. So I've just asked the question. Is Dan Campbell kind of pulling a Billy Bean? Is he changing the way the sport is played? And the rest of the league is going to have to react to it. And you're seeing some of that, right? It's in its formative stages in other places. Like instead of 30% of 4th and 1s where teams go for it, now it's like 70%. That's an actual stat. But it's about we're not accepting field goals. We're going to play to our strengths. We are better than you. And from the data, we have far better odds of getting this than we don't. And if we do, the reward far outweighs the risk. And there was only one thing I had a problem with last Thursday night. It was on his own 29 or 30. It was ridiculous. Asinine. Everything else, look, no-brainers on all of them, except for at the end, you could have a debate. But that's the other problem is that this town doesn't want to have a debate about anything. It's euphoria. So I'll stay away from that, and this is the topic. So, David, give me some ticket text. I'll go to the callers.
Dan Campbell is a pioneer, just like Patrick Waugh was a coach in Colorado when he pioneered the way too early goalie pull. He took a ton of heat for it, but it quickly became the standard. That is from Aaron.
Is Kenny sending ticket text next to you?
I'm sorry. That meme that you sent to me really got to me. I had to fire back somehow,
Pure slander from Kenny.
I think Mike's on to something. DC's style of play puts so much extra pressure on the opposing team, and you can't see it. They are upset about it. That's all it is.
Oh, I think there's a lot of salt. Because, look, the NFL's already – here's the other thing, too. Right, the NFL has already geared itself to offense. You can't play defense in this league anymore. You can't touch anybody. You can't hit anybody. I mean, the amount of third and long bailout penalties, well, Dan Campbell's playing into that. Again, as a coach, you are given a set of rules. In this current era in the NFL, it is completely geared to the offense. And, oh, by the way, we're in a bit of a running game renaissance. Well, you've got one of the better O-lines, you have the best singular lineman, and you have a short yardage back and a guy like David Montgomery that, frankly, I would say 8 of 10 carries on 4th and 1 you're getting. But it's more than that. The 4th and 3s, the 4th and 5s, the not accepting field goals, that if they're inside the 10, they're going for it, that's new. And that scares people. Because, quite frankly, there's really no way to stop this team.
Watched the game with my Packers friend, and I cannot stress enough at how pissed he was that Dan Campbell was going for it every single time. He just kept telling me they're never going to win a Super Bowl that way. Maybe not, but we wouldn't be the team we are without it.
See, that's like a looming iceberg, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to hold it against them all the times it worked for the one time it doesn't? I think you need to get in bed with this idea and live with it. Could your season end on one of these plays? Yes. All I can promise you is, unless it is something stupid, like a fake punt in the first quarter of a Super Bowl, or going for it on your own 30 in the third quarter, unless it is something that I know I can say with my chest and tell you that's terrible, I've made peace with it. I'm going to live with the results. Because part of the reason you would be in the Super Bowl is stuff like this.
Correct. You cannot base it off of the circumstance or the event you're in. You're in the NFC title game again, and he does something like this, and it doesn't work. See, this is why we didn't make the Super Bowl. You're either for it or against it, period. Yes, definitely. I see it every game more and more. Everybody is going for it on 4th down. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, and again, I mean, all I can tell you is, even a team like mine that is going to be starting at the bottom, from day one of whatever rookie quarterback the Giants select, I want to ingrain in them this style of football. This is how it has to be done. And we are charging you with doing it. I think he's a bit of an innovator. I think he has simply put the pedal down on analytics. In the same way, I mean, different sport, and I'll get made fun of, but it's a lot like what the Houston Rockets did when James Harden was there. They simply pushed the rev limiter on analytics. It was pure isolation basketball. And they knew it was either going to be a three-pointer or James Harden would end up at the foul line. Was it good to watch? No, it was horrible. Was it effective? Yes. They innovated. They changed. And in my mind, helped usher in what we're currently watching in the NBA, which, again, stylistically is bad, but does it aid in winning? Like, hey, the Celtics took 63 pointers. Like, yeah, the Rockets deserve credit for some of that. Steph Curry, innovator. Do I think Steph has also ruined watching basketball? Primarily, but winning is the goal. We're not here to cater to eyeballs. We're here to win. Let's go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Michael. You know, it's been so interesting, and you brought up, I've been listening to the national media, and they don't like it, and they're like, you Detroit fans, you don't even know the name of your punter. It's like, we know our punter, but we've gone used to this. This is not just a common thing, and he's built this team to play this way, right? Like, when I watch a series of this offense, I'm not thinking of punting. I'm thinking of we're going to get to the 4th and 1, and then or the 4th and 5, and I'm like, the drive's not over for us, and it's worked. And I think that's a huge thing to play against. And when you trust your coordinator, you trust your quarterback, and your players that like Dan said it, we were going to play this way. And he told the players that. And of course, it goes back to the culture along with the play calling. And he's bought into this. And it's the national media is like, well, it's wrong. Well, we as fans have accepted it. And like you said, we live by the sword and die by the sword. And I'm willing to do that as a fan because as of now, it's been very effective. We're not 12-1 for no reason.
No, and Doug, like, if you look at it too, brother, like, you can't play the way the Chiefs play. The Chiefs right now are just a defensive football team who can't score in the red zone. You're not going to win a game kicking 5 field goals like they did. Or, 4 field goals last night and 1 touchdown.
They are getting by the skin of our teeth when we're making good, dominant, prevalent decisions, and they're just getting the luck of the NFL because their quarterback doesn't have the weapons that it used to do.
But what I'm saying is they're playing to their strengths and you're playing to yours. Like, if you had a defense like they had, would I play this way? Probably not. Now, if you had a defense like they have plus your offense, I'd still do this. Yes. But this is just the strength of the team. And are you going to tell me that a heightened situation, it could work out different? Yes. But you have got to factor in that if you were doing this in a very important Thursday night game, in the late season, divisional game, massive implications for seeding, then you can't change and go, well, how's that going to work in a playoff game? If you believe in your team, you got to do it. Does it change in a playoff game if you're up 14 versus down 7? Yes, it does. Remember, if I'm giving credit to Dan Campbell for situationally, factoring in the situation, both from a human capital standpoint, but also strengths and weaknesses, then we have to translate that in the playoffs, we're going to have to debate some things. Look, 4th and 1 for this football team, midfield and beyond, there's no decision. They're going for it. 4th and 3, positive side of the 50 at the 41, going for it. Anything inside 4th and 5, inside the 10, going for it. Those aren't decisions. That's how you've gotten here. We're doing that. It could be the Super Bowl. You're doing it. Now, here's what I will tell you. Yes, you're going to factor those things in the second half of these games. And knowing who you're facing and how it's going and who's healthy and who's not. Look, all of that takes place. But the standardized stuff, there's really no thought. The ideal world is you never see your field goal kicker unless you're kicking to tie or win the game. That's it. That's all. 248-539-9797. We're going to get more of the people in the mix. We got a little college football for all the playoff expansion truthers. Did you get what you wanted? All right? You died to get that reservation at the restaurant. You ate there. Did it deliver? I think it's hilarious seeing the final account of it all, but we'll talk about it in the 4 o'clock. Plus, what's the sad Kenny Cott meme and why it might be a feature of every Red Wing loss moving forward? We'll talk about all of it and more next. 97.1. All right, let me tell you about Victor's Roofing. Now, on a day like today, you better be damn sure your roof can handle it. But how do you know? I'm not climbing up there. It's ridiculous. Roofing experts is who you call. That's why you call Victor's Home Solutions. They'll get up there with their free 21-point roof inspection, check everything from the top of the roof to the attic. They'll catch even the most minute issue, And Victor's is the only roofer that, look, they've got highly vetted crews that deliver perfect installations every time. And their 50-year leak-free guarantee, you are covered for decades. No more wondering what's going on or waiting for a callback. Victor's takes care of it all, start to finish. Get your free 21-point roof inspection today. Call 734-773-1100 or go to victors.com. That's victors.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Michigan and Michigan State basketball were ranked for the first time in the coaches poll last week, but not the AP. They're now in both, as the AP says the Wolverines are 14th best in the country. MSU coming in at 21. It's Michigan's first time ranked since 2022. The Wings will have Ville Husso in net for the fourth straight game. Derek Lalonde on whether he's been tempted to play prospect Sebastian Cossa. Puck drop at 7 right here on 97.1 The Ticket as the Wings look to shake a 5-game losing streak. Juan Soto is the biggest splash of the winter meetings thus far. He signed a 15-year, $765 million deal with the Mets. That's more money than LeBron James and Tom Brady's career earnings combined. Two-time All-Star Jordan Romano also signing with the Phillies to become their new closer on a one-year deal himself. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, 97.1, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? We opened the show. Winter meetings are off. Soto deal, its impact on the sport. And then, look, Tiger reports. None of them encouraging. 1 year for an arm. That's all they're willing to do. Well, good luck. You're going to end up with a plumber. Ha-Sung Kim as the right-handed bat this team desperately needs. Yeah, great. He might be hurt till June. Just doesn't sound like a team that's serious about their business. So we had a conversation about it. Odyssey.com Rewind, you want it. Right now, is Dan Campbell way more than just a gutsy riverboat gambler? Is he changing the sport? I say yes. Let's talk about it. Go to Garrett, 97.1. What's up, Garrett? How you doing?
Doing great, man. How you doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, he 100% is changing the sport. I mean, even earlier this year, he said he wants to go for it so frequently on fourth down that his players get accustomed to it, right? So that way they're comfortable in that situation. I mean, think about traditionally, defenses rarely had to defend against fourth down. So the increased stress, pressure, all that, it adds up throughout a game. I mean, additionally, and on that last drive, you can't say don't go for it because his defense was gassed, man. I mean, the front seven, most of them just walked up off the street. So to expect them to play full-quarter football, let alone an overtime game, that's just, he knew exactly what he was doing, right?
I agree. And I think you make a really interesting point, Garrett. The idea of how repetition, breeds confidence. It's not, I don't even think they're nervous on fourth down. I know as fans we get nervous, but the reality is if this is how the players approach their business every day that ends in a Y, then Sunday's no different, or in this case, Thursday. But you get my point. You're right, is that they're conditioned that this is our way of doing business. I think we lost Garrett, but he made a really good point, and I like it a lot. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good, Kyle. What's up?
Oh, not much. I was just thinking, when you think about professional sports in general nowadays, you think about the way that they've all changed to have, higher point, skews, more exciting games. They made NHL nets bigger, NHL goalie pads smaller, more threes from the NBA, things you kind of already touched on. But it's like, why not go for it fourth down? Why not use the variables of the game to your advantage? Like, look at rugby, for example. It's a very different sport. It's kind of comparing apples to oranges in a way. But in rugby, everything is laterals. Yes, it's dangerous. Yes, it's a much different way of playing the same kind of idea of sport. But why would we not use the variables to our advantage when defenses have been, in every professional sport, been negated in a lot of ways in which they can play their own style?
Well, and to your point, the game has never been more geared towards the offense than now.
Yeah.
And you
for
have
for
arguably
Vegas,
the best
for fans,
offense. For everything. And you have arguably the best offense. You take the data, you approach it using real life situations. You're not just beholden to math, and you push the rev limiter. Look, I can only tell you that, like, if you're going to compete with the Lions in the NFC North, then you're going to have to either start doing what they're doing and or design your team with them in mind. The biggest thing I could tell you is, and I'm oh God, Kenny's going to make fun of me here. Oh, Mike sounds old. Back when Peyton Manning was running that division, okay, the Houston Texans had the number 1 pick in the draft, and the big conversation was Reggie Bush, Mario Williams, okay? They drafted Mario Williams because of the presence of Peyton Manning. Full stop. Everything teams did was we have to face Manning twice a year. What is the only way to stop him? Well, he's a statue. We've got to draft defensive linemen. Mario Williams is 6'7", 300 pounds, and he runs like a gazelle. And they passed at the time, and I know Reggie's career didn't totally go the way we thought it would go, but early on, Reggie Bush was fabulous. They passed on it, and people were aghast. How could you pass on Reggie Bush? The reason I'm bringing that up is teams had to then build to beat that team. So my point is, the reason I can say Dan Campbell might be changing football is I think Minnesota, Green Bay, and the Bears are going to have to either change how they do business or change the personnel they're bringing in. If you are forcing your opponents to do those things, you yourself are an innovator. I don't think it's any different than when Joe Tiller came to the Big Ten. Oh, God, Kenny's going to call me old again. But basketball on grass? You're doing what? Mildred, we can have 5 wide receivers on the field? Teams had to adjust. What do you mean I can't have a 4-3 defense on the field? What do you mean I can't have a 250-pound middle linebacker? I don't know what to do anymore. Are they allowed to throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage like that? Listen, people catch heat. When you're new, you catch heat. I think the national media also has a problem is that Dan Campbell doesn't subscribe to anybody else's magazine. He produces his own. And locally, we're like a family. We can all argue amongst ourselves. What I'm not going to do is sit here and go crazy because Teddy Bruschi has a problem. Okay, well, that's nice. Teddy, you played 20 years ago. Game's changed a little bit. Don't know if you're aware. I mean, Colin Cowherd, are you kidding me? Cowherd hated Harbaugh until Harbaugh stuffed him in a locker in an interview. Now he's basically his bleep washer. The royal penis is washed, Your Highness. Like, I don't care what Cowherd has to say. I mean, give me a break.
Woo!
What? It's the truth.
It is.
He went from hating Jim Harbaugh to Harbaugh basically telling him bleep himself in an interview to now, oh, let me draw you a bath, Jimmy. Oh, Jim, hold on, Jim, you got a little perspiration. Let me wipe that off for you. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just making a point. I mean, give me a break. David, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to catch you off guard with it. I'm just making a point. You don't need to worry about the national media.
You don't.
You don't need to care.
You don't. When they're referencing kneecaps and all that, they haven't watched
That's
it. They don't know it.
That's years ago. And it's insulting because it demeans what Dan Campbell is as a man. What Dan Campbell is, the 5 inches between his ears. He's actually a very intelligent, very thoughtful guy. So we're not going to do the caveman stuff. Not now. At the beginning, I think the media had every right to do it. But if you think this guy's just willy-nilly, throwing another skull, hand me another cocktail, roll the dice, that's not what they're doing. In essence, it's become who you are. It's what this team is. It's how this team is built. Now, I've just been sent something, and it's probably going to upset me. Oh, no.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
Oh, my God. This baseball team is so offensively cheap. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, my God. Kenny, you know the problem when you do radio? You get 20 texts at the same time from your boys or people in the media. Oh, come on.
Yeah, me and David just saw it too back here.
All right, Kenny, I'm going to do a meme now with me looking sad on a Red Wings jersey. You can't be serious. David, can I have a moment to process?
Sure can.
Okay. I'll get to the phone calls. I'm not even calling this breaking Tiger news. I'm going to call this breaking your balls news. We'll do it next. David, get me contract terms. I have a feeling it'll have a 1 in front of it. Tackle the NFL on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, customers get $150 in bonus bets on broken people. FanDuel gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL. I don't know, man. Do whatever you want to do. They got lots of things you can bet on. They have more betting markets than anybody. They're the best sports book in America. Just go play there. FanDuel.com/ticket. I'm emotionally destroyed. $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 wager. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issue, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Here's all I can tell you. Welcome back, 97.1. Rico with the day off. My reaction to when I received a flurry of texts while live on the air to what I'm about to say to you is akin to a drop we have in the system. from a movie I've never watched. And it features is it a chimpanzee, a monkey, an ape? I don't know what the hell it is because I don't watch science fiction. It's just a cute little guy, and he looks up at the sky and says, "Oh, no. Oh, no." That's the reaction when you find out your baseball team delivered on their demand of a 1-year arm. Welcome, Alex Cobb, a guy who's been primarily hurt the last decade, who will be 38, I believe, when the season starts, and has no real professional future. Now, again, can he be serviceable and come in here and give you a 4 ERA and eat innings? I guess. Why is that what I'm supposed to accept? Why am I supposed to lie to my listeners and tell me that's the best we could do? Why? Why? When we opened the show with this, and I gave you the reports, hey, Tigers really like Walker Buehler, who's like 8 years younger, but they don't, they only want to sign a pitcher to a 1-year deal. Wait a minute, a year ago you gave that corpse my A to 2. 1 year? Well, what did I say to you? You're not going to get anybody with any professional options. And you end up at Alex Cobb. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the guy is useless. What I'm going to tell you is when we open the damn show, and I got one team spending $765 million, and I got my team over here who won't spend $7.65, I have a problem with it. Why is it that we are supposed to accept this? It's like if you have the option to eat anything in life and you choose oatmeal. No, there's better out there. And oatmeal's not bad, but there's better. The guy pitched 16 innings last year. Why? Because he died. He's pitched under 100 innings 4 of the last 6 years. 5 of the last 8. He's got 1 year since 2018 where he's pitched more than 150 innings. Guys, what are we doing? You made the playoffs last year. Alex Cobb? Oh, I know. Scott Harris signed another buddy from San Francisco. Let me check my notes. Yup. 2023. We'll fix him. We'll make it great. And by the way, not add to our core. Because a 1-year deal, if you suck, you're moving him. And if you're good, he's gone. You still haven't signed Skubal. Here's your answer to the rotation now. And by the way, Ken Rosenthal had it right. They're only doing a 1-year arm on a 1-year arm deal. Well, then why is he going to be wrong about Ha-Sung Kim? So I hope you're ready for your offseason to be Alex Cobb and a guy who's going to be hurt till June. Merry Christmas. Have a cool Yule. I mean, David, I'm not trying to overreact. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this guy's a gas can. That's not accurate. But what we have the youngest team in the game. Why are we adding a 37-year-old pitcher on a 1-year deal? What is the plan there exactly?
See, you just said it. Because, right, you're not going to go crazy over it. He's not going to be horrible. But he's a guy you go after when you have everything else and you're like, you know what, I need a 5th arm.
There you go.
This isn't that.
Like you added Walker Buehler and Alex Cobb. Okay, now we're cooking with something. Takes the pressure off Job. Cobb really becomes a luxury. See, or how about this? Let me give you something even better. Like if I'm a team and I spend a bleep load of money on Max Fried, I can get Alex Cobb cheap, insulate the rotation a little bit. Fine. But how does it make you tangibly better? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's not going to be Jack Flaherty next year. I mean, just give me a break. I don't even like pitcher wins and losses, but for fun, the guy hasn't won double-digit baseball games since 2017. Never had more than 12 wins in a season. He played for some decent teams. All right, well, how's that strikeout rate? Oh, wait, not great. Does he throw hard? No. Like, you made the playoffs last year. Why is this the way it is? Guys, look, it just comes down to something, and it's very baseline. Your team, and whether it's the owner and or president of baseball ops, I don't care who you want to blame them both, do whatever you want. Nothing they do from a forward-facing approach feels serious or sincere or urgent. There is no team with designs on winning a World Series that would look to Alex Cobb as their arm addition, okay? And I never, look, you can go back, it's all logged on the podcast, it's all there. I never, ever would come on the air and lie to you and talk about the Juan Soto stuff. You were never, nor should you spend that type of money. I didn't want the Yankees spending that kind of money. The point I'm making is we deserve better than this. This is ridiculous. If this offseason, David, is Alex Cobb and Ha-Sung Kim, my head will explode. But then again, maybe I'm the bleep hole. Maybe I just have to stop expecting serious people.
No. You're not the bleep hole. It's just doing that. How would you expect your fans to say, yeah, I'm getting season tickets?
Because we're a town of bootlickers.
Oh.
Okay? That's why. You still have people, some on this station, who defend Chris Ilitch. You have a very friendly media who never takes this team to task. And by and large, people have a romance with the Tigers. They do. Look, Chris Fetter's great, and maybe Cobb could be functional here. Okay, maybe. But you mean to tell me this is the best we can do? See, that's the difference. I don't want average or good enough. I want great. I want to win a World Series. And I really believe in my heart they've got the young core that really kind of blossomed last year, that we could speed this thing up. And not irresponsibly. I'm not talking about blowing the doors out and having some ridiculous payroll. But for God's sakes, man. When those reports came out that they wanted a guy on a one-year deal, what have I said all offseason? Then you're not going to sign anyone you're going to be happy with. And look at what they did. Alex Cobb. Well, now, okay, well then do I have to doubt the reports they're interested in Ha-Sung Kim? That's the type of bat they're looking for? By the way, injured? Reports say April, May, June? I'm not. I mean, I like him as a player, but I got to sign him to a multi-year deal, and he can't be the lead bat. Just like Alex Cobb can't be the lead arm in your offseason. So here's your Tiger headlines we've gotten so far. Made a non-competitive offer to Tarik Skubal, would only sign a one-year arm, delivered on that with Alex Cobb, and the only bat we have you attached to is going to be hurt well into the first half of the season. Even if I take a month off of it, I go, well, he'll be out at least the first 30 games. Why am I supposed to accept that? Tell me. Well, we'll spend when the time is right. Is the time not right coming off a playoff appearance? Well, I've been given assurances we'll have all the resources we need by Mr. Ilitch. Okay, then where are the resources? What are we saving them for? You have player control on all of your guys. You don't owe anybody any money anytime soon, minus Skubal. Tell me. God, I'm so pissed. It's like I don't want these reports to be right. You know what I want to do? Let me tell you what I want to do. I want to say nice things about the team. I want to say nice things about Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris. I don't want to run a baseball team this way. This does not interest me. Great. You signed Frank Tanana the late years. Phenomenal. Can't wait to go down there and watch him fire an 85-mile-an-hour pellets at the plate. I mean, come on. You guys tell me. And if you don't care, I wouldn't be mad at you. Your team is telling you they're not serious about winning a World Series. Bottom line. Your team is telling you they view last year as a complete fluke. Just tell me when I'm supposed to care again. Am I just going to wait till Max Clark comes up? By the way, what are the guarantees that he's Mike Trout? And David, this is me trying to maintain control. I'm actually very upset. Again, he might be functional. Maybe comes up, gives you a 4 ERA. Maybe gives you 140 innings. Maybe. Age 37? Factually has been dead 4 of the last 6 years? Okay, I guess. 248-539-9797. I'd love to get some calls on it, but like I said, If you don't call, I'm not even mad at you. I can't ask you to care when it feels like, seems like, sounds like your baseball team doesn't. I hope they change the narrative as the week goes along, guys. I'd love nothing more than to be all bricked up on the air talking about a big free agent signing and we could tip our cap, but boy, howdy. David, just give me a couple minutes, will you, please? Jesus, Mary and Joseph, this team. 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers have inked Alex Cobb to a one-year deal per Ken Rosenthal. The 37-year-old hurler threw in just 3 regular season games due to a hip and shoulder surgery after the All-Star 2023 campaign he had. He went on to pitch 5 2/3 innings in the playoffs as well, including an ALCS Game 1 start for the Guardians. The Lions have the Bills this Sunday. Dan Campbell spoke to the media about facing quarterback Josh Allen. 17.29 million. That's the average number of viewers in the Lions-Packers game last week, setting a record for the Thursday Night Football broadcast since it's been airing exclusively on Prime. The Red Wings are back at it tonight against Buffalo. Derek Lalonde will send the same lineup out as last game, including goalie Ville Husso. Hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Jeff Rieger has the pregame at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, real quick, and I'm not busting Jeremy Otto's balls, but stop throwing that all-star thing out there. Every team gets a player. The guy went 7-7 with a damn near 4 ERA. Okay? Come on. It's like Kenny winning the hottest stud muffin award, and every other guy's a complete ogre. Cut it out. You didn't sign some great all-star. You signed a 37-year-old pitcher who can't stay healthy on a one-year deal because you are so, here, I'll be polite, fiscally responsible. You couldn't be bothered to sign a real pitcher. David, what do the Ticket Techs have to say about it? I'm trying to be fair, but Jesus, what are you selling to your fan base?
While this is a big Wolf signing, it could be another Fetter Miracle reclamation project. I still hate this team for this, but who knows? Yeah, reclamation project at 37?
Yeah, but again, why are we still in Fetter reclamation mode? You have Tarek Skubal coming off a Cy Young. You have Reese Olson. This slots in perfectly for you to pounce and sign a big-time number 2 to take the pressure off of Job. I mean, at this point, okay, if this is the arm, if they don't sign any other arm, how's that acceptable? And basically, we should brace for impact. They're not going to sign a bat anybody cares about. So then, why? You know, my question would be, then what is people's motivation to spend money? You know, I don't understand what this is. God, I would have come off last season, amazing vibes, ready to go. Like, let's elevate this thing. Let's do this. God, this is just like, I can't. What am I going to tell the listeners, David? What am I supposed to say?
There's not much to say here. They're just coming through with this. Alex Cobb sounds like the second coming of Maeda. Can't wait.
He's better than Maeda, but that's not saying a lot. Again, yeah, why do we have two guys that are closer to 40 than anything else in this rotation?
I hear Tim Lincecum is available as well. Let's go.
That's funny. That's really well done. Hey, I hear you can get Andy Pettit for a bargain.
Someone else texts in David Wells. Go get him. Wow.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. I mean, how bad is it the Tribe didn't want him back? And they're as cheap as the day is long. Why didn't Cleveland just want him? They're pitching savvy, aren't they? Why didn't Cleveland want him back?
That's a great question. That's a great
one-year deal, right?
Yeah.
Had him in your clubhouse, right?
My. I was looking into season tickets for the Tigers, but I'm not buying anything until I can see that the team is willing to put money into the organization.
David, they could win this division if they were halfway serious. That's my problem. It really is. Now, again, they have time to write the story, but we go by what we have. What we have right now is you haven't gotten Skubal signed, and the reports are becoming true. They were never going to offer any term. Say, hey, does this sound familiar, Kenny? They don't want to sign anybody to term? Gee, I've heard that before on the ice. And they were only going to go after one-year arms. Okay, well, here we are. And now it would sound like we're not going to get any of the bats that we're interested in. And by the way, the guy was a complete dog in the playoffs. Go look at both his playoff starts. I'm sure you remember those.
Definitely feels like they believe last year really was a fluke and they're still, quote unquote, building.
Yeah, well, you know what? I ain't here for that. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got to say. And again, the Dan Campbell calls are still totally fine with it. We'll try to run dual path. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Mark. What's up?
Hey, thing with the Tigers, I really want to and think about this. Are we actually surprised that the Tigers are not spending any money? has that ever been a part of the Tigers' way of doing business, spending money to get quality players in here to number one, to show, like you mentioned earlier, to show that they're serious about taking this team to the next level. We made the playoffs last year. You would think that would be enough motivation right there to go spend. I'm not saying go break the bank, but let's spend $250 million on somebody, an arm. We need a second arm, and we definitely need a bat. They wouldn't go get this pitcher. I don't know who this guy is, but he's an SSI guy, 38 years old. What are you gonna do? Throw it up under the underarm at the other team?
Look,
they want us to buy tickets and come down there and support them.
Well, here, factually, ain't nobody buying tickets to go see Alex Cobb pitch. You're not wrong there. Mark, I'm on board with you. I'm not telling you he's awful. That's not what this is about. But you have this opportunity to create something very special. I knew early on, right? All right, they're never going to be involved with Corbin Burns or Max Fried or pitchers of that caliber. I know that. But you know what? The fact that you're not willing to give up term at all, that takes you out of every pitcher with a professional option. It really does. And this is Scott Harris bringing in another one of his boys from San Francisco. And you just look at it and you're like, is this the best we can do? No, the answer is no, candidly. If they had brought in Walker Buehler on a 3-year deal, I would defend it. I'd salute it. I think there's real upside there. But when those reports from Rosenthal and from Evan Petzold came out, they're only going to offer 1 year to an arm. It's like, okay, that's like going to a car lot and saying you got $10. Bad news for you. You're not walking out of there with a car. And as far as the bat goes, look, there's still plenty of really good baseball players out there. I will give this team time. I'm not pounding the desk and saying it's over. But if this part of the report is true, and we haven't seen Skubal signed after, quote, a non-competitive offer, well, then why would I doubt the reports that the only bat you've been mentioned with is a guy that's going to start the season on the injured reserve? No dreams of Alex Bregman. No dreams of, whomever. I don't know who you guys are interested in. Maybe it's Santander. Maybe it's Teoscar Hernandez. Maybe, guys, it is up to you. I don't get married to one singular player. Look, I defended Cookies and Rieger and Rico. They had a guy they really wanted in Matt Chapman. I never cared about who it was. I just cared that it was. It's the same thing here. I'm not going to die on the hill of one singular player. But look, the Juan Soto thing has effect in Detroit because that's what the Habs are doing. Okay, the Yankees didn't get Juan Soto. You know what the Yankees are going to do now? They're going to go sign 3 players for the same money. You have no chance against these teams. None. So why send that message to your fan base? Instead of, look, guys, we can't spend like the Yankees and Mets and Dodgers, but you know what? We can spend like a top 12 team in this league, a top 15 team in this league. And I don't want to hear about, it's not time yet. You made the playoffs. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's support these kids. Now, look, if they bring in a big-time right-handed bat, maybe I can work my way around the Cobb thing, but boy, what evidence do I have to suggest they will bring in a big-time bat? What evidence do we got, guys? And the Rosenthal report I've alluded to, it is paywalled, but I can just give you this. One word, gun-shy. Or is that 2 words? Who cares? The point is, they don't want to make another Baez mistake. Well, then great. We've got the Athletics with a better logo. Is that what we're doing? And you don't have anybody but Skubal ready to get paid. There are guys on this team whose jerseys you own. They don't have to pay until 2028. I'm sorry. David, I apologize. Callers, I'm sorry. I know I was supposed to go to you, but I get flustered, man. It's the New Yorker in me. I can't help it. 248-539-9797. We will go straight to the phones next. I promise you. Winter driving season is here. Reckless drivers are, well, sadly, everywhere. If you're on the road, you're at risk. If you are injured, you need an attorney that'll be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance companies. That attorney is David Femininio. Call him right now. He'll answer. 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Only Nat King Cole could calm me down. The dulcet tones. David, I have found maybe who the Tigers will sign next. I mean, you figure Maeda's 36, Cobb's 37. What about 38-year-old Carlos Santana? And I'm not talking the guitarist. There's your right-handed bat. The Tigers sign Alex Cobb to a one-year deal. So look, if there's a lot more, I'll work my way to this. But I don't get to react to hypotheticals. I'm reacting to reality. Why is this baseball team doing this right now? Why is this baseball team continuing this one-year mercenary arm routine? Well, I don't understand it. And yet a year ago, they were willing to give a second year to Maeda. Yet I'm sitting here with this. There are no illusions that Alex Cobb will become Jack Flaherty. None. Jack, when healthy, there was some pedigree and some evidence there. Jack Flaherty's not 1,000. This guy's older than Methuselah. Second of all, this guy's been hurt for the last 6 years. I really hope the reports are wrong, and I hope there's a lot more, and I hope we get to do some happy shows. Let's go to Carlos, 97.1. Carlos, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on? What's going on, Mike? How's it going, brother?
Okay, what are your thoughts?
So, I don't even know where to start, man. I'm going to be honest with you. The way I see it, I don't think the Tigers are going to spend big money. But the way I'm looking at it, man, if you're going to spend not top dollar to get Burns or get any of these guys, I don't know, man. It seems to me you might as well just go get some, like, mid-tier starters. I mean, I don't know, like go if you're going to not break the bank, go get Flaherty, go get Sean Manaea, you know what I'm saying? Something like
right, but here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. Those guys require term, 4 years, 5 years. When the reports came out the Tigers were only looking for 1-year arms, you were dead. Walker Buehler won't take 1 year.
Yeah, that's the big problem. If we're going that route, Mike, at that point, you might as well just go with what's the term I'm looking for? You might as well go with the accomplished vets with something to prove. If you're going to play that card, you might as well try to go get a star batter. Then go sign Scherzer, go sign Verlander, go sign Kershaw, go get Paul Goldschmidt at this point. And because if you're going that route, that's what he's doing. That's what they're looking at. And if they go that route, Mike, I am not going to be a happy Tigers fan, man. Because if you're trying to get 1-year deals, those are the people they're looking at. And honestly, those are people we don't want to see, man. How is we just made the playoffs last year, and I don't care about you need a veteran bat. I wish you can get like a Pete Alonso, a Santander, you know, even you're gonna go all AL, go to the NL West, man. You got Profar there. That whole division's got so many hitters. Christian Walker, Jock Peterson. I mean, I know he's a glove guru, Sak Kim, but at the end of the day, man, you got to get something. I don't care if it's just one mid-tier, and get a couple batters if that's the point, man. I don't know. That's the route
that's what I'm waiting on.
At that point.
No, Carlos, and that's why I'm going to wait, because I don't think it's fair to eulogize someone who's still alive, right? Like, they still have time, but I don't have to be happy about this signing. I don't have to sit there and eat the gruel. I think it's ridiculous that this team, with this momentum, this is the arm they went and got. I mean, that's just silly. It's silly. Because even if Jackson Jobe is good, he's on an innings cap next year. And even if he's great, how does signing a legitimate arm hinder him in any way, shape, or form? I'm looking at it as Skubal, guy I sign, him, Olsen, and David's mom. There's my rotation. I'm trying to build something World Series caliber, because the only shot you have against these other teams like the Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, pitching. The only shot. You're never going to out-hit them. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. But I can't fathom, if you have the resources, this is the move. But then again, maybe Scott Harris is the perfect guy to work for Chris. Maybe he likes doing it this way. Maybe he thinks this is fun. I'm going to be smarter than everybody else. I don't know. I don't care. It's an entertainment product. They're not entertaining. It's not entertaining winning 2-1. And if you think you're going to have 13, 14, 15 wins, 7th inning and beyond, which led the league last year, you're not. You're also bottom 5 or bottom 6 in the league in home runs. It's just not going to happen. Now let's see what they do from here. But that's not a good start to the offseason, in my world. If you like it, God bless. Do whatever you like. Go to Mark, 97.1. Hey, Mark, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Mike?
Good. Mark, what's up?
Mike, I feel your pain, because when this came across the radio, I was enjoying the conversation regarding Lions coach Dan Campbell, and then this comes up, and you're absolutely right. This is Oakland A's 2.0. They're smartest people in the world. Harris is a young guy that's trying to make a name for himself, and at the end of the day, it's typical it's no different than that how they run their pizza business. They make all kinds of promises that are going to build things, and then they sit on property and tear it down and put a parking lot up. Okay, well, it's same scenario. Promise the fans we're gonna spend big when we have the opportunity, and guess what? Air's been let out of the balloon.
Mark, you know what's worse than promising and not delivering? Never promising a thing at all. It just floats down the river. I mean, it just, hey, maybe there'll be a day we get to have a really fun show, Mark. And they if you want to change the narrative, change it. If they don't like being called fiscally responsible, change it. They could own this town.
It's like Charlie Brown and Lucy. You can only pull the football away and make an idiot out of yourself so many times, and then you stop listening. So.
Yeah, and look, I will tell you, we opened the show with it, Mark. I appreciate the phone call, brother, and we'll continue with the Dan Campbell stuff. We don't have to stop that, but look, the only news you've gotten on Scooble is they made a non-competitive offer, and I take that with a grain of salt based on it probably comes from the Boras camp, and they were never going to take the first offer. However, you know what we haven't heard? Tigers have aggressively countered. Tigers upped their offer. Remember, nothing happens without that human bobblehead Jeff Passan reporting it. Where are those reports? You hear about, hey, you remember how the Soto thing was reported on? Breathlessly reported on. It's 500, it's 600, it's 700. Cohen's willing to go to 800. Yankees go to 16 years. We knew more about Soto's contract than Soto did. All I have to go on is, well, it doesn't sound like there's a whole lot of talk. And on one hand, you can't have reports that, think about this. Why would you have a report that they're only willing to offer a year on an arm, but you wouldn't get a report about the Cy Young contract negotiations? Unless there's nothing to report. So if there's nothing to report, that scares me. Because priority one is getting him signed. Otherwise, I'm going to have to deal with Rico walking in here naked wearing a Burger King crown. Because then it's going to be like, well, then why didn't you deal him? You can't. And by the way, Boras clients are signing left and right. You know why? Because while some people wanted to bury Scott Boras and act like he had lost his mind, Boras knows he overplayed his hand last year. Now he's at the table dealing. Go look. I really hope this isn't the type of show we got to do moving forward. I hope we hear Scooble signs this week at the winter meetings. I hope they bring in a big bat. I want to say nice things, but I'm immensely frustrated because here's the thing. I'm not saying you can't win this way. I just don't think you can win at all. And that's the only thing I'm interested in. You know what this feels like? Win just enough to get the money out of your pocket. Be interesting just enough that you want to be a little member of that, 1874 society, whatever the hell it's called. That's not what I'm here to do. I want to win the World Series. And this is not the approach of a team that's serious about winning a World Series. I mean, hell, the Texas Rangers are a pimple on an elephant's ass in the world of baseball. A couple of years ago, they opened a new ballpark. They went out and spent $500 million. Cutscene, World Series. It can be done. But the reports we get is, well, they don't want to have another bias situation or a little gun shy. That's the Rosenthal report. And I'll give Petzold credit, been all over it. Tigers are only offering, they like Walker Buehler, he's their top target, but they're only offering 1 year. Why are you beholden to a 1 year offer? If Buehler wants 2, give him 2. Buehler has immense upside. Alex Cobb doesn't. And stop trotting out this fake all-star nonsense. Every team gets a rep. Congratulations, a guy with 7 wins made the all-star team. Stop it. I did it again, David. I started talking again. Damn it. 248-539-9797. We go to the callers next. I'm very upset. Now, it still is football season. Tailgating, upgrade at Moran Buick GMC. Lease the 24 Sierra 1500 Elevation Edition. $259 a month, 24 months. Only $999 down. Moran also has GM employee pricing. All 25 Buick Encore GXs. 39-month lease. Only $309 a month. No money down. No first payment. New stock arriving daily. And if you have something wrong with that current vehicle, you go to MoranExpress.com. Get the certified service. Get the loaner vehicle. Go on about your day. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. This is actually what they play at the end of every Red Wing game. Kenny sits alone. Let's go right to the people. We'll get back to Dan Campbell in the 5 o'clock. Tigers sign Alex Cobb to a 1-year deal. It goes in line with the reports. That scares me. It's cheap. It's uninspiring. It's quintessential Tigers. We go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Joe. What's on your mind?
So I wanted to weigh in on the Dan Campbell conversation.
Please.
One thing that this team used, like, a lot of people are throwing around, like, how this is such a big problem and Dan is going to lose us games and yada, 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 right? Well, I would, obviously him going for it on fourth down, it can have problems, right? Example, NFC Championship game last year, that's the bad side of it. But the good side of it is if you watch the player interviews, like, post-game locker room celebrations, Dan Campbell going for it on fourth down helps our team play better. And what I mean by that is whenever offensive linemen talk about it, Penei Sewell, like all the guys, they're like, Dan Campbell believes in us that we can pick it up. Even you hear Jared Goff talking about it post-game. Yes. And they take that personally, and they say, we can do this. And same thing on the defensive side of the ball. They're like, Dan Campbell believes in our defense enough to where he's willing to go for it on fourth down because he trusts that if they don't get it, we can get the stop. And it's like, how do you get guys to come in on a gotta-have-it win in, the same week to play against the Packers? Last week, these Jamal Adams, Quan Alexanders, you have to have a good culture, right, for these guys to buy in and fly around. And I think that Dan Campbell going for it on fourth down really communicates to the teams that he believes in them, and that's contagious. And on the flip side of that, it's like we could have the problem where you look at, the Philadelphia Eagles with A.J. Brown, that guy's not going to be downfield blocking. All he's concerned about is how many times he's going to get the ball thrown to him. And personally, I would be a lot more scared about that in an NFC Championship game is my key players being more concerned about getting the ball than winning the game. He's not going to be blocking for Saquon on that critical, 2nd and 9.
Well, Joe, candidly, I'd be worried more about my team not being able to throw the ball, which is the Eagles. I mean, they're getting 200 yards a game rushing. Their passing game is non-functioning. It's broken. So you're right. And look, I agree with what you're saying about Campbell. It's more than just a gimmick or a bit. It's who they are. It's built into the fabric of this team. And look, I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, please finish.
The one thing too is for a lot of these people that don't that are getting upset about Dan. I'm not saying you because I agree with you that one that he went for and didn't go for. He should. I don't think he should have gone for on that one. The one that we didn't get against Packers. But most of these people that get upset, they don't watch enough Lions to realize that. Okay, and they frankly they don't know enough about football to be like, oh, they didn't get it on fourth down. That's so stupid. It's like, well, you haven't seen the other, you look at the percentage. It's ridiculous how many times we convert. And so, I don't know. I feel like that's just another thing. It's people being uneducated when they just blast them. It's anytime it doesn't work, it's like.
Well, and again, for the people just joining, right? So Joe brings it up. The national media has had a field day this week following a game the Lions won, mind you. And whether it's Teddy Bruschi, Colin Cowherd, I don't know. I don't care. The point is, they don't understand it. This is a part of the fabric of this team. It is how they're built. And Dan Campbell is a very intelligent man. He's a very thoughtful guy. If you look situationally Thursday night, I will never co-sign going for it, essentially inside my own red zone. I'm not doing it. That was a stupid decision. Period. 3 of the other times, I didn't even think about it because it's who you are. You're not kicking a field goal inside the 10. It's just not who you are, not situationally where you're at. The last decision to go for it, where Goff fell down in slow motion, it's a toss-up. I think Campbell knows his team better than anybody. He knows his defense was dead. I have the best tackle in football. I got a short yardage demon in David Montgomery. We're going to go for it, bleed the clock kick, and I'm out of here and have a couple of beers. I understand it. It's a bit of a coin flip, but I understand it. But when the national media attacks him, listen, I think when you're a trailblazer, you're going to catch flack. Dan Campbell's changing the way we watch football. and in essence, changing the way you play it. When you face the Lions and you think you're getting off the field on third down, no, you're not. And Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell and Jared Goff have a synergy about the approach and how they do things that they do it enough. Mind you, they're going for it less on fourth down this year. Why? Well, they're a better team. They don't get to fourth down as often. I'm not being a smartass. I'm just being serious with you. But they know fourth down is any down. That there's no pressure there because they've done it enough. They've repped it enough. Mentally, they know that's coming. And that makes it really hard. In an era of the NFL where playing defense is largely impossible. The rules are geared completely towards offense, which, by the way, gives Dan Campbell even more fuel to do what he's doing. And look, you got to earn the right to do what Dan's doing. You earn the right to do this because you're that good. It's not like my G-men are rolling out and just going for it on fourth down and bumbling all over the field. They can't. You have the best offense. You got the best offensive coordinator. You have the pieces necessary to execute fourth and short better than anyone else. Why wouldn't you? Now, it doesn't mean I have to co-sign every decision. There's no scenario I'm going for it on my own 30 unless it's the last possession of the game and it's 14 inches. That was a ridiculous decision. Just like I'll never accept going on the road in division and faking a punt in the opening moments of the game. No, stop. Ridiculous. No one's perfect, though. But overall, I've just kind of come to grips with it. This is who you are. It's how the team's built. This is what we're going to do. And let outside people stress out. I'd be angry if I was an opposing fan. Man, I got the stop. How the hell am I supposed to stop these guys 4 times? Well, here's your memo. You're not going to. That's reality. And remember, people only start talking about you when you're actually doing something. Whether it's a team, people, whatever it is. Man, if you're not doing nothing in this world, ain't nobody talking about you. Only when you get to the top of that mountain do people care enough to hate you. Hate takes energy, so let them hate. Generally speaking, though, I'll treat it on a case-by-case basis. But I don't think at all, once this team reaches the 50, anything they do primarily, I don't even think about. That's just how I've conditioned myself because I understand the pieces, I understand the coach, I understand what they're doing. And I think fundamentally you're going to see other teams start to do this. I think you're changing the way people view football. I really do. 248-539-9797. Would love to hear about it. And again, this Tigers thing with Alex Cobb, I'm not done with it. If you have reactions to it, let's roll. We'll get a little football today in the mix as well. May have to table college football playoff talk till tomorrow, but that's fine. Both our in-state teams stink, so that doesn't matter. So, yeah, David, any ticket text you want to get to here before we do a little football today?
Glad the Tigers can spend tens of millions on a home plate club that no regular person will be able to afford tickets to instead of actually trying to win baseball games.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Another one. Hey, guys, I renewed my season tickets this year and am already regretting it. This is laughable.
Listen, I can't tell you whether you made a good decision or a bad decision until I see the rest of the offseason.
There's plenty of time. You're right. There is plenty of
But
time.
I can tell you here today and what the reports look like, I know which way I'm leaning.
This latest signing of a 37-year-old pitcher for 1 year has me more convinced than ever that Scott Harris sold himself to Chris on the fact that he could rebuild this team on the cheap.
Well, when you're taking a job interview and they're asking you for your plan and you offer the plan, and if it coincides with the way the owner wants to do business, it might help you getting that job. I don't think you're crazy to suggest it. Imagine somebody rolling in here and going, Chris, booby, baby, I'm going to need a payroll of about $2.25 to do what I need to do here. I mean, how fast would that job interview be over?
Thank you for your time.
Right. Now, versus guy who comes in and says, I can turn water into wine, and you can be as fiscally as responsible as you want. I'm ready to get to work. I know which guy that is getting hired there. I don't know if that's what's been done. But, yeah, no, there's no scenario I would ever take a job if this is how I have to run it. Not if I plan on winning a World Series. You're never winning this way. 29 of the last 30 years, the team who's won the World Series had a top 14 payroll. That's just facts. I'm not interested in winning so people spend their money. I'm interested in winning so I get a parade. Those are two distinctly different things. 248-539-9797. Paulson's audio video football season. It's here. Upgrade your tech for the Super Bowl drive. Guys, Paulson's got it all. TVs, sound bars, even furniture for your man cave. Whatever you think you need, they'll tell you what you need. They're audio video experts are the best in the game. They're professionals. And their showroom, it's got it all. Go to paulsonsav.com or stop by that showroom and take advantage of the best audio video store in the state. Stop by. Farmington Hills First Class Experience. They've been in business since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, 4:45. Great to have you with us. We will get back to the Dan Campbell business, back to the Tigers' first signing of the offseason. Woof. But let's touch the table on some football briefly. David, music. So, David, I want to lead with something for you and Kenny.
All right.
And it is the following. Both of you are shameless playoff expansion truthers, much like Mr. R.L. Beard, who is not here today with the day off. Simple question. Now that you've seen the field and here's your playoff expansion, do you feel like you got what you dreamt of?
Looking at this field, I think this is, I don't know if it's what we dreamt of, but it's certainly what we expected, right? I mean, you look at teams like SMU being in there, you look at Arizona State. I mean,
you mean garbage?
Yeah, exactly. It was always, once you expanded past 4, even past 8, you were always going to be liable for at least a couple of garbage teams, and that's exactly what you did.
Kenny Cott nailed it, David. For me, and Rico and I would always argue, if you were going to expand, 8 was where you lost me. Anything beyond 8, you lost me. Enjoy every point spread being 10 points. What do you think, David?
That is the problem. I'm not interested in any of these first-round matchups.
Indiana, Notre Dame, geography, teams that refuse
because
to play
they hate
each
other. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, could be interesting, but even then, that's already out to 8.5. But okay.
Yeah, Clemson's not good. Tennessee's not good. SMU's not good. Indiana's not good. Arizona State as a 4 seed is like, what are we doing here?
Hey, by the way, Georgia without Carson Beck and Texas blows. Okay, next.
I actually had a question about this field when I was looking at it. My initial question was going to be, who has the easiest path to the championship? Primarily
Penn State.
I thought it was either Penn State or Georgia. Now we have no Carson Beck, so it's got to be Penn State, right?
It's Penn State, which is the flaw in all of it, Kenny. Why is the 5 seed, or why would Penn State have an easier path than the undefeated number 1 overall Oregon Ducks? Look, it's a flawed concept designed by greedy scumbags. 12 never made any sense. You either go 8 or go 16. You don't do bye weeks. It's the whole thing it's a kerfuffle. And I don't like kerfuffles.
Yeah, it's a lot going on there. They need to really look into this for next year.
Now ask me what you want to ask.
Maybe they'll have help from this guy because Bill Belichick and North Carolina are talking. And I'm going to be honest here, Mike. When I saw this story last week, I thought initially was a joke. I'm like, okay, whatever. Maybe they're just drumming up interest for their job. But he spoke today on Pat McAfee, and it seems serious that they're really talking about hiring Bill Belichick. One thing, though, the report says is that Bill would want Steve, his son, to be named the coach in waiting. Your thoughts on this?
Okay. First of all, the bigger joke is a 73-year-old dating a 23-year-old, but I digress. I honestly think this is messaging showing people how desperate he is to coach because the NFL hiring cycle's coming and maybe pushing North Carolina to see how ridiculous, how crazy they're willing to get. But, man, do I have a hard time with him. Can you imagine Bill Belichick recruiting at this stage of his life? You think this guy's going to pander to the ego of a 17-year-old? This guy doesn't pander to 30-year-old grown-ass men who make more money than he does. I don't understand it.
Yeah, the
I
first
won't
time a
believe it
kid
until
says,
it's
I
signed.
want more money, and he's like, what are you talking about? More
We're on
money?
to Cincinnati. I don't understand any of it. I won't believe it until it's signed. It feels like, hey, show people how badly you want to do this so when the big boys come calling, we can do something.
Yeah, maybe his girlfriend is a graduate of North Carolina. I don't know.
I have no idea. You know what? Leave it alone. Just keep rolling.
Let's get to the next thing here because Scattaboo, the running back for Arizona State. I know that's not how you pronounce his name, but that's how I do.
Scatabo, but it's fun to call him Scattabooby. It's great.
He is saying that he deserves to be in New York for the Heisman. He is 5th in rushing yards, top 10 in touchdowns. First question I have for you is, should he be in New York? The second question is, why do we need 3 individuals or 5 individuals this year? It should just be 2.
It actually should be 1. I mean, it's Travis Hunter's award, period. Listen, man, I don't got a problem with Scatabo. Go ahead. Talk your talk. He's a really good football player, but no, man, I don't think he's a Heisman Trophy guy. But Scataboobs. Boobs,
It
booby,
was-
whatever his friends call him. I mean, he's good,
It was fun
man. but
watching him again on Saturday. He is good.
He's kind of like Toby Gerhart.
That's a great pull. You're right about that.
And no, I'm not just saying it because he's white. I'm just saying stylistically the way they play. I mean, if you want me to comp him to Derrick Henry, I will. The problem is he's just not that fast. But damn, he's physical.
Very
he
much
just
so.
reminds me of Toby Gerhart. He's just kind of a refrigerator with sneakers. You can't really take him down.
Let's get over to Oklahoma State there because Mike Gundy is staying at Oklahoma State. Multiple reports said there was a standoff, and the standoff was cutting his pay so that you can use that money for the NIL market, which is wild in the new era of college.
They cut his pay because he went winless. He went 0-9 in conference play.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Should they have just fired him?
Well, yes and no. The reality is he's done a great job at Oklahoma State in the big picture. I think he's got 5 or 6 10-win seasons. There's no one in OSU history who's done that. But for Gundy, he had to say yes because he'd never get hired again anywhere else. Truthfully, this is it. He's in his 60s.
Yeah, you're right.
Who's hiring him?
North Carolina.
Yeah, right.
I'm just joking. Here. Let me preview something that we might do tomorrow here because Alabama, their AD is basically saying we are going to change our non-con scheduling. It says in an era that they evaluate the strength of schedule, we are going to go ahead and maybe look into changing the non-con schedule.
To who? To who? You played Western Kentucky, South Florida. Didn't you play like a nun school? Oh no, you played Mercer
I was
in
about
November.
to say Mercer, yeah.
All right, they played Wisconsin. Listen, the SEC schools, they don't have the ability to cry schedule unless you're doing what George is doing and you're playing Clemson in the non-con. Or last year when Bama took on then Big 12 opponent Texas. The reality is no one should schedule anyone. This is why I've always fought Rico to the death on this, and I wish he was here today because he's like, oh, no, people are going to play each other because it matters. No, it doesn't. SMU is showing you, play no one. Indiana, play no one. Penn State, play no one. There's no benefit to scheduling. You're still going to get left out.
And so let's close it out with this here because Rico is not here. So I want to give you a chance here. Are you excited? Army and Navy is this weekend. They meet for the Commander-in-Chief's trophy.
I'm not excited. It's just a game I enjoy watching because of the history and the pageantry. I was excited Friday night when you brought up Tulane from the Bayou and showed them what real weather looks like, and Army bludgeoned them to death. Tulane was out there in winter parkas. Army, no hand warmers, no sleeves, no hoodies, no mercy. They bludgeoned Tulane, David.
Yeah, Tulane was looking for that heat, weren't they?
Oh, those kids wanted no part of this. Plus, the side of the stadium that shields you from the wind of the Hudson River is knocked down because they're doing a stadium suite project. Hey, shout out Michigan State. Might want to wake up when Army's building a new stadium and you're not. The point is, I'll digress. I was thrilled at that. This is just a tradition. You settle in by the fire and you watch America's best and brightest.
Yeah, I'm just a little upset we didn't get the back-to-back game because of the AAC championship.
I'm not. It would have taken a lot for
That would have been a lot back-to-back. Man, that would have been tough. That is your college football blitz.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers have made their first move of the winter meetings, inking Alex Cobb to a one-year deal pending a physical. The 37-year-old starter played sparingly with the Guardians last season after he dealt with both a hip and shoulder injury. Cobb has pitched 13 years in the big leagues in total and holds a career .384 ERA. Free Press writer Evan Petzold wrote earlier that Alex Bregman is looking for a contract worth $200 million, which is why the Tigers have not prioritized the third baseman. Bregman hit 26 homers last year with the Astros. The latest NFL Pro Bowl results are in. A host of Lions are leading their position, including Frank Ragnow, Kirby Joseph, Kevin Zeitler, Sione Vaki, and Penei Sewell. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the third highest receiver, Goff the fifth highest quarterback. The Buffalo Sabres have lost 6 in a row, while the Red Wings have dropped 5 straight. They'll meet tonight in New York. Derek Lalonde was asked the level of desperation he expects to see from both teams today. Coverage begins at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Wisconsin QB Tyler Van Dyke is heading back to the transfer portal. He played 3 games for the Badgers before suffering a season-ending injury. Prior to that, he was Miami's starter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. So here's kind of where we're at. Multiple things. All right. The main thing will be I want to talk about the Stan Campbell stuff in a way that I don't think anyone else has at the station. And it's fascinating to see what you guys have to say about it. But look, the quick and easy Tigers thing is this. Everything so far this offseason has fallen in line with the reports by, I think he's done a very nice job, Evan Petzold. Ken Rosenthal had a paywalled piece today, but guess what? Today's signing would fall in line with it. That they're just not serious people. Now, they have the ability to change that. You heard Jeremy Otto say it. Alex Bregman is seeking $200 million. Therefore, they're not prioritizing him. Why? You have a bottom 3 payroll. Why? All-star third baseman, leader in a clubhouse, World Series champion, and played for A.J. Hinch. A pro's pro. Why? Tigers are only going to seek out pitchers on a 1-year deal. That's how you end up with 37-year-old Alex Cobb. Why? Why is that the best we can do? And the other angle is the only bat that you're being associated with, and not that it's the only one. Factually, it's the only one we've heard about is Ha-Seong Kim, who is actually a good ball player, but he's hurt, and he will miss extensive time next season. He had a bad shoulder injury. He could be out till June, according to some reports. What are we doing here? You made the playoffs. Support your young players. Let's get after it here. I mean, David, I swear to God, if they just go Maeda 36, Cobb 37, and Carlos Santana 38, I'll take a personal day. I'm not here for it. And look, Cobb, been hurt 4 of the last 6 years. He's approaching 40. He was a disaster in the playoffs for the Guardians. Why is that your option? Why are we still in this Chris Fetter, here, pray over this guy and fix him mode? And by the way, just factually speaking, the only thing we've heard about your Skubal negotiations, you made a non-competitive offer. Non-competitive offer, only willing to go 1 year on a pitcher. Bregman wants too much money. Geez, I know what that leads me to thinking. So if they want to change that narrative, change it. And we'll judge them in finality at the end of the offseason. But as we sit here right now, it doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. It just doesn't. And mind you, for you to say, well, you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Let me ask you a question. Why did it seem like we knew more about Juan Soto's contract negotiations than Juan Soto? You mean to tell me the negotiations of the defending Cy Young Award winner wouldn't be breathlessly reported on if they were actually going on? You know what I'd love to read? Tigers aggressively counter. Here's what they fired back to Skubal. Let us vilify Boris. Let us vilify Tarek. I don't know. but by the fact that you've heard nothing since a allegedly non-competitive offer, guys, what signs are we seeing that this team is serious about anything? And if Chris doesn't like the narrative or Scott doesn't like the narrative, if the people in that front office don't like the narrative, which they don't, change it. Because this town deserves better. No one cares if you sell out your cool little 1901 club. No one cares. We want a parade. I'm not asking you to spend like the Mets. I'm asking you to be better than the A's. I'm asking you to spend more than the Reds. I'm asking you to spend commiserate with your rank in this league. Or at least pretend you're going to. So let's see what they do, guys. I mean, hey, if tomorrow we're breaking news that they've signed Christian Walker, not that I have any hope that that's happening, but if it did, I would stand and applaud. I want to say nice things. I want to be pumped up. I don't want to be sitting here talking about Alex Cobb. Now, the other thing we're talking about, Dan Campbell, but not in a way that everyone else is. I'm asking if he truly is, like Billy Beane was to baseball, is Dan Campbell changing football? I mean, the reason he's facing this scrutiny is because he's an outlier. I mean, sure, everybody goes for it on 4th and 1, but they don't go for it situationally the way he does. They don't go for it on 4th and 3, 4th and 5, 4th and 6. They don't go for it if they're inside the 10, but he does. Because he's got the team, and he's got the math, and he's got the players, and he's got the guts. And I do think, look, if you're a Packer fan, a Viking fan, a Bear fan, it's one of two things or maybe both. You're going to either have to tailor your roster to handle it, or you're going to have to start playing ball the way they do. You know the Lions are on that schedule. You're going to have to do things you're not comfortable doing. That's how, hey, that sounds like an innovator to me. So I just wanted to know in a different way. And look, I had a couple of days off. I didn't get a chance to talk about the Packer game, but there was only one of the 4th downs I had a problem with, and it was the 4th one from your own 29 or 30. It was ridiculous. You're never doing that, ever. That was absurd. Nothing was questionable before it. Last play of the game, coin flip. I admit it to you, I probably kick. And when Goff was falling in slow motion, I bet many of you went, oh no, you sounded like a little sound clip. But overall, I understand why he did it. Your defense was dead. You were starting people from our promotions team on the D-line. I understand it. So I just wonder, is it more than just guts or Dan Gamble? Is there a level of innovation to this where, much like when the Rockets got James Harden, they changed the way the NBA was playing? Like, is this a new way to do it? Is this Billy Beane with the A's 20 years ago, that this is going to be the new NFL? 248-539-9797. So both those things are available to you. David?
Some ticket text is coming in on the Alex Cobb. If Cobb is the 4th or 5th starter, that's fine. But that will require them to commit to a multi-year deal for the number 2 starter. 100% out on Scott Harris. Major Bob Quinn vibes. Ooh.
Oh, boy. The smartest guy in the room is what that's, hey, man, look, if the shoe fits.
When it's your identity, it's not a gamble. I'm tired of the Dan Gamble nickname now.
Yeah,
Josh
Josh, I agree with you, if you're still listening. I think at this point, it turns into something demeaning. This is tactical. I think he's highly intelligent. Dan Campbell is highly thoughtful. I don't have to agree with every move he makes. We're never going to get into sycophant stage. But this is something different. This isn't him just rolling bones in an alleyway. I think that demeans what they're doing.
Yeah, you're right. There's a strategy to this. It's not just,
He's got the team to do it.
And that's the thing. When he started doing this early on in his coaching career, it was more he didn't have the talent. He knew some of the things he had to do. The offense was better than the defense, and he needed to do some things to kind of spark it then. But he had no talent. Now it's a strategic thing to where, you know what? I know who we are. I'm going to do this because this is who we are. I have the talent to do it, and we're going to go for it on 4th down. It's different than what it was in the early part of his career. I see Dan Campbell as how Steph Curry was when he started putting up all those threes. It changed the way the game is played. That's Dustin in Heartland. From Hunter in an Amazon van, he says, this Alex Cobb signing just shows how much of a clown this team is. Gonna throw a garbage can now, guys. I'll be back.
Don't do it yet. Just wait for the offseason to play out, but in real time, you can make a decision on. Look, here's what I'm tired of reading. The Tigers like Walker Buehler, but they're only interested in going 1 year, so they can't get him. The Tigers won't prioritize Alex Bregman because Alex Bregman wants $200 million. Why are you not going out and getting the players that top your list when you have a payroll that's $80 million below league average? That's what I'm tired of reading. That's what I'm tired of hearing. So again, for the bootlickers in this town who want to, for some deranged reason, defend Chris Ilitch, go ahead, do it. I don't know what leg you have to stand on. Both of his properties right now, we're seeing a similarity into it. Just wait for the kids. I mean, listen, I know today won't be the day, but I know if I ask Kenny Cott, are there owners in the NHL that would march into the president's office and go fire this coach now? This is an embarrassment. I know Kenny would say yes. Like this little loan thing, how much longer is this going to continue? Aren't they tied with the Canadiens at the bottom of the East? 25, 26, 27 games into the season? What the hell are we doing? It just feels like none of it is serious. Because again, guys, if you want to defend it and say he has a business to run, that is his prerogative. But that's not our concern. Our concern is, are you serious about hoisting Stanley Cups or hoisting World Series trophies? As it pertains to both his properties, it doesn't feel very serious. And specific to the Tigers, after making the playoffs, Alex Cobb? No, come on, man. We can do so much better than that. And you know what? I liked Walker Buehler. I mentioned Walker Buehler before any of the reports did. And the only reason he's not here is because they didn't want to give any term? I don't have to accept that. You can accept Alex Cobb. It doesn't make you a bad person. You and I don't see the world the same way. So it's all there for you. We can get into it. 248-539-9797, and we will get to the phone lines, which are packed next. 97.1. Being number one isn't easy. It takes years of experience, dedication, determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They have the experience, 111 years, making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Get some rest this winter on a great mattress, a Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. See, David, I know Rico likes this song. This song sucks.
See, I thought I was the only one that thought this song sucks. This
song's terrible.
Thought everybody
Man,
wanted it on the list.
Rico's not here. He won't know it's gone. Let's go to the people, shall we? We go to Bob to lead off the 5 o'clock. What's up, Bobby?
Hello. Thank you very much for taking my call. Yeah, I get your point about Dan Campbell going for it at his own 28, 29-yard line. But let me just preface that by saying Dan Campbell and the Lions know what it takes to win, and they have confidence enough in their coach, and they have confidence enough in each other to know that if it didn't work out, there was still a lot of time left in the football game, and they still would have had the talent to come back and do what they needed to do to win. I think the bottom line is that you don't settle for a tie, you don't settle for second best. If you have the talent and you want to go win the game, go win it and put the confidence in the guys that you have out there. And but I get everyone's point of view about the 29, 30-yard line. But what a tremendous year these guys are having.
Yeah, I mean, Bob, no disrespect, but if that's the only thing you take out of my big presentation, I can't help you. I just told you there was one call. I said if that's what you're taking out of the topic, I don't know what to tell you, Bob. It's just one thing I disagree with. Overall, I think he's revolutionizing the game. That's the spinal cord of the discussion. Like, I like what he's doing. I think he's earned the right to do it. I think they have the talent to do it. I was just saying, look, I don't care if you're the 1984 Niners. I'm not going for it on my own 30, ever, unless it's the last possession of the game. That's crazy.
Yeah, I understand just exactly where you're going with that. I think a lot of people would have rather that they kick the ball away another 45 or 50 yards and take their chances. But it does make you nervous for sure. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, last play of the game is a coin flip. Totally understood why they did it. I'm man enough to admit to you I probably wouldn't have, but I'm not freaking out. Now, listen. Nobody's going to come on these airwaves and tell me they were feeling great, as in slow motion like a bad movie, Jared Goff is falling over. No! I'm like, oh, my dear God. That handoff, David, felt like it took 14 seconds.
It did, like, as he's falling.
Oh, no. I'm like, oh, my God. But it worked. Okay, then. Let's go to Yeah. That's actual audio of Jared Goff as he took the snap. Let's go to Anthony, 97.1. What's up, Anthony?
Mike, how you doing?
Good, Ant. What's up?
So, ever since Chris Ilitch has taken over, the priority has been investing in everything except what really matters, which is the on-field product. Because previous seasons, we got to hear about new showers and, we have a brand new big screen that looks like the letter T, as if he was trying to make a sequel to It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. But this offseason, it's about the stupid home plate club that nobody asked for. But Pizza Boy felt insecure because his stadium looked outdated compared to some of the newer ones. The message to me is clear. The on-field product doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that Pizza Boy feels like hot stuff with his billionaire friends. And the media, well, they just love to carry this bathwater. Like Jason Benetti, I love you, man, and I get that you're an employee of the team, but going on opening day last year and talking about how great it is that an owner listens to his players was just embarrassing. People in this town who can't think for themselves and still talk about the 84 team like it was yesterday will eat that up and are part of the reason why fans won't really have any expectations. Like, it took lottery ticket odds for them to make the playoffs last year. Are they really naive enough to think that they can run it back? A large part of me thinks that, yeah, because the blowback for making minimal offseason additions is going to be minimal.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Anthony, to your point, like, there's a certain level of PR I'm willing to tolerate, but like when your play-by-play guy's on the air telling you what good friends he is with Scott Harris, I'm sorry, but that just crosses a line for me where I'm not going to listen to you. I don't need to hear it. Jason's a very talented broadcaster, but I don't need that. I don't need some kind of Kremlin or North Korea presentation, okay? I can think for myself. No, it's not all. When Jason Benetti came on our airwaves and said, well, frankly, I don't even know where you'd put a free agent. You lost me. You lost me. We're done here. I can't help you now. That's a problem for me. It's just not honest. Yeah, you're right. I got nowhere I could put Alex Bregman. I got nowhere I could put Walker Buehler, Max Fried. I got nowhere I could put Anthony Santander. You're right. I got nowhere I could put him. Come on, dude, please. And he came on our airwaves and did it. I got every right to comment about it. He don't work for the station. I don't care. And again, I think he's very good at what he does, but it's too much. It's too friendly. And it's just not honest. Not to me, it's not. Let's go over to Warren, 97.1. Warren, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
So, man, I love your point about Dan Campbell, and it really bothers me, I guess, that Dan Gamble, the whole Dan Gamble thing is sort of becoming, I don't know, kind of insulting.
Played out?
Maybe. And, national media probably have a beat on him because he's playing so differently. And I think his decision to go for it on his own 30-yard line kind of speaks to that, because I don't honestly think we saw the worst-case scenario. Green Bay got the ball, they scored, and, they did it swiftly. And what did the Lions do? They got the ball back. I think they ran no huddle for a while just to kind of change the tempo. And they kept control. They were in the driver's seat the whole game. And I think he probably imagined a scenario where Fox, does his job and pins them deep. And what do? Their ground game was heating up, and I can imagine them bleeding like 5, 6, 7 minutes off the clock. Driving it slow down the field and just shifting all the momentum toward their side. And I mean, I don't know. It wasn't just a gutsy, knee-jerk call. I think it was very calculated. He's very smart to kind of consider those situations.
Yeah, I think it's, you know what it is? I think it's like, how do I put it? I think it's just about like having guardrails, meaning he may have a further guardrail than I have on certain things. Like, I understand the mentality of my defense is not going to give us a stop. I have no healthy players. It's just at my own 30, it's a non-starter. But again, I don't want to make this about the one call that I would take issue with. The overriding point is we might be watching someone who's changing the way we watch football and that teams are built. Look, my team blows, right? I can tell you that whoever the Giants hire as GM and coach, because God help me if Joe Shane or Brian Daboll are back, I want them to have Dan Campbell's approach. And whoever I draft at number 1 overall, God willing, the Giants keep clown carring and have the number 1 pick, I'm going to tell that rookie from day one, this is how we do business. We're going to be aggressive, and the ball's going to be in your hand. Look, I'm openly saying I want my franchise, who's building from ground zero, to be built in the image of your team. That means Dan Campbell's an innovator. Because look, last night you saw the Kansas City Chiefs. You can't play the way the Chiefs play. The Chiefs are playing the way they have to play. They have a defense. Their offense blows. I know nobody will say it because it's Pat Mahomes. But sitting there and watching Football Night in America last night, it was disgusting. Nobody on there would just say the simple words, Kansas City offense stinks. They're all sitting there glazing Patrick Mahomes. And I'm going, guys, we watch the games. They can't score in a whorehouse. And when they get in the red zone, they don't get in the end zone. And then how'd the game play out? Needed a doink winner with 1 second to go to get to a robust 19 points. They have a defense. That is their only way out. I'll tell you right now, if the Lions play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, you're winning by double figures. I think you will blow that team's doors out. You will crush them. I pray to God the Chiefs fake their way to a Super Bowl. I think you will murder that team. Murder. Chalk outline. David, a few ticket texts. We'll get to a football today.
AJ Hinch needs to draw a line, because why is he tolerating this? He's so much better than what we are providing him.
It is a great mystery to me. I mean, I understand he likes roster flexibility that allows him to move pieces and mix and match. I respect that. But there does come a time where you look at it and go, okay, I don't want to mix and match 7 spots in my lineup. It is a mystery to me, because I'll be honest with you. Easy for me to say, but it's actually realistic. You just go in and say straight up, spend or I'm out. And he'll have a job in 5 minutes. Why doesn't he? No clue. Nor do I care. It's not my problem.
You are 100% correct. We are the innovators, and a lot of people are jealous of what Dan Campbell brings. They also don't like that we gave the Pack no chance to come back.
That's the key. You didn't stick to the establishment rules, and you didn't stay within the lines, and it worked. And people don't like that.
I agree with Mike. Campbell is changing the game. He's using fourth downs to his advantage. I love it.
Yeah, and you have the best OC. You've got a top 10 QB. You've got a team built for this. Why wouldn't you do it? And look, when the defense gets healthier, they probably ratchet it down a little bit. But right now, they're down to the sticks. They won the important game. Now, you could lose to the Bills. It doesn't matter. Lose to the Bills, win your last 3, number 1 seed, home field advantage throughout, plus a bye week.
The Tigers are just going to ride the voodoo success of last season, and it's a joke.
No, and again, that's fine. There's no law that says I have to be interested. So you guys can make your own decisions. Not interested. I've given you the historical data. Got a pretty damn good understanding of the sport. If you're not going to spend, you're not going to win. Not the ultimate prize. And if you're not competing for that, well, then you're just wasting my time. So that's just where we're at. 248-539-9797. We'll see. They've got time to write their story, David, but man, they wrote a nasty chapter today. I don't need a 37-year-old pitcher on 1 year. That is yeesh. Do a little football today coming up next. All right, it's very, very simple. If you purchase your own health insurance, guys, Mike Purpura is your answer. It's simple. Open enrollment ends the 15th. Only time you can change your coverage, no questions asked. Don't waste your time navigating the process on your own. Call Mike Purpura, free consultant for you. Give you the best bang for your buck. He'll shop on and off the marketplace. He'll get you a variety of options, including the least expensive option, guaranteed. Open enrollment for 25 is here, so if you want coverage or you want to change that current plan, call Mike Purpura, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Pending a physical, the Tigers have a new starting pitcher. 37-year-old Alex Cobb has agreed to a one-year deal. He was last with the Guardians. Dan Campbell was asked today if he has any more that he was any more optimistic that Aiden Hutchinson would return this season. Two struggling teams going at it in Buffalo as the Red Wings look for their first win in 5 games. Ville Husso made 23 saves and 25 opportunities against Colorado and is back in net tonight. Hear Ken and Paul's call right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7. Georgia quarterback Carson Beck injured his shoulder in the SEC championship game Saturday. The university released a statement today saying there's no timeline for his return. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 97ontheticket.com.
talk about Northville Lumber for quite some time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. And even though it's the dead of winter, now is the time to take advantage, get on the schedule, and buy before the spring price increases. Right now, Northville will intro you to a Trex Certified Pro. You'll beat the spring rush, and some of the Trex as low as $1.59. So whether you're a builder, a buyer, whether you need a pro or not, Northville's going to be your source to get that spring outdoor living space taken care of. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
So the drive of the week is pretty simple. They went to overtime with the Jets, and they won the game. The Dolphins won 32-26. It was the Jonnu Smith drive. And the reason why I say that is because he had no receptions, no yards in the game until overtime. He had 3 receptions for 44 yards and a touchdown. The Dolphins keep their playoff hopes alive. The Jets were eliminated. That is your drive of the week.
Oh, David. That was a rat performance. No, the drive of the week was Gunnar Stockton, followed by one-armed Carson Beck and a handoff.
I didn't want to do that for Kenny. I didn't want to do that.
I just want to say this, right? Kenny's team has championship DNA. Texas is gutless. But I mean this with no hyperbole, like not radio shock value, none of it. I would start Arch Manning in the playoff. Quinn Ewers is ass. He has nothing behind the football. He can't move because of the ankle. His face annoys me. I'd play Arch. You're not winning a national title with Quinn Ewers. I mean, Kenny watched the game. What's he going to say? Oh, but he threw for a lot of yards. They can't get it in the end zone.
No, I can completely verify everything you're saying right now. Plus
yeah,
the yards. Face.
Exactly. Every time they go to him, he's spitting like a farmer. Yards are empty calories. How many points did you produce? I don't know if his shoulder is just dead ever since that injury last year, and he can't. Arch is mobile. Arch is a physically imposing football player. Arch has got way more arm strength. And honestly, he's your future anyways. Any Texas donor who watched that game, there's no way they think they're winning a natty with that kid. And I'm happy for Kenny, but that is a really bad loss for Texas. I think both things can be true. That's a Texas should have blown their doors off, especially once Carson Beck died. I digress. Nobody cares. We move forward. All right. You want Tex? You want Rieger? What do you want to do?
What's up, Michael? I was driving in listening to you, and I can't tell you how happy I am that the Tigers finally have another Cobb. It's been such a long time. This could be the missing link. You just need another Cobb.
What is wrong?
You had Ty.
Can you be serious with me for a moment?
So, listen, I told myself, I thought you would laugh at that. I told myself I'm not going to get crazy and start tweeting out garbage until there's more of a finality on the offseason. So even though they have not lied to us, and they said they wanted a one-year pitcher, and they got one, and we're hearing rumblings that apparently Bregman's too expensive, don't love that, but I'm just going to, as John Jansen would say, let it play out. However, everybody that worries that they're not going to spend money, they sure in the hell didn't do anything to prove you wrong in their first signing.
No, and look, my point to you is all we're hearing is their number one target is Walker Buehler. Well, they only want to pay 1 year. Why? Their number one target, they love Bregman, but they're not going to prioritize him because he wants checks notes, like 25% of what Soto got. Well, at a certain point, what are we doing here?
Well, see,
your payroll's $80 million below league average. What are we doing?
But it's the Bregman thing that rubs me the wrong way because let's just say, and I think they've done this, that Scott Harris and A.J. Hinch like Alex Bregman. I mean, hell, Bregman played for Hinch, right?
Correct.
So let's say they
Leader.
like him. Exactly. And the reason you're not going to go out and get him with this minuscule payroll is because he'd want too much money. So here's the alternative. You got Zach McKinstry, Andy Ibanez, Matt Vierling playing third base. That's the route you want to go. You make the playoffs, and then you sell third base to your fan base like that. Oh, and then, by the way, at first base, you got Torque. And then at short, you got Sweeney/Baez. There is no way you can go into camp with that being your plan.